Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side cannon shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, air will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and air will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch, boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well, fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. Hey, man, I could be forgetting sometimes to take my microphone off of mute, man. Sorry about that, y'all. Anyway, good afternoon, y'all. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you at in the time zones, man. Out here in Southern California, it's sunny. It's a sunny 64 degrees out here. Man, nice day. Sun is out. Not that cold outside, but you know, it's all good, man. Good afternoon, everybody, man. Sorry about the stream we had to do last night, man. I hope I didn't keep you guys up, man. I hope I didn't have you guys up too late on a Wednesday. But you know, that had to be done, man. And shout out everybody who came and visited us on that one. All right, y'all. Let's see. Today, let me fix my microphone. All right, today, y'all, we got to talk about the legal system and how many times us as black men and black women, we don't know how to use the system and get the most out of it, right? Well, clans, we should just tear this system down. Okay, well, what we should do and what's going on is two different things. If this is what we got to work with, if this is what's on the table, how many of y'all saw the movie Apollo 13? How many of you guys saw the movie Apollo 13? Right? Apollo 13, they had these astronauts was trying to come back to Earth after circling the moon, right? And they had some internal problems in the spaceship, right? So all of the top scientists and engineers was sitting down at a table in this big room, and one of the other engineers came in and said and brought a big box in there and dumped the whole box in there. He said, "This is everything they got to work with. We gotta make it work with this stuff right here on the table. That's all we got. Theories ain't gonna work. Theorems and mathematics ain't gonna. All we got is the stuff that's on this table. That's what we got to work with to get them home. So get to work. Whatever you can think of to make this work, get to work." Right? Go see the movie Apollo 13. It's a pretty good movie, right? Tom Hanks, pretty good movie, right? But the point is, that's all they had to work with. You could say, "Oh yeah, it would be nice if we could send another rocket." No, we can't send another rocket. We got to get this done with what we got on the table. That's it. Okay. Well, what we got is the legal system we got. So we might as well learn how to use it and to maximize its efficiency for ourselves, and so that we don't have all these issues when we go in and try to use the legal system to protect ourselves and our interests, right? The U.S. legal system was designed allegedly so that the government can't just throw you in jail just on a humbug and just be like, well, I don't like you, so I don't like you talking against the current president, so we're just gonna throw you in jail. You're not supposed to be able to do that, right? You got certain rights. You got civil rights. You got human rights. You got Miranda rights, right? All these rights that you got, but you don't know them, right? So you out here freestyling. We're going to go over it today. We went over Miranda rights once more. We're going to go over them again today. We're going to go over some other rights you got. All right, y'all, let's take a look at, first of all, we got to thank Brother Eric. Shout out to Brother Eric, 16 to Life. Going over to 16 to Life and check out the brother. That's the brother that does the intro. He donated that song to us. Going over to 16 to Life, the YouTube artist, and you can find music. You can find funny stories, and now he's doing animation. It's, man, Brother Eric is a good dude, man. So shout out to him. Hope it all works out. Hope Brother Eric is super successful, man. Shout out to him, man. But he donated that song to us because he believes in what we're trying to do over here. All right, shout out to Brother Eric. All right, let's see. Y'all want to see who's in the building? Can we see who's in the building, y'all? Let's see who's in the building. Oh man, we got all our beautiful sisters in the building today, man. We got Sister Sophia in the building. Shout out to Sister Sophia, man. Shout out to you. Glad to see you, Sister Sophia. Glad to have you in the building. We got my Sister Ine in the building. Oh man. Shout out to Sister Innie, man. Another Taurus, man. She another Taurus, man. Sister Innie's in the building, man. So that's why sometimes I gotta defer to Sister Innie, man, because I know, man, since Eddie's a Taurus, man, I can't get into it with a Taurus. I know how they gonna do. I know the horns are coming. Shout out to Sister Eddie, man. What about the Intellectual Soapbox, man? If you haven't already subscribed to the Intellectual Soapbox, What is you doing, man? Get on over there and subscribe to Intellectual Soapbox, man. I think they had one of the Black Files last night, man. Go on over there and check them out, man. Check them out, man. You know what I mean? You might not agree with everything, but at least, spark some debate, spark some conversation, right? Shout out to the Intellectual Soapbox, brother. Glad to have you in the building, brother. What about OG Patrice, man? My sister OG Patrice. OG Patrice, man. Let me tell you something about OG Patrice, man. This sister's out here doing the Lord's work. What you mean, Clarence? It'll probably all come out in the wash, man. But this sister's out there doing the Lord's work, man. You see OG Patrice out there in the streets, man. Just say, hey, sis, thank you for doing you. Thank you for being you. Because the sister does a lot of good, but she don't do a lot of talking about it. I'm here running my mouth. She probably gonna tell me, shut up, Clarence. I know, but I run my mouth about people that do good stuff, man. We don't promote them enough, right? We promote people that's, they fighting with this, we're fighting with that, right? Remember last night I got all these people in here. I had 20-something people in here last night, right? Because I was upset at another YouTuber, right? Or not directly upset with them, but directly upset with the way the situation got handled, right? We had all a bunch of people out here. Now here we are. We're going to talk about how you can win or you can do better in the legal system with the situation that's going on. We got 6 people here, right? But shout out to OG Patrice, man. That's my sister, man. Don't get it twisted, man. Patrice is silly too. She is silly sometimes. So that's our sister though. Oh man. Let's see. Patrice said, my mother's a tourist. Good. You need a tourist right by your side, Patrice. Because sometimes you get silly. Sometimes I gotta tell you, you know who be telling who they silly? Patrice be telling me. But you need a Taurus in your life, OG Patrice. You need a Taurus in your life. And your life is only going to get better. Patrice said, I can hear you. Your life is only going to get better, Patrice. Now you got me too. I'm in your life too. See, you got 2 Taurus, and you got Annie, and you got Anderson. We all Tauruses. You got us all in your life now. Shout out to OG Patrice. I think OG Patrice has I think she got a show. Not this Sunday, but the next Sunday. I believe the next Sunday she has a show. So we gotta get that straight. But she'll let us know. Patrice will let us know. But but I think it's next Sunday. Before the show is out, I'm sure Patrice will come up here and tell us what's going on. But anyway, shout out to Patrice. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to Von Bryant in the building. Von Bryant in the building, man. The esteemed Von Bryant. But don't get it twisted, man. Von could be just a silly too, man. Von could come up in here, man, and be crazy too, man. Von could be crazy too. You know what the craziest thing Von ever said to me? A bunch of stuff. But you know what the craziest thing he said to me? Clarence, what? Clarence, what? I got a good idea, Clarence. Not only do we want to give backpacks away, let's beg these people for money on Saturday. On Saturday? First of all, Vaughn, they don't even know us. I know, but let's do it. Let's do all day Saturday. Hey, and if we don't get the money this Saturday, let's do it the next Saturday. Shout out to Von Bryant, man. That's a good brother, man. Good brother. God, y'all, man, some good people, man. Y'all put up with your little brother, man. He clowns and pokes at y'all a little bit, but shout out, man. It ain't nothing but love, and I know y'all know that. Patrice said, I can hear you, bro, Clarence. I know. Sometimes I say stuff just to see if you're going to put that down there, right? All right, man. Man. Hey, man, look, let me tell y'all something, man. I got an aunt, man. I gotta go try and read. I tried to get in touch with her, but I can't get in touch with her, man. I gotta go try to find somebody, man, that you can get in touch with and try and encourage them, man. That's all, man. That's all. I got an aunt. She doing great financially, so I don't need to encourage her financially, but just to let her know, hey, man, your nephew is over here, man. It's my last aunt from my father's side, and your nephew's here. And if you need something, let me know. Right? We used to be in touch more, but she spends a lot of time out. So out with my other cousin out in Rialto. So I don't see her as much, but that's okay. That's okay. That's not no excuse. No excuse, Brother Clarence. Get in touch with your aunt. Get in touch with your people. Got it. I'm gonna do that. All right, y'all. Y'all see what today is. We got to get started, man. 15 minutes in already. We got to get started. Okay. So, what's today's show about? Today's show is about, or what I wanted to do is talk about the legal system and how we when I say we, particularly it's men a lot, but it's particularly black men that are usually we usually not doing so good when it comes to the legal system. Now, some of it is an absence of knowledge, right? Sometimes we not, and then sometimes it's ego. Sometimes we think, oh, or we think the streets, the court operates like the streets, and the court don't operate like the streets, right? You got to say things a certain way, you got to do things a certain way, not like the streets. Just like the streets have a different protocol. You definitely in the streets, you got to say things a certain way, and you got to do things a certain way, but they're not the same. Those things are not the same, interchangeable, right? So what we're gonna do, y'all, the first thing we're gonna do is talk about this guy, Darrel Brooks. I don't know if you guys know about Darrel Brooks, but Darrel Brooks is a brother that uh he drove through a Christmas parade in Milwaukee 2 years ago, deleting 6 people, injuring I think over 70 people because he was doing like 40, 50 miles an hour, and people were in the street. You know how the parade is, right? Like the parade right out here in the Martin Luther King parade, right out here in Leimert Park, right? The people walking up, they go up. What street is that? They go up. Used to be Santa Barbara. Martin Luther King Boulevard. Go up Martin Luther King Boulevard, and then they break off at the Crenshaw Mall, right? They break off right there at Crenshaw, and that's where the news cameras and everything is all set up and everything, right? Okay, you watch that Trostini. What is that dude? Okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna talk about a couple of things that he did that was absolutely ridiculous. Shout out to Sister Enya. How you doing, sis? Glad to see you. Glad to see you. Glad that you're passing through, sis. Glad to see you. Make sure your family's doing well. All right, and all of you guys, make sure your family's doing well. So the first thing we're gonna do is look at what he did. Let's look at the crime first, and then we'll go into everything else. So let's see. Don't. Okay, here it is. Okay, yeah, here it is. Here's the first thing that he did, right? Don't.
Police identified the driver of this SUV who plowed into a crowd at a holiday parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin, as 39-year-old Darrel Brooks of Milwaukee. Police say he was involved in a domestic disturbance just beforehand and that he acted alone.
There's no evidence that this is a terrorist incident.
We have about 10 to 15 people down in the street. We got multiple critical cases.
Police say an officer shot at the SUV to try to stop it, but had to stop firing to avoid the crowd. The victims who died range in age from 52 to 81 years old.
Waukesha has held what can be described as a Norman Rockwell type of Christmas parade for almost 6 decades. Last night, our wonderful Waukesha parade became the scene of a horrific tragedy.
We saw the whole thing happen.
Richard Locke's son and niece were marching in the parade, came home later to find that same SUV went through his yard, damaging a car.
You think in hindsight about what response you could have to stop the guy, and it's just, even if I was right in front of it, it would have been hard to stop it. I mean, he was going probably 30 to 35 miles an hour when he went past.
Main Street where this happened is now back open, but what remains is the paint where police marked off evidence left on the road. President Biden spoke about the tragedy this afternoon.
And an entire community is struggling to cope with the horrific act of violence.
Brooks will face 5 counts of first-degree intentional homicide and possibly other charges. Marissa Parra, CBS News, Waukesha.
All right, y'all. Okay, So that is what Darrel Brooks actually did. He actually drove his SUV, his mother's SUV, through a crowd in a Christmas parade crowd, right? And at this time, he had only murked 5 people. Actually, 6 people actually died from this, and many others, over 70 other people, had injuries because he ran over people's feet, heads, whatever, right? All right, so that's what he actually did. Now, this is what he did after he actually after he committed this crime. He tried to ditch the car and just go through the neighborhood, right? So I'm gonna show you that. Because see, what we need to do is see what our people did, what people do, and how they make mistakes, how they mess up, right? That's what I want to show you today. And so when we can clear some of this stuff up, how do you handle some of this stuff, right? How do you handle being, doing something wrong, or doing something where the law has been broken, and what should you do? What should you do, right? Okay. So this is now what we're gonna watch here is Darrel Brooks he has ditched the car, and now he's going to door trying to get somebody to let him in so the cops won't catch him, right? Because he sees the cops are following his car all over the place.
Hey, I called an Uber, and I'm supposed to be waiting for it over here, but I don't know when it's coming. Can you call it for me, please?
With sirens blaring in the background, Darrel Brooks knocked on Daniel Ryder's door just minutes after zigzagging through the parade route.
I opened the door and I looked, and he's like, I don't have any weapons. So I looked around and saw that he didn't have weapons on him. And I said, okay, you can use my phone.
Brooks sat on Ryder's couch and borrowed his phone to call his mother, so Ryder never got alerts to shelter in place or messages about a suspect on the loose. He had no idea what had happened or who he was speaking with face to face.
He was telling me that, oh, is there something going on downtown? I was like, there's a parade today, I know, but and he's like, oh, that's probably what is a parade. So he was just completely putting on a face and lying about everything.
But when no Uber came for Brooks, Ryder told him to leave, and he did. Police were already closing in.
Hands up! Put your hands where I can see them! Whoa! Hands up! Hands up!
Hey, do you know this guy? Absolutely not.
Just a few blocks away, Joy Dunst was near the end of the parade route.
You start hearing screaming, and then you're seeing people crying, and couldn't figure out at first what was going on.
As she and her husband left, they heard bits and pieces about what happened, then saw police surrounding a driveway.
And here was the SUV. They had the bullet hole, the smashed front.
Joy says she shared the photo with us right away because she did not want anyone to fear there was still a threat.
If this helps expedite the process in getting some sort of justice for those victims, it definitely feels even better.
All right. So now this is Darrel Brooks. He went and he did this, and he ran through the parade route. He went to the guy's house, and a guy actually brought him in the house at first, but Darrel was acting so weird. He told him, "Nah, man, you gotta Uber. Just wait outside," because the guy heard all these sirens coming by, and he's like, "Why is all these sirens coming by?" And I got this dude that doesn't live in the neighborhood coming up to my door talking about he needs to use my phone and all this. Darrel Brooks was trying to just get in the house and get away from the police, right? All right, so that's what he did afterwards. Now, I'm going to show you the interrogation. But before I do that, let me introduce you to somebody y'all all know and love, Mr. Von Bryant. Von Bryant, what's going on with you, brother?
Hey, what's up? What's up, man?
It's like I saw you not too long ago.
It wasn't that far back, right? Man.
What's going on
man.
with you today,
How are you feeling today, brother?
Oh man, I'm getting my strength back a little bit by little bit, man. I'm getting my strength back, man. So yeah, man, I'm doing good. How about yourself, man?
Hey, I'm good. I'm good, man. But this is a crazy story, man. I mean,
Yeah,
it's gotta be some, is there some mental illness involved?
I think there is. I think
Definitely,
there is.
right? I mean, we could
I
all
think
probably
there
assume
is.
that.
I think
Yeah.
because I think he even said at some point, I got meds that I'm supposed to take, but I decided, like most of those guys, I'm doing better, so I don't need to take them. And then something like this
Wow.
happens, right?
Wow.
Okay, so this is the interrogation. Now we're not gonna go through the whole because 4.5 hours. Not gonna go through the whole interrogation, but I just want to show you how this guy, how you should respond if you ever get. Now most of you guys will never be interrogated, right? But there's some people that might watch this on the replay that may at some point be interrogated, right? Some of us, I've been interrogated. So some of us have been interrogated, and we know this is, but sometimes you be interrogated and you don't know how it goes. So I'm going to show you the best policy, especially if they ask you a certain question, then you should probably assume that they already had an answer. You're just trying to see if you know, if you're going to tell the truth, right? Okay, so this is the beginning of Darrel Brooks' interrogation. Now, I'm just going to stop and say things that I think that he shouldn't have done. All right, so first thing, he's just going to start lying right off the bat. Let's see.
Been there, I'm not doing it. Like, why should I cooperate when there's no cooperation with me? Nothing I'm saying is gonna help me.
I mean, like, it doesn't make sense to you that we're trying to gather the facts.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense,
Okay.
what you guys are doing. I'm just saying I don't want to get railroaded.
Wow. So he really doesn't realize that he's being watched, even though they left the room.
Right. But I think he
Wow.
knows,
Man.
but he's so consumed because here's what they did. They actually approached this dude smart. So they know he's the suspect and they know he's the one that drove through and killed all those people, right? But instead of approaching him about that, they said, well, we're going to approach him about the domestic violence situation because somebody called and said there's a guy beating up on a girl in the car, right? So that's what they initially brought him in for. But they know they eventually gonna get to the whole driving through the parade thing, but they didn't do it yet. But this dude is he knows that he knows. So what he's gonna try to do is try to keep him on the domestic violence thing. I mean, it's very simple, man. Very, very, very stupid. He should just, answer the questions and well, see, I'm torn, Vaughn, because if you do something where you take somebody's life, I think that you should just come out and say what happened. I did it. I just so that part but other than that,
yeah, but the majority of people that do those crimes don't want to go to jail behind it. So
right,
that's why you have them lying or trying to cover it up sometimes.
Yes. But other than that, what you need to do if you've been suspected of a crime and they bring you into this interrogation room, we're gonna give you your Miranda rights once again. You have Miranda rights, right?
Right.
And those rights came from a guy named Miranda in Arizona, where the cops didn't tell him that the things that he was going to say to them was going to be. They didn't advise him that the things that he was going to be saying in interrogation could be used against him in court. The Supreme Court said, no, you have to tell this man that the things that he's saying to you is going to be used against him, right? I think it was 1964 or whatever. Miranda versus the state of Arizona versus Miranda, right?
Good information.
Right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Mr. Miranda passed away shortly thereafter. He wasn't, let's just say, he wasn't a pillar of the community. And so he got himself caught up in a bunch of different things. However, that's where the word Miranda, that's where the name Miranda comes from Mr. Miranda having that issue and that issue being taken to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court saying you have to advise somebody of their rights before you talk to them. The police have to advise you of your rights before they speak with you. They got to tell you that you don't have to speak with them.
Wow.
Right?
Okay.
Okay.
See, this is what I admire about you, brother. You know, you're just a well of information.
I tried. I
And
tried,
see,
brother.
that was very good, because many of us probably didn't know that fun fact.
Oh yeah, it's a fun fact. Yeah, man, fun fact. By the way, Rico told me to tell y'all that, but that's a fun fact, man. That's a fun fact.
Shout out to Rico,
we went
brother
over this a
Rico.
bunch of times before. Oh, go ahead, man.
No. I was just shouting out to brother Rico. That's all.
Yeah. Rico said, make sure you tell him that, man. I said, okay. All right. So anyway, this is they advise him of his Miranda rights. Now, this is the idiot. But what I'm going to say to anybody else that has not assaulted or murked an innocent person, the first Miranda right you got is you have the right to remain silent. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You have the right to remain silent. But see, dudes like this, they figure, oh, I can talk my way out of it. I got the gift of gab, man. I could talk my way out of it. Now he's so caught up. He is, looking at the phone, saying the phone is recording. Then he's gonna look through their papers, and then when they come in, he's gonna act like, oh, I just had dealing with a headache. Watch this knucklehead, man. Let's see.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Crime Circus Cult. My name is Drip Drop, and
This is an idiot, man. But I want to show y'all, okay, a little bit more. We're going to look at him just lying. He's just going to be lying from the jump.
I guess they like steam and paint the metal pieces and then like ship them out like car metal parts, machinery parts, like car frames, all different types. All I really do is just a lot of heavy lifting because they have the trucks come in, you unload the trucks, and then we just hang the metal pieces on the
About you and Erica and what makes her tick, both when she's on and when, more particular, she's off, and get an idea of what's going on. And what I consider this conversation, Darrel, is more information sharing. I'm not gonna sit here and be a total jerk and say, talk to me and sit here and say nothing. I got some ideas on kind of what she said, but that's all we got. And I don't know how accurate what she said might really be. And that's why I want to give you an opportunity, if she's off the fucking wall, and I need to know it, to give you a chance to tell me. Like I said, it's just the two of us.
She definitely,
you know what I'm saying?
She needs to be on some type of medication, man.
Sure.
And she knows this from the past. Like, I've been dealing with her for 16 years. So this isn't just some chick I just met a few years. Man, I've been knowing her for 16 years.
Gotcha.
Going through this with her.
Okay.
All right, y'all. So the officers are letting him believe that he's there because of a domestic violence dispute, right? But at a certain point, they're going to confront him over running over the people. And so Mr. Brooks is going to just lie. All right, let me jump to that because we got to get to it. We got to get to Tyre Nichols because we're gonna get there as well.
Yes.
Have you just heard from your LT? No, not yet. I'm overwhelmed. More overwhelmed than you.
Stop drinking, but you was drinking sometime today. Man, Erica, man, I love that girl, man, and like, there's no reason for her to put me in this type of position because you're mad at me, dude.
Okay.
Now, do you see what that leads to, though?
So you told us that You would want to know the circumstance.
Right. But
Because there's a reason for everything.
exactly. So
So
what I'm saying is, you see what that leads to. That's not okay. You guys seem like you have a lot more understanding, right? Me going through just the legal system, that leads to, oh, now you got this charge. So then now I got to fight that charge on top of the other charge that I'm already fighting. Charges I shouldn't even have. So it still makes it more like not seeing light at the end of the tunnel, not being able to get out of jail, not being able to fix anything with what if I lose my house?
Now, he said already at the beginning, he ain't been working for about 6 or 7 months. So
Yeah,
now he's
exactly.
telling them, oh, well, what if I lose my house if you guys were able to put these charges on me, right?
But how are you paying for it if you're not working?
Because his
What's
mama
going
owns
on?
it. He already said his mother owns the house free and clear.
Ay.
But I'm just saying,
This
I don't want to play
dude
the
is a
whole thing, man, but
disaster, man. He's a
he was
definite
just
disaster.
lying and lying and lying. Oh, Vaughn, we
Yeah.
ain't seen nothing yet. I'm about to play some of his antics in court. Holy
Oh,
smokes.
wow.
So this genius decided, hey, you know what? I can represent myself better than any lawyer out here. I can represent myself. So he fired all his lawyers and
And you know
represented
what they
himself.
say about representing yourself, right?
What do they say, Vaughn? Just for those of us that don't
I
know.
believe they say that you have a fool for a client.
Right? Right?
When you represent yourself, right? Is that what they say?
That is what I've heard them say. It sounds right to me,
Wow.
right?
It makes
Okay, so
sense, especially if you're not versed on the law, and you just,
I mean,
up here all willy-nilly trying to make excuses.
This dude is just an idiot, man. Just an idiot. Okay, so I'm not gonna play the whole thing. The man was lying about everything. He lied about his girlfriend. They said, how you get to Wisconsin? Oh, I don't know. Some dude just took me to this dude's house. Well, whose house did you go to? Greg. Okay, well, how long you known Greg? A year. Okay, where does Greg live? I don't know. Well,
But
how
wait
did
a
you know to
minute.
pick Greg up? How did Greg know to pick you up and where to pick you up at? He just said he was gonna be at this corner at this time, and I just was there. I mean, it was just the way this dude was lying it was obvious, but
Wow.
to him, it looked like this makes sense, right?
Maybe listen, Brother Clarence, maybe it's the fact that they gave him a burger and a soda that
That's probably
caused
what
him
it
to
is,
open up.
man.
You know what I'm saying?
Maybe.
Hey, these guys are on my side.
Maybe. But let me tell you about the interrogation. Okay, so I'm telling you, the first thing you do is take your first Miranda right and remain silent. Yes, you probably gonna go do a night or two in jail. Yes, that's fine. But at least if you don't say anything, you're helping your case more than by
haven't
sitting there for 5 or
incriminated
10 hours talking and talking and talking.
Right.
You're just not gonna help yourself, right? So, but anyway, this guy thought, hey, I'm slick of these dudes. I'm gonna out-talk them, right? And he thought, hey, they don't even know about the fact that I ran over all them people at the parade. They think I'm in here for domestic abuse. But they already know that's what he's actually in there for. But they started out with the domestic violence thing to get him to relax.
Right. It was a tactic, right? It was
right.
It was a
Right.
tactic.
See, and he thought he was smarter than everybody, and he hurt his feelings that when he found out, hey man, but he knew it was something. He knew something was up, but he just didn't know what. All right.
I don't know, Brother Clarence. I mean, that burger and that soda, seemed like that made everything all right for him.
Nah, but he's just dumb. He's just dumb. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna get him out of this interrogation because he just lied throughout the whole interrogation, man. All right, so what we're gonna do is move to some of his antics in the courtroom. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna move to some of his antics in the courtroom just to show you how he was behaving in the courtroom and how it didn't help his case. Let's see.
I think I've seen this, but yeah, go ahead and play it.
Okay. We're gonna play some of it.
You sit here and do everything you're doing, and think God don't see what you're doing. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
This is when she had to kick him out of the courtroom.
Shocking. Well, with him forfeiting his right to present a further defense, the trial headed for the end a lot sooner than we anticipated. I mean, it would have been really something and very interesting to have Darrel Brooks testify, take the stand, and particularly be cross-examined. But alas, it was not meant to be, and given his non-compliance, we move forward with the closing arguments. This is the last attempt in closing arguments for both sides to persuade this jury to vote a certain way. Closing arguments are not evidence. They're basically a summation of the case. First up, prosecutor Sue Opper.
He had plenty of opportunity to just stop anywhere along the way. One of the officers.
Before I play this, I want to play something else because he okay.
Yeah, listen, Brother Clarence, I remember this.
You remember this trial?
I was just thoroughly taken back by this brother's you know, how he behaved.
He got big balls
Oh
on him, don't
man, just crazy, man. Just crazy.
He got.
But what do you expect,
balls
you
on
know,
him.
from someone who did such a heinous thing as he did? So,
all right, y'all. So what we're gonna do is look at there's 5 instances where this dude just got it all the hell wrong because he was being his own lawyer and he got it wrong. So we're gonna because see, dudes be thinking they gonna come in here with this whole I'm a sovereign citizen bullcrap, right? Shout out to Polite, right? Shout out to Young Pharaoh. I'm a sovereign citizen. You can't. I don't have to answer to my given name. No, that's why you signed a birth. That's why you got a birth certificate. That's why you got a birth certificate because they said, what can we call you? We ain't gonna call you human number 5,457. We're gonna call you by a name. We're gonna give you a name. What's the name that you want us to call this person by in case we have to work on behalf of this person? That's why you signing the birth certificate for your children. Because you telling the state, this is what you can call my child if you have to step in and do something for them, right? Okay, so we're gonna go through 5 times that Darrel Brooks thought he was the man.
You said you wanted to raise a legal issue. What's the legal issue?
The legal issue is how is the state allowed to coach?
You're assuming they spoke to them and coached them.
It's obvious. I'm not stupid.
Well, I disagree with that, sir.
We review when Waukesha Parade defendant Darrel Brooks, who represented himself, thought he knew the law, but got it so wrong. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse. No one said being a lawyer was easy, or maybe I should say trying to be a lawyer is not so easy.
Shout out to Big Riggs.
Who may be thinking about that right now? Darrel Brooks Jr. This is the man who was just found guilty of 76 criminal charges for driving a red SUV into a group of holiday parade goers out in Waukesha, Wisconsin back in November of 2021, killing 6 people, injuring dozens of others. This was a defendant who decided to fire his lawyers and actually represent himself. And despite all of the arguments that he tried to make, none of it worked for him. And the jury found him guilty across the board. So what we decided to do was to actually go through some of the key moments when Brooks thought that he knew the law, but got it so wrong. And listen, you don't go to 3 years of law school and pass the bar exam for nothing. As an attorney myself, let me tell you, this is a complicated practice, everybody. So where to start? I think the best place to start, and you might have guessed it, subject matter jurisdiction.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
The written decision that I previously entered is what I will stand on. I'm not going to address it any further.
Can we address subject matter jurisdiction and still has to be proven for the record?
I decline to do so.
Shout out to New Growth.
Including verified proof that you have subject matter jurisdiction? Because it has yet to be verified or proven.
Mr. Brooks, you keep making that statement, but it's a misstatement of the requirements in the law.
So it doesn't have to be
You are
proven?
going to get a written decision. That's how I'm addressing this. And then I'm going to have the jury brought out and just providing courtesy copies to the parties as I had an opportunity to finalize that over the break.
accept for value and return for value this document.
Thank you for noting that. All right, bring the jury out. State has its next witness, I presume, ready to go? All right. When the jury's brought out, you may call the witness.
Is that verified proof that you have subject matter jurisdiction?
The decision and order speaks for itself, sir.
Is it verified proof that you have it?
Sir, I believe it answers your questions.
I don't believe so.
Unequivocally.
There's no verified proof proven yet. There's no verified proof if we're in common law or admiralty law. What court is this?
Sir,
All right. He was representing himself, and he was representing, you're right, Satine. He was representing himself as a sovereign citizen. Shout out to Polite. Shout out to Young Pharaoh. He was a sovereign citizen. And we know how we know how the sovereign citizen situation went for him. Matter of fact, forget them two. Let's go back to the original ambient, which is Dr. Malachi York. No hate for him, but damn. I mean, the sovereign citizenship didn't work too good in none of them three cases, right? But some of these cats will try to pull the sovereign citizenship thing, and none of them have figured it out how to do it right?
You know, and it's crazy too, because Brother Clarence, it's kind of crazy too, because you know, for those of us who really don't know the law, you know, it actually sounds like he's talking about something that's legitimate. You see what I'm saying? For those of us who don't know the law at all, or that versed in it, you know, he says, "Hey, wait a minute, what about this?" Well, it doesn't sound like, you know, sound like he's trying to make a case, you know, but apparently he's way off.
Okay, well, the first one he did was subject matter jurisdiction. Now, subject matter jurisdiction, he said, well, you have to prove subject matter jurisdiction. So subject matter jurisdiction, I'm gonna give y'all the short version, because the guy is gonna explain the long version. But the short version is, you got to make sure the court has to the issue at hand before the court has to have jurisdiction over this issue. Right? For example, you're not going to have a civil court doing bankruptcies, right? A bankruptcy is going to be a bankruptcy court. You ain't going to have civil court doing criminal, right? Civil court is going to be doing civil. Criminal is going to be doing criminal, right? So that's what he was trying to say. Oh, somebody's got to prove to me that I'm doing that. I'm out here and I'm doing you know, you got to prove to me that you got subject matter jurisdiction over me because I'm a sovereign citizen. Therefore, you can't adjudicate me because I'm a sovereign citizen. So you don't have jurisdiction over me. That's what he's trying to say, right? Right? you got an O on that one, right? You got an O for that one, right? We O for so far, man. We O for so far, right? Okay, the next thing he's gonna do is say, I want to face my accuser. So let's go to that one. Facing his accuser, right? Which you have a right by the 6th Amendment to face your accuser.
Mm.
Let's see here.
Subject matter jurisdiction. Now, this is basically whether a court has the power authority one have jurisdiction over civil
and conclusion of law on this issue, for the grounds that I just stated. It was seen based on the 6th Amendment that I'm not being awarded the chance to face my accuser, which I'd be awarded that based on the 6th Amendment. If I'm not able to face my accuser, then how can a claim even stand? How can a claim be brought against my client if I'm not able to face the accuser?
Okay. So this is number 2. He says the 6th Amendment, he's supposed to be able to face his accuser. And he's right. He's supposed to be able to face his accuser according to the 6th Amendment, right? Okay, so, but the accuser in this case is the state of Wisconsin. This case is the state of Wisconsin versus Darrel Brooks, right?
Okay.
And now you're supposed to be able to face any witnesses or the person that you actually is you wronged. You're supposed to face those people. But the state is just bringing the case forward. They're bringing the case forward on behalf of the accusers. That is what the state is supposed to be doing. They're bringing the case forward on behalf of the accuser. State is not the accuser. The state is not the injured party. The state is bringing the case against you on behalf of those people. So he got that one wrong, right?
So you're saying, in other words, he has to face the state. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. And so he's saying there's no way the whole state can be in this room at the same time. Therefore, I can't face my accuser, right? I can't face my accuser because, number one, I'm a sovereign citizen. You can't accuse me anyway. But then let's say you can accuse me. I need to face my accuser, which is he's trying to say it's the state of Wisconsin is the one bringing the action. Therefore, I need to face the state. You can't get everybody in the state in this room. Therefore, I'm not being afforded my
well, how many, but listen, how many cases do they have where they say the state versus so and so, the state versus such and such, the state versus
all the time?
You know, so what would make you think that the entire state would have to, you know, be in the courtroom? You know,
but see,
apparently the courtroom system is representing the state, right?
Correct.
I mean, and listen, and I'm a dummy when it comes to the law, but I'm just saying that just seems like common sense, doesn't it?
And when she drew up the initial papers of how the court case was going to go, that everybody got copies of, she stated in there that she has the authority to judge, and also the state has the right to bring this case on behalf of the plaintiffs, right? And so he just got it, but he was trying to do this whole sovereign thing, sovereign citizen thing, and just confuse everything. But hey, look at the situation, Vaughn. This dude is fighting for his life, right?
Yeah, I could imagine exactly. But my question is, like, you know, where was he getting his information? You know, was he reading The Law Made Easy for Dummies, or like what was it?
I'm sure he had somebody on the outside that he was calling every day that was telling him, bring this up and bring that up and bring this up and bring that up. One of them, you know, corner drugstore lawyers, right? You know, we got in the black community, right? It's always some dude that, you know, knows the law better than the judge, right?
Yeah, well, listen, believe me, Brother Clarence, I watched this, and it was definitely
it was ridiculous, wasn't it?
It was painstaking to just,
oh man, it was ridiculous.
You know, especially when she threw down the sentence and how long it took her to, you know, say what she even had to say, the judge. But man, this is interesting. This is interesting.
I think he got like 1,000 years or something like that.
It was something like that. I can't even remember what it was, but I do remember the fact that you know, the judge took her time.
Oh yeah. Because
you remember that she took her time.
Yeah, I think he got like 20 years for each person killed, or 20 or 30 years for each person killed.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Or is it 80?
Oh yeah. He did get a lot of time.
He got like 1,000, and then he got time for everybody who got injured. That's over 70 people. So I mean, this dude, he got to do 500 years, you know, just to you know what I'm saying, just to get parole, right?
And
so
then, exactly. And then the numerous amount of time that they kicked him out of the court.
Yes,
out of the room.
Yes.
And I kept saying, okay, so why does this judge continue to? You know, it's like she's giving him chance after chance after chance, and you know, you could tell it's just not going to work. But let's hear the rest of it, Brother Clarence, because it is quite interesting.
Oh man, this dude is funny. All right, so what he did wasn't funny, but he himself is a character. Okay, hold on, Vaughn. Sister Annie says, right? Does that court have the authority to review the case before them? Yeah, she said that in Sister Annie, she wrote out the paperwork, because I guess before the case gets started, everybody has to get documents or whatever, right? So she said she put in in the documents that the court had jurisdiction, the court had you know, everything was, all the T's and I's are crossed, T's are crossed, I's dotted, everything was dotted at that time. Shout out to Risa, by the way. Shout out to Risa. Okay, so so then he said, is that like saying the state is acting on behalf of individuals that are unable to defend themselves directly. Sometimes they will, right? Sometimes, Sister Annie, there'll be a case and the person who actually got injured or who had the issue, they won't want to bring charges, right? But the state will on their behalf. They're a reluctant witness, they'll call them, but on their behalf, they will bring charges against somebody. They do this with repeat offenders, right? Dude beating up his girl, beating up his woman, beating up his woman, beating up his woman, and the woman go, I don't want to press no charges, right? The neighbor's actually the one called the police on him, but when they get to court, I don't really want to press no charges, right? Okay. So the state say, nah, this is the third time you've been in this court over the same charge. We pressing it. And the woman say, I don't want to say, well, that's okay. We got the reports from the last times. So we don't even need you, right? Sometimes it happens like that. But the state is the one that can press the case on behalf of whoever. They can press the court. The state is the lawyer for the person, right? And that's the state, because normally two people ain't gonna go to court and I'm suing you, Sister Annie, right? We're gonna have legal representation. Your lawyer is gonna represent you. My lawyer is gonna represent me. Well, the state is the lawyer representing the person. So the lawyer is not the party that's actually involved in with the dispute. They are representing the person that's involved with this dispute, if that clears up anything. All right, y'all, let's get to it, because Mr. Brooks got some other goodies to get to. So we got to subject matter jurisdiction. That got kicked out. Facing his accuser. That got kicked out. Oh, his objections. Oh, my gosh. Let's get to the objections. Let's see. Okay.
Totally wrong. The Wisconsin legislature supports the state bringing this action. So he can cross-examine any of the state's witnesses. He would immediately shout out, grounds, grounds, grounds.
Do you even know the state of Wisconsin?
Objection.
Grounds.
Negative.
Grounds.
Sustained.
So it will be also fair to state that you are not an injured party in this matter, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Are you aware what a plaintiff is?
Objection relevant.
Grounds.
They are super popular in Korea. They have over 350 stores. Blackpink is actually in partnership with them. We're going to try.
Sustained.
Grounds for the
Wait a minute. Hold on. Put it on pause for a second. Did he say, are you aware of even what a plaintiff is?
Yes.
What did he just say?
Yes.
Now, mind you, this is a court of law, right?
Yes.
So I could imagine that the majority of people that fill the room would probably know what that is. So I don't.
Maybe a cop might. Maybe a cop might know what a plaintiff is, right?
Exactly. Listen, this brother was reaching beyond measure. He was reaching.
Thank you, Sister Eddie. I appreciate you. I don't know if they're single, but you can ask, right? According to Darrel Brooks, you can get them in a room and ask them, Sister Annie, if they're single. Is the state of Wisconsin single? I don't know. Got to ask them, Sister Annie. You can get them all in the room and ask them, right? Are you guys single? All right, y'all. We're gonna. So this was the one objection. So he kept objecting, and the other person, if they would object to his line of questioning, he kept saying grounds. Now what that means is he's trying to get the judge to tell him why she's either sustaining an objection or throwing it out, right? So he keeps saying ground, but the judge, what he don't know is the judge is not tied legally to have to tell you that. You're supposed to be a lawyer. You're supposed to know why it got thrown out. But nice try, right?
Wow.
Then he said, you asked for a county, you know, a county that's looking for a state. Ay, Sister Annie. We got to work on you first, girl. We got to put some good brothers around you and see what's gonna happen. All right, so let's get to that was objections, right? Okay, so the next thing this knucklehead did was he decided, Vaughn, when they ask me, am I going to am I going to, they asked him, was he going to, since he was his own lawyer, he was asking, is he going to testify? Even though he's his own lawyer, is he going to testify? He made the right decision not doing that, because the prosecution would have towed his behind up. They would have towed his behind up, right? Because, you know, they had so much information, background information on this dude. You know, this dude was a sex offender out there in Las Vegas.
Wow, I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, he got convicted of a sex offense back,
I didn't even
back
know
in
that. I didn't
07.
know that.
Back in 07. And so what he was trying to do at one point in the show, I mean, in one point in the hearing, is he was going to throw all this dirt on the mother of the baby, right? Mother, his child's mother, the person who actually got into it with before he ran all those people over, right? The person who he had got into a fight with, not fight, fist fight, but he had got into an altercation with her, and he got mad and ran all those people over, right? Okay. That lady, he was going to try to discredit her by saying she's a bad mother and this and that and this and that, even though in an interrogation, he talked about how great of a mother she was, right? Then he turned around and said, well, she got all her kids taken away. I mean, it was just a trip, right? So anyway, he was going to discredit her by bringing up this stuff, right? And so the prosecution said, if he brings that up, we're going to bring up this other stuff about his past. We're going to bring up his arrest record. We're going to bring up all this other stuff. And so he was cool until the dude said, you know, he's a registered sex offender. Oh boy, this dude blew up like somebody else we know yesterday. Holy smokes, man. This dude blew up.
Well, you know, listen, you know, we always talk about these trigger words, right?
Yeah, man. I mean,
You know how people get triggered, right?
I do know, man. I've seen it happen a couple times, man.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
just saying. So so you're saying that the brother got triggered because someone said something.
Oh man. He handled everything so poorly, man. Get yourself a lawyer, y'all. If you got to go to court, get yourself a lawyer.
And absolutely, who was advising him? That's my question. And I know you mentioned, you said, well, he probably had somebody that he was talking to. I would just wonder who that person was. Were they just as ignorant as he is, or like
somebody on Sinetta TV, man? One of them cats on Sinetta TV. Hey, yeah, I'm one of them cats that's over there to talk about sovereign, being a sovereign citizen, right? Hey, polite. Hey, Pharaoh. How do I do it? What do I do? Right? Man, come on, man. Stop. All right, so we're gonna watch the rest of this because we gotta get Tyre Nichols. All right, let's see. That was grounds, and I think this was gonna be lack of interpretation. So this is at the point where the guy is not going to say whether he's going to come on the stand or not as a witness or whatever. I think that's what it is. It's something like that. And because he's gonna give her a straight answer, she's just gonna declare no. Okay, well then we just gonna put you down for a negative then. And then he's gonna say, well, you can't say what I would do, and you can't. And she's like, we're asking you what you're gonna do. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm asking you, are you gonna do it or not? Well, I don't want to answer. It's not a question you cannot answer. Either you got to answer it or I got to interpret your answer. Period. All right, here we go.
At your request, but I may not do that at all times. In fact, you're asking me to provide that explanation and really highlight for the jury the court's opinion on relevance. That's why we don't state that. There's an objection. It's
Meet Dialpad's mom.
A party here, sir, that when you ask for the grounds, you're asking me to state a legal conclusion in front of the jury.
Now, as we've mentioned before, Brooks was highly combative and disruptive with the court. So much so that Judge Darrow had to actually kick Brooks out of court, and he was placed in an adjoining courtroom with a monitor and audio system so he could hear and see and communicate when necessary. And by law, a defendant does have a
How can you coerce me into my right to remain silent? It's violating my right to remain silent. How can you coerce me into my right to remain silent? So you're not going to protect my constitutional rights? Because I didn't answer nothing that you was trying to ask me before when I had the headphones on, and you can't make a decision for me. You can't do that. You're violating my constitutional rights.
Sir, if you'd like to testify, then you need to simply go through the colloquy with this court, which I've given you 3 opportunities to do, and you have decided not to.
No, you can't tell me what I decided to do because I didn't decide to do or not do anything.
So, yes, it is a defendant's choice to testify. It is a defendant's right to testify. No one can make that decision except the defendant himself or herself. But this constitutional right is not absolute. The judge wasn't coercing Brooks to testify. She was simply asking him what he wanted to do. She was ordering him to answer. She has to know one way or another. He can't just hold it up by not answering. And his refusal to answer whether he wanted to testify or not is interpreted as his silence is interpreted as giving up that right. Now, while I could go into multiple other examples where Brooks misunderstood or misstated the law, there is one last big one we have to talk about. And that is when it came time to presenting a closing argument to the jury. You see, Brooks wanted to argue, and I should say over the objection of the prosecution and order of the court, did in fact try to argue jury nullification.
I should be allowed to, then if that's the case, then I should be allowed to tell the jury what they need to know, which is the truth. That they have the power. They have the power to nullify laws they don't agree
You
with.
are absolutely not allowed to tell the jury that. There's a jury instruction that I will have ready to go if you even attempt to raise the issue of jury nullification, sir. You have absolutely no right to raise that. That is clear under the law.
I can raise what I want to raise.
You should be informed that you have the power to nullify any law that you don't agree with.
Objection, move to strike the statement.
Sustained.
Objection.
I will strike from the record the last statement made by the defendant. The jury will disregard it.
Which is clearly what I've been saying.
All right, y'all. So, this knucklehead decided, hey, what he's going to do is say, okay, Sans, I can't dispute the evidence. I can't dispute everything that happened, the video, the testimony, the eyewitnesses. I can't dispute any of that. So what I'm going to do is tell the jury that the jury should find a reason why they should nullify something that happened or nullify the whole proceeding, right? I mean, nice try, but no. So this guy made a lot of mistakes. And we as Black people make a lot of mistakes, man, because we don't think about the law in a way that will help us win. We think about it in a way where we're trying to just get past it, right? But laws are here to keep us safe, right? Laws are here to keep us safe, keep order, where the police don't have to be on every corner. The police don't have to be at every place, right? That's what laws are for. And if you break a law, they have a place where they take you and they decide based on the circumstances if you are intentionally broke it or if it was an unintentional situation, or they decide what was actually going on to the best of their ability, and then they give you punitive measures based on that. They don't think it was punitive. They don't think it's anything that you did wrong. It was out of your control that you had to do whatever. Then the punitives is gonna match that, right? They don't think you did anything. They're not gonna give you any punitive damage. They're not gonna give you any punitive restrictions or anything to deal with punitively, right? But if they do, like this guy intentionally ran over all those people, but I was mad. Don't matter that you was mad at your girlfriend. You ran over and matter of fact, you took out 6 of them, right? Ain't no oops, I forgot, I'm sorry. Ain't gonna work. This dude wasn't really, this clown wasn't really sorry about none of that stuff. Anyway, he was more concerned about himself. And he talked himself into some Moses years, man, into some Methuselah years, right? I think the guy walked away with about 700, 800 years, right? And I think you got to do half of that time, and I think that's the state charge. I don't even know if the feds are coming after him. But why waste the money? The dude already got 800 years, right? The feds probably could come after him for violating those people's civil rights. But why waste that money when this dude already, they don't need to put no more time on his back. He ain't never going to see the light of day again. Thank God, right? But don't represent yourself. That's the lesson from this one. Don't represent yourself. Get a lawyer, get a qualified lawyer, and let a lawyer help you. Don't represent yourself in court, man. That's the worst place to represent yourself. I'm telling you, there's two places you don't want to represent yourself, and none of y'all are gang members, so you don't have to worry about the second one. But the first one is in court. If you're a gang member, the second place that you're gonna do bad representing yourself is at a DP, right? At a disciplinary situation in the middle of that, in the middle of the gang. Nah, you don't want to represent yourself. You want somebody of some stature to be able to speak up for you, right? And if that person ain't there, just knuckle up, man. Knuckle up. Make sure you can cover up everything, right? Okay, this is Darrel Brooks. We're gonna bring Darrel Brooks down. We're gonna get into some real serious stuff. All right, we're gonna move over here to Tyre Nichols. So let me do this. Let me bring up okay, let me do this, man. Let me do this. We got the Tyre Nichols situation. So who is Tyre Nichols? This is Tyre Nichols, man. This is the guy that had the issue. So we just gonna play it. Okay, yeah, we know that. Okay. What happened? Okay. Oh man, it was just playing. Now it's not playing. I guess too many people are looking at it, huh? All right, let's do it this way. Let's play this one. Oh, they're not letting me play it. Oh, okay, here we go. Here we go.
Is it ethical to take free money from the government? A lot of small businesses are grappling with this question as they learn about the ERC.
City employees have faced consequences in the wake of Nichols' killing. The latest, 2 EMTs and a fire department lieutenant have now been fired. So that's 3 in the fire department. And a 7th Memphis officer has been relieved of duty. Last week, 5 of those 7 officers were charged with second-degree murder and assault for Nichols' death. CNN's Ryan Young has the latest from Memphis. Also here, CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller. Ryan, first, the discrepancies between the video and this initial report. Talk to us about them.
Yeah, something that we're still digging into. And of course, you guys can ask John about this later. But I've been talking to Memphis Police Department officers today, and they've been telling me that when you file an initial police report, you also include a use of force part of the report as well. So if you had to escalate, maybe go hands-on or use some type of force, you usually include that in the police report. But these discrepancies kind of stand out to us as we've watched this video over and over. We'll take you through some of them. It says Nichols was an aggravated assault suspect, so that stood out to us as well. And then it said he was sweating profusely and irate upon exiting the vehicle. As we watched that video, you saw the officers actually approach that car with a lot of force. And then it says Nichols grabbed for Detective Martin's gun, and then Martin listed as a victim in this case. Of course, we don't see that initial pull for any officer's weapon. And then it says Nichols pulled on an officer's duty belt, and there's no mention of the kicking or punching of him. And again, after talking to an officer who's worked in this police department for quite some time, he said that would be listed in that incident report at some time. Of course, not only have we called to see the full report that was initially put in, We also have asked for that seventh officer name that hasn't been released just yet. So there's still a lot of questions surrounding this initial report that has come out.
Okay, so John, are discrepancies like this in police reports common?
Well, there's nothing common about this incident because the report does not reflect what happened. So it's more than discrepancies. But Allison, it seems that as if they have built into the narrative a series of justifications. And it's interesting that you hear them mouth some of those at the end of the beating on tape, as if they're building a story that goes somewhere other than we dragged a guy out of a car and started beating him and didn't stop till he was in a fatal
Meaning
condition.
the part about he grabbed the gun. I think he grabbed the gun. I think he grabbed the gun. Like it starts to take on a life of its own.
Even more than that, because when you heard them talking in that scene we just played, one of them says, I said, hey, brother. And, he came out of the car and bam. Now, we've all seen that first video.
Right.
They're screaming at him before he's ever out of the car. And he's saying, what did I do? What did I do? I'm getting on the ground. Okay, okay. So they're constructing a false narrative that is false from the beginning, not just the elements they add at the end.
But they also know that they're being recorded, that there's a body cam that both is picking up the story, but also has the...
All right, y'all. So, in a Tyre Nichols situation, Tyre Nichols situation, okay? What did we say the last time we went over the Tyre Nichols situation? I said you have the right to stop where you feel is safe. You have that right. The CHP officer that got that case to the Supreme Court. I don't know if it's the Supreme. No, it wasn't the Supreme Court, but got the law changed. The law was changed after this guy, because he killed he murked this lady. What he would do, this guy Craig Pyre, let me look his name up. Make sure I got it right. Let's see, CHP officer. Let's see. I don't want to tell y'all something that let's see, I think it's Craig Pyre. Craig Pyre. Yeah, Craig Pyre. All right. Let's see. Let me bring y'all over here. Okay. Okay. This is the man, Craig Pyre. Craig Pyre. He was a CHP. He had all these awards. He had done. He was the person when the local news would always go to him on safety driving. Nobody saw it coming. What he would do is he had a little strip of road out on the outskirts of town or whatever. He would pull women that were drunk and late at night over in this side of the road and ARP them. He would ARP them, and then they would just leave, right? And so he got away with it for a while, for a couple of years. And then one girl that he did this to, she was going off on him as she was going back to her car rather, because I guess he was ARPing them in his car and then sending them back to their car, right? So she was saying, I'm going to tell my dad, I'm going to tell my brothers, I'm going to tell everybody, and so this dude panicked, pulled his pistol out and killed her, right? Because of that case, went to court. The legislature changed it where you don't have to pull over when they pull you over. You can pull over where you feel is safe, right? You feel is safe. That's where you pull over at. Don't pull over where they take, because I'm telling y'all, man, I done did this so many times, and they say, why you didn't pull over where we told you to pull over? I'm not pulling over where you told me. I'm pulling over right over here at this bus stop with all these people around. That's where I'm pulling over. You ain't gonna pull me over behind no closed liquor store at 12 o'clock at night. Nah, buddy. You're gonna have to find somebody else to go for that one. I ain't going for the okie doke, right? Don't go for the okie doke, y'all. If they pull you over, make sure they pull you over someplace where it's well lit and there's lots of people moving by, right? All right, that's the first thing I want to get over on talking about Tyre Nichols, right? What's another one? How to behave on a traffic stop. When you get in stop on a traffic stop, just be calm. Because if you get all agitated, the cop is gonna get all agitated, right? The calmer you are, the calmer they are. And you gotta understand, a cop is like a tank coming towards you, right? They got a bulletproof vest, they got a side weapon, they got a taser, they probably got some type of knife or something behind them, they got a hideaway weapon on the ankle, right? You outmatched, you outgunned. And guess what? Guess what? Just like they try to do in Tyre Nichols' situation, they're gonna tell you, they're gonna make their story stick, right? They're gonna make their story stick. That's why you gotta be calm. Be calm. Be calm, especially when you're around. Well, now it don't matter. If you're around any of these police officers, be calm, because if you don't be calm, you could be facing not only a lot of hurt, but you could be facing death. And so we don't want that. The third thing is call someone. Like, so the officer pulls you over and they coming over to your car. You dial your mama and leave it on speaker and let your mama hear everything and tell your mama, record this call. And so the officers see you on the phone. So this is one of the things they're gonna say. They're gonna say, turn that phone off. You're gonna be able to say, no, it's my right to have the phone on. It's my property. Or they're gonna reach for the phone. They can reach for it. They can ask you for your phone. They can say, give it to me, I'm gonna turn it off. Or they can ask you to turn it off. They can ask you to turn it off. But your right is to have it on. You can say, no, I feel more comfortable with the phone on. My mom is on the phone. I wanted to hear this whole exchange. Just trying to protect the both of us, right? You're really trying to protect yourself, but tell them like they tell you, hey, I'm just trying to protect both of us, right? See, when they hear you talk like that, they know you got a little sense. They're going to say, hey, this dude ain't the one to play with, right? Couple more, y'all. When to comply and not to comply. I will. Okay, let me drop the link, Patrice. Patrice said, drop the link, Claire. Drop that link. All right.
By the way, brother, it's good to be back.
Yeah, damn, what happened to you, man? I thought,
listen,
you in the Twilight Zone, man.
Listen, I was sitting here and all of a sudden, all of the power went out and it just came back on.
Happened. I figured something like that happened.
It went off and then it just came back on.
Yeah.
And so, now everything has to reboot. And, my son, of course, when the internet goes out, the kids go running out the room.
Right. They're crazy.
Dad,
right? Oh, right.
Dad, what's going on?
Right. All right. Shout out to Patrice. Okay, so I got a couple more, y'all. A couple more. Let's see. So now you're on the phone with your mama. Now, when to comply and not to comply. You should always comply with what they ask, as long as they're not asking you to do something that is against your religion, right? Or something that is against your personal beliefs that you should do, right? For example, they tell you get out of the car and put your hands on the hood. Okay. All right. I'm willing to do all of that. You move slowly and do that, right? But when they say, hey, get out of the car, come into these woods with me. Come on to these woods. Oh, no, you don't need your phone. You don't need anything. Step over here, right? They try to drag you into the woods or try to, do something crazy. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. And you're in compliance. You comply. Say, tell them, I'm willing to comply with every reasonable request that you give to me. But if you do try, but that request is not reasonable. I shouldn't have to go with you 500 yards into some woods. So, who knows what's going to happen to me over there, right? Just explain to them. With the way you talk to them will let them know whether they should proceed with some silliness with you or not, right? And the last one I want to get is a question to ask when you're being detained, okay? When you're being detained, they're questioning you. Hey, you know what? Somebody just broke into some apartments over here around the corner. You know anything about that? No, I don't know anything about that. Am I free to leave? Right? Always ask, am I free to leave? Am I free to leave? Am I under arrest? If so, what are the charges? Oh, I don't have no charges. Okay, no, you're not under arrest yet. Okay, am I free to leave? Just keep asking that question. Am I free to leave? Am I free to leave? They say, okay, yeah, go ahead and go. See, they know, man, by the way you talk to them, whether they're gonna keep jamming you up with some drama, right? They know better, right? All right, we got Patrice up here now. Patrice, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, brothers? How y'all doing this evening?
So far, so good. So far, so good, sis.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Awesome.
I'm gonna bring up your video, Patrice, right now.
Okay.
Boom, here we
It's
go.
it's so much to unpack with this, you know.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just
it's a lot. It's a lot.
All right, Patrice. You have anything you want to say before we get started on this video?
Yeah, just upon me doing a little bit more research and finding out that, you know, lots more people was involved in this young man's demise, unfortunately, and it's trickled down to some deputy sheriffs out there, some EMTs, all have been relieved of duties. So it's a whole what do you call it, trickle down effect within the departments from deputy sheriffs to EMTs, like everybody that's involved in any form of law enforcement, that was either on the scene, had something to do with the transportation, transport, witnessed, anything to do with this case is now under investigation, and more people are coming to light as being involved in trying to cover up this whole thing. So yeah, I mean, this is one of my favorite commentators on YouTube, retired Sergeant Cheryl Dorsey. You guys check her out. She has a YouTube channel. I love her. She breaks down and gives a full analysis on the culture of policing, and just from her own experience, and also as give us a full-on analysis of how police culture and policing work in our communities, and unfortunately not in our favor.
Oh man! All right, we're gonna play some of Sister Dorsey's comments. Let's play them right now.
Nichols. By now, you probably know the broad outlines of this story. Nichols was repeatedly beaten, kicked, and pepper sprayed by Memphis police officers. It was all caught on body camera footage that was released on Friday. We'll talk about the ethics of publishing that footage coming up. But first, let's talk about the culture of policing and how it led to Nichols' death. Cheryl Dorsey is a retired LAPD sergeant and author of the book Black and Blue, The Creation of a Social Advocate. Welcome back to Press Play.
Thank you.
Well, the officers involved were in this elite unit, which was called the Scorpion Unit. It's now been disbanded, but it was created about a year and a half ago. And in the past, the police chief praised it for helping lower crime in the city. So I want you to address this unit and these types of units. What is behind the creation of them, and do they actually reduce crime?
Well, it's a specialized unit that was created to have a group of officers who are not tied to radio calls, who can go out and be proactive and do, what we call observation type activities. You see something that looks suspicious, you've got probable cause to detain a person, you do. And, traffic stops can sometimes be a part of that if you can legitimately find a reason. The vehicle code, certainly here in California, is massive, and all you need is to find someone who's making a right turn and they didn't signal within the last 100 feet or, no light on your license plate. Any little ticky-tack thing gives you a reason to engage someone. And a lot of times, particularly late night when the elephant hunters are out, those guys from the Scorpion Unit, you might run across somebody who's got a gun and maybe on their way to engage in criminal activity, or you may encounter someone who's got drugs on them and is involved in narcotics activity. So they have a purpose. The problem with this unit is you have a lot of young officers and no supervisors out there watching them.
Right. And so I've read that the training was basically a PowerPoint training presentation for 3 days, maybe 1 day of target practice and another additional day of some kind of training, and off they went. Is that normal, or are these units there are these units in cities across the country? Are these units usually subjected to more rigorous training?
Well, listen, there's 18,000 police departments in the United States, and every one is not big like LAPD and NYPD, and budgets are certainly different as well. But you have in Chief C.J. Davis, a woman with 20 plus years as a law enforcement officer, having been an administrator on 3 different police departments. And so you would expect that she knows a thing or two about a thing or two. And for her to create this unit and give it the name Scorpion, which sounds aggressive in and of itself, stack and fill it with a bunch of inexperienced, unsupervised miscreants is a formula for disaster. She's setting these officers up to fail, and to think that all they had was a PowerPoint display to look at before they went out into the community. And then we now are hearing that there are community members who have been complaining about this unit and no investigations were done. And so she's just as culpable. She has failed humanity as well by not investigating those officers. She's allowed this fire to smolder for over a year. And now we have the loss of a life that probably could have been saved had she done her job.
Does it matter? A lot of people were saying, look, racial diversity is one answer to these incidents. If you have more people of color in uniform, you would have fewer of these kinds of problems. But here, of course, all the officers were Black. Does race matter at all when it comes to these kinds of things?
Not in my opinion, because you have officers who are caught up in the culture. You have officers who are, in this instance, drunk with power. They understand that they're not supervised. They've been out there behaving this way for probably the entire year and a half that they've been out there, just jumping out of the car, pulling people out, mistreating them, manhandling them, and then they jump back in their cars and off they go. And so when you have a small unit like this, you have officers who spend, 8 or 10 hours together every day. And it's like the Three Musketeers, one for all for one. They all speak the same, they look the same, they walk the same. And it's important in a small unit and any police department to know, can I trust my partner? Is he gonna back me? That's a big thing in patrol. My partner gonna back me? If I tell a lie, are they gonna acquiesce that lie? Well, we see that everybody who was on the scene for that fatal beating of Tyre Nichols was perfectly in lockstep with one another as they lied about the probable cause for the stop, reckless driving, that didn't occur. And the reason for the continued beating, there was no resistance, there was no non-compliance, it was simply punishment.
And what do you make of the fact that they were wearing body cameras? So these also are supposed to dissuade officers from taking brutal action. And yet, I guess they didn't seem to care that they were being recorded.
Well, I think what happened is, and I've seen this happen during my 20 years in patrol as an officer and a sergeant, officers get in a zone. And, you're hyped up, adrenaline is running, you've been chasing this person, over the fence, here and there, and then you finally catch up with them and you're happy that you caught them if you have a legitimate reason and you think they're a bad doer. But in some instances, there's an unwritten, unspoken rule, and some officers will punish you once they catch you at the end of a foot pursuit. And so they just forget. They forget that there's a camera, they forget that they're being recorded. And in this instance, it seems like they really just didn't even care, because now we know that there were deputies from Shelby County who came up on scene. They don't have a relationship with that agency, I'm assuming, and they weren't even bothered by another police department seeing them engage in this kind of.
All right, y'all. What y'all think? Shout out to Dr. Hood, by the way. Shout out to Risa and Dr. Hood and Jill, by the way. What y'all think?
Yeah, I mean, let's unpack it. Just what she said. Starting with the whole presence of the culture of policing in America. We see that it doesn't matter the skin color. Yeah, we know that disproportionately our brothers and sisters have been killed by, other color, Caucasian or Hispanic, but the culture itself is embedded in in policing in America, unfortunately. And there is people that look like us that has definitely acquiesced into that, has definitely acquiesced into the ideology, the conditioning of, that white supremacist ideology, that originally came from them. Our own people now have accepted and indoctrinated themselves into that. And unfortunately, that's what's happening all over America in a lot of police departments, specifically in urban low-income neighborhoods where they have these type of special units that's created by people like us to, quote unquote, supposed to make you safer in the neighborhood, to protect you in the neighborhood, and to provide a sense of safety and trust within the neighborhood. And unfortunately, that's not what's happening, because they're being told that these places are war zones. So go in there with the attitude is, pow, pow first and ask questions later. So the mentality of using your authority to abuse and using your power to abuse is the norm. It's not unfortunately, it's the norm. It's not the exception. And when we have things like this happening, we have to unpack it and start at the top, because the weakest link in your organization and your group is a reflection of you as a leader. So when we are looking at CJ Davis, who is the chief of police, and I don't know if you guys ever researched this woman and did your homework on her, but I did. And I was on another platform, and Judge Joe Brown, who actually is running for mayor in Memphis, talked about her like over 2 years ago when the incident happened with her in Atlanta. She was the chief of police in Atlanta that got fired because she helped protect and covered up a crime for a fellow sergeant of police's husband who was a pedophile of the Caucasian persuasion. She helped cover up and protect it. Oh, y'all didn't know that? I think this was around. I thought this was around in 2006 or something, somewhere around in there in Atlanta. She was the chief of. That's why she lost her job in Atlanta. That's why she got fired in Atlanta. But see, this is the thing that they do. Guess what? Now, she got fired. But again, this is where the whole thing with qualified immunity and decertification comes in. She was allowed to just leave quietly. Well, it was some ruckus going on about it. I don't know how you guys missed it, but it happened in Atlanta. And she was allowed to kind of leave quietly, low key. And then she moved to North Carolina, guys, and she became the chief of police in North Carolina after this whole incident in Atlanta. So when I tell you they put people that look like us as token people in these positions, but they literally do not have our best interests at heart. Okay. They'll just give us a person and say, see, we put a color person in there. We put a black person in there. See, so you can't complain because we put a black woman in there. But unfortunately, this sister goes after that fiasco in Atlanta. She goes to North Carolina. She's there for a few years. She's chief of police there. And then a 92-year-old woman ended up getting murked on a no-knock warrant under her tenure as well. A 92-year-old woman. So when you're looking at a pattern of behavior, of cover-ups, of being swept under the rug. So now in Atlanta, she had this special unit called Red Dogs. They terrorized the low-income, impoverished neighborhoods in Atlanta, had many, many, many complaints. And guess what? They disbanded that one. Now she goes to North Carolina. This situation happened with the no knock, and a 92-year-old woman lost her life under her tenure for that. Guess what, guys? She still don't get fired. She still don't get forced to resign. She then goes to said Memphis, Tennessee, and she creates the Scorpion Special Unit, right?
Yeah.
So now she got these same bunch of hoodlum guys that is not seasoned, immature men, or animals, I should say, because they act more like animals. Ever did Tyre did not at all, and then she creates this Scorpion unit with these guys, and now they're terrorizing the low income neighborhoods, which are predominantly Black, because Memphis is like, I think 60% Blacks, in Memphis, Tennessee. And she creates this. This is her creation. This is her tenured. This is her supervision of these guys, in which she do not do her job. So now you get this Tyre Nichols situation under her tenure. And lo and behold, she had reprimanded 3 of those officers that were in the Scorpion unit that are now in prison, right? She reprimanded them. But guess what she did? She promoted a couple of them, and then she hired them to do this special tactic unit called the Scorpions. Now you got people in Memphis, Tennessee complaining about the same thing they complained about in Atlanta, that these guys are terrorizing our neighborhoods. They are using their power to abuse us, beat us up, and do all these nefarious things to us under her tenure. And guess what? Nothing happens. She does nothing about those complaints. So when I tell y'all this sister needs to go, she needs to go. And this whole thing of rushing in there to fire them and all of that, that's just politic propaganda where she's trying to cover her anus. This sister.
Okay, well, let me just say this. If I could. I just want to add to what you're saying. I knew it would be a matter of time before they go after this sister, because I believe that's forthcoming, that they will probably and they will probably go after her, because I believe that they're going to go up the chain until they get to whoever the chief or the leader is. They have to take some type of onus for this. Now, it was a strategic move that she made by having these individuals fired immediately, and everything that she did immediately. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, when we look at her history, and I was able to all of the things that you mentioned, Patrice, and I'm so glad you brought all of those circumstances and issues up, is that when you look back at her history, you say, well, wow, this person had a kind of a shady past. You know what I'm saying? Not that all of us have never had a shady past, but I'm just saying, but what I believe is that eventually, in the future, I believe that they will probably be going after her as well. As you see, they did fire some other law enforcement individual a little bit later than they did those 5. You see what I'm saying? I believe he was a white officer. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but they did fire him, and then they moved on from that to say, hey, well, who else was involved?
Well, they didn't fire him.
They didn't fire him yet. They didn't fire him yet.
Which means
anyway, okay. So let me just say this: it was mentioned that there was some type of reprimand or something there involving this officer.
He's off the street.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, and then also they went from that to the emergency medical technicians, the EMTs, as to how they responded, the EMS system, how they responded to the situation. So now they're kind of removing some of them. And as you see, they're kind of moving up the ladder a little bit. And eventually they, one would think you would have to question, if you are in charge. And see, here's the thing. Let's not pull the wool over our eyes. Are you saying that you're in charge and you have absolutely no idea as to what's going on, those that are up under you? Do you mean that your position doesn't entail for you to understand what are these units doing, what are the complaints, what needs to be better about it. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, just like the Celebrity Apprentice when that came on, the onus always fell on who?
The
The
one in
project,
charge.
the project,
Captain.
the
The
project
captain.
manager.
Yep.
But see, now what I understand is that she had people under her. She had different management under her. And see, so the sword may fall on them before it gets to her. So I don't know. We just have to
She
sit
was
back and
over
see.
them. She was over them. She was over these officers for the Scorpion unit. That was her creation. The same way she did in Atlanta with the Red Dogs, she created that special unit as well. And that
Well,
special unit
yeah,
disbanded for the
yeah,
same
she's
thing. They were
definitely going to
wreaking
get some
havoc on the
backlash.
community.
Well, let me ask y'all a question.
I believe that she's definitely going to eventually get some type of backlash.
Okay,
I would
let
be
me ask y'all-
surprised if she didn't.
Let me ask y'all a question. You two seem to me pretty intelligent most of the time, right? So
For the
let me
most part.
ask y'all a question. All right, so
Depends on what day of the week you
It's
ask
more than
me.
myself.
Depends on what day of the week it is.
I told y'all Teresa's silly. I told y'all that. I told y'all already. So y'all watch it. Okay, so let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all think that now she had a police department, and you take the people that you got, and you say, okay, I got these way super testosterone filled dudes. Let me make a unit for them, so I can put them someplace where they can, they can put that to work. You think that that's what she called herself doing, is saying, let me take these dudes that are out here and they doing what, because they can't really control themselves. We can use their aggressiveness, but in another setting. Let's put them over here in another setting. And that way I can call them the unit and they can do their thing out there as long as they don't create no problems. You think
But
that's what you thought?
But bro,
I don't know. It's hard to say, Brother Clarence.
But
I don't know. But I will say this. And recently, and we're having debates about. There was a particular brother, Jason, whatever his name is, and he tried to refer to their actions as a result of single Black women, but he also the way that he phrased it in so many terms. If you really listen to what he was saying, is he somehow saying that because they were under the leadership of a woman, this is why these things this is why these things occurred?
Single Black woman. He said single Black woman, and she's married. So that statement was idiotic on Jason's part, right? So when to answer your question, bro, Clarence, when you said it. You used the keyword aggression. So these are guys that have problem. They have massive aggressiveness in the community. So why would I take these guys and say, oh, I'm gonna create a unit where they can go and get their aggressiveness off on? Because guess who they're gonna take it out on? Guess who they did take it out on? Instead of saying, no, especially the 3 that she had already reprimanded, and say, no, you need therapy. You need to learn how to de-escalate. You need to take classes, special training and classes to where you can deal with your aggressiveness. If you need to take off vacation, go on furlough, whatever you need to do. She did everything but that. She threw these men into and created a unit for them to continue to be aggressive and use their authority of power over a community that they wreaked havoc on for a year before the Tyre Nichols situation happened. And you had
so it's definitely documented that there were issues prior to this young man's incident, or the thing that happened with Tyre. They have a history of doing mayhem, right?
That's what I was saying.
Is that correct?
That's why she
here's
put
my
them.
problem.
Let me just hide them over here.
But here's the thing. Come on, if you're the chief, why are you not aware of these things?
Oh, she was. Now, I mean, if she reprimanded,
listen,
if she reprimanded 3 of them, is she not aware?
Right, but listen, you can't just make a drastic move just because now some things have been exposed. it's also going to be exposed that these things took place prior. So absolutely, what is your onus in it, Chief? You see what I'm saying? Now, listen, I'm not trying to judge this sister. I'm just saying, I have questions. I do have questions. You know what I'm saying? Because she's up under a rule herself.
Yeah, a rule
she's up under a rule herself.
A rule of the same culture where you hide and sweep these nefarious acts of your fellow police officers, your fellow blue code padres. She's under the same scrutiny of that, because one of the guys before the Scorpions was even created was under investigation for beating when he was a parole officer for beating a prisoner in prison, and the prisoner tried to sue, and of course, because he didn't have enough evidence and all of that, he lost the case. But I mean, all of this is documented, and this was before
it's a lot that's going to come out. It's a lot that's going to come out.
Okay,
unfortunately, this young man lost his life behind, people overlooking and sweeping and doing all kind of stuff. This brother should still be alive today.
He should.
That's what bothers me.
But that's what we want. We're gonna put some information out to help some people that might go through the same thing.
And listen, I am full for going after whatever type of source it was that allowed this to happen, whether it's from the top to the bottom.
Okay. Well, there's a bunch of different theories going around, right? Sister Sophia says when a guy matching Tyre Nichols said he didn't go to the second location, Lord have mercy, they beat Mr. Nichols, then send beating to the officer ex-girlfriend who Nichols was dating, was immature. Holy smokes. So they beat the guy and then send the pictures of video to it. Is that what you're saying, Sister Sophia? They sent it to the ex? Okay. So I've been hearing that, and Risa basically saying the same thing, that I've been hearing that floating around, that this guy Tyre Nichols was dating or seeing or intimate with one of those officers' ex-wife or ex-girlfriend or something like that. Does anybody have any valid information?
I heard that, but it has yet to come out to be proven. So if that is true, it will be just a matter of time before that comes out as well, I'm sure. But I have been hearing that. I don't like to speak on nothing that has not come out to be proven.
Yeah. And then I heard that story was
proven where you can look it up or it's on record. So that's why I haven't mentioned it. But it is allegedly rumored that
it's allegedly rumored.
Yeah, but so I'm not going to speak no more than that on that. I'm waiting on, because as we say, more and more is coming out. But I'm talking about what is now out, that is documented. You can look this stuff up. That's the same way I got it. I researched this, sister, because I wanted to know, you put in this place to as a leader in the community, and the chief of police is, I think her boss is the mayor, you know what I mean? But she is elected. So you're in that seat. And this is why it's so important. And I know we don't always want to get into politics, but I'm telling y'all, these things are political, because now her and the mayor is speaking up because they're both trying to cover their anuses regarding this case, because if she knew, he's her boss. So he knew too. It starts all the way at the top.
Yeah, because they go right to the mayor and then the mayor go to her.
Yeah, and like I said, that's why I said prior that eventually, somehow this is going to trickle down to her as well as the chief, and Brother Clarence, the chief out here, the chief of police is out here in the history that we know, they do go after them.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Yeah.
When some craziness goes down.
They do.
You see what I'm saying?
They do.
Yeah, because
fact,
listen, you are the project manager.
What's his name? Just got 5 more years. Who's the guy out here? The LAPD chief.
I forget his name, but I know
the white boy. He just got 5 more years. But he said he only going to do 2. The other 3, he's going to try to help the other person get in to office.
But unfortunately, when we look at it, so much corruption is going on. In that particular.
Are you talking about Michael Moore?
Yeah, I think that's his name. That's his name. I forgot because they were talking about him and another chief. Yeah, Michael Moore out here in L.A., the white boy. He just got 5 more years. The police commission just gave him 5 more years yesterday. So he said he's only going to do 2 or 3, and he's going to use the other time to try to get his replacement up to speed. Okay, so Sister Sophia said the ex started dating Mr. Nichols. They both worked at FedEx, and the officer was mad. It was immature of the officer for what he did. I agree with you, Sister Sophia.
And I just recently heard that story was debunked somehow. But then again, listen, people are saying stuff, and we really don't, like Patrice said, we really have to make sure.
Right. The point is the man's
we
no
have the
longer with
facts,
us.
and not just hearsay.
The fact is he's not here, right?
Because they'll listen, and even in the court system, they will object to hearsay. You see what I'm saying? That's hearsay. So we really need to make sure that we have the facts.
Well, Risa says she's in Memphis. Risa, watch out. Watch yourself down there. Watch yourself down there. Make sure you don't get caught up in nothing crazy, right? Well, scoping units got taken away, but you never know, man. Be careful out there. Be careful. Okay, y'all. I got a question for y'all. So, the sister, she's in charge. Should she be fired? Right? Because we got people out here that haven't been fired for police misconduct, right? Now, what I'm gonna say, and people have lost their lives, right? But what they do is just vote them out, right? They just vote them out. They don't get fired, right? What was the sheriff's down here's name? The guy that just got put out, Villanueva, Alex Villanueva, right? They just voted his behind out.
Well,
listen,
Baca,
the same thing. They got rid of Lee Baca, the same, right before Alex Villanueva. They got that. They got the police chief from he wasn't a chief, but I think he was an assistant chief. The guy from Long Beach. That's the guy who they voted as sheriff, right? He's the sheriff currently now. But I'm saying these guys all had people. They are because Lee Baca had the what were those guys called? The Diablos, right? Where they would go out and they would shake down drug dealers.
The devils.
Money, right?
Yeah, and they try to talk about gangs when they are some of the biggest ones that practice that same mentality. I mean, that whole in LA is notorious for it, right? Like California is notorious. You had those police guys that work for, I think it was the Vallejo department. Okay. They were getting tattoos done for how many people they murdered. They were bending the little corners of their badges back for how many people they murked in the community. Okay.
Well, listen,
about a whole culture and a whole domestic terrorists and gang bangers. They are guilty of it as well.
Okay,
but
see,
here's the thing too, Brother Clarence. Here's the thing too, Brother Clarence.
Okay.
In regards to the sister chief, because what is her name? Cheryl something, or how do you pronounce her name?
Like Cheryl C.J. Davis.
Okay.
Something like that.
I'm gonna call her Sister
Davis
Chief right now.
But
listen. When you have a history of corruption, you see, now when these type of things happen on your watch, and you are still in the leadership position, we're all gonna have to question your leadership. I know you can wear the nice makeup and have everything put together, from the outside, but at the same time, if you're the type of person that is condoning, the continuance of corruption that's going on in this police department, then that definitely has to be looked at, and I was just wondering, when are they going to, because I know, it seems like everyone is cheering for her. And so, but I was just wondering, now, when are you all going to get down to the nitty gritty and question her leadership? And what did she know and what did she not know? See what I'm saying? Because I'm sure this was not the first incident.
Well, like I told you,
on her watch.
I remember sitting on a panel with Judge Joe Brown. He was talking about it years ago. Okay. You know, from way back from the Atlanta incident. Like I told y'all, look it up. It happened in either 05, 06, somewhere around there. That's when I first remember a conversation about her. And I was like, wow, man, the sisters out here, you know, listen, it's the same situation. They're appointed, they put in these positions just to save face as that token Black person to kind of quiet the Black community down to say, see, we getting y'all this sister right here. But she does not, she's not for the cause of correcting the wrongs in the culture that happens in the police department, because she answers to people that don't look like her, who are hired, that put her in these positions, and they help protect each other. It's the culture. It's the very code of silence. It's the code of sweeping things under the rug. It's the code of do not, like I told y'all, she knew a sergeant spouse on the police department, okay, was got arrested and convicted, you guys, of child porn. He was having relations with 12 to 15-year-old girls. Look it up. And this
I don't believe
sister,
you, Patrice. I'm gonna look it up right now.
okay, and this sister was a part of this cover up, guys. She lost her job for it. She got fired, guys. like, you know, I guess it takes, you know, a lot of times for us, sometimes it takes white people to tell us these things for us to believe this stuff, because we don't want to do this research and look it up ourselves. But when Judge Joe Brown told me her history, I remember the story and I said, is this the same sister? And then I looked it up. I was like, wow, this is the same sister. And then I said, wow, after being fired, and this is what they do to police officers too. That's why after they murk people, they're able to go to another state, in another city, and continue get a job again. And it's swept under the rug, and they're now working for another police department. She just moved to North Carolina after that. And then again, a no-knock warrant under her tenure cost the life of a 92-year-old woman being shot multiple times in her own home. Okay. So for me,
you know what?
That is enough evidence for me that this sister needs to go, because now a man has lost his life, just like the 92-year-old woman lost hers in North Carolina. Okay? Like, I don't know how much evidence, like what we need to see sometimes to make us believers of things. She is problematic, and the more they dig deeper into her record, they need to look at her and say, you were the leader, you created this unit, you knew and reprimanded some of these guys, and these are the guys you reprimanded to serve, protect, to build trust in the community. You know, come on now. Where?
I'm gonna look that up too. So, Sister Sophia, but I had to look up Patrice, because you know Patrice always saying wild stuff, man. I got to look it up because you know she always saying a bunch of wild stuff. And everything, you got to verify what she's saying, right? You say Atlanta Police Lieutenant fired over child porn. Holy smokes, right? Says Atlanta Police Chief Richard Pennington on Wednesday fired a high-ranking official in connection with a botched investigation involving the husband of a police sergeant. Pennington fired Lieutenant Serylin C.J. Davis after a half-hour administrative hearing with her Wednesday afternoon, said Davis's attorney, Mary Huber. Earlier this month, Pennington demoted Davis from major to lieutenant and removed her as commander of the department's internal affairs unit. Is there any more about it? Holy smokes. I guess, all right, Vaughn, I guess Patrice, she got that one through, right?
Now you want to look up the North Carolina case? You want to look that one up too, bro? Go right on ahead.
Let me see if I can get you 2 for 2. Patrice, let me see. You know what I'm saying? North Carolina. North Carolina. Let's see. I don't know how to spell North Carolina. It's an O in North Carolina. Okay, North Carolina. What? She was police chief Chief CJ Davis. Let's see what we talking about. Vaughn, you know how Patrice is, man. Let's see. The former Jones officer defend proactive policing units. Okay, here we go. Let's look at this. Let's look at this one, y'all. Let me put this one up. Go through this one together. I thought I didn't know she had all this bad role behind her. Former Durham officers
Wow,
defend
you didn't know that, Brother
proactive
Clarence?
policing units in aftermath. I did not.
Wow.
Aftermath of Tyre Nichols' death in Memphis. Holy smokes! Several former Durham police officers are defending proactive policing units in the aftermath of Tyre Nichols' death. Memphis Police Chief Sherilyn C.J. Davis served as Durham police chief from June 2016 to June 2021, 5 years over there. Okay. Similar units existed before, during, and after Davis's tenure in Durham. Let's see. The police chief CJ Davis is getting some praise and some criticism for handling last week's video footage showing officers beating Tyre Nichols. On Saturday, Davis disbanded the city of Memphis so-called Scorpion Unit after a video showed officers beating Nichols to death. Davis acted a day after harrowing video emerged, saying she listened to Nichols' relative, community leaders, and uninvolved officers in making the decision. From June 2016 to June 21, Davis served as Durham police chief. People who criticize Davis say she created the specialized Scorpion unit to which Memphis's officers were assigned. The Memphis Scorpion unit was a proactive unit to target high crime areas. A similar unit in Durham existed. Damn, she right again. After Davis's tenure in the Bull City, the Durham Police Department calls its proactive policing unit in the Crime Area Target Team, or Crime Area Target Team, or CAT. From 2012 to 2015, Robert Gaddy served as the sergeant of a previous iteration of CAT called Heat 1. Gaddy has since retired. We are very effective, Gaddy said. We have made a lot of difference. Gaddy said he understands why the Memphis Scorpion Unit is under scrutiny for what happened to Nichols in Memphis. The thing is, when you paint something with a broad brush, you paint over everything, Gaddy said, the good and the bad. In Durham, Gaddy said the teams are effective. We are able to focus those specific problems and deal with them directly, Gaddy said, whereas a patrol officer comes in, he or she is tied up with answering radio calls for 12 hours. A sentiment echoed by Larry Smith, who also worked for decades on behalf of the Durham Police Department, rising to the rank of interim chief. It is really good it's a really good police community partnership, as well as a proactive policing team, which is important, Smith said. Both former officers said that the team's mission, say that it's not the team's mission, but rather the culture that can dictate how successful it is. Damn, right again. In Durham, they believe the culture would never be anything like what happened in Memphis. If you have great supervision, if you have guidance, if you have leadership, if you have organization, then roots those things out, Getty said. Mayor Pro Tem Mark Anthony Middleton said he will be asking the city administrator to examine CAT's operations. I want to be very clear. However, you configure and deploy officers. If you have officers that are predisposed to this type of violence and behavior, officers like that are going to be a problem wherever you put them, Middleton said. That's why I was thinking maybe she just tried to stick them someplace where they could do that. All right, the Durham officers, WRAL News spoke with on Monday, had nothing but praise for Davis during her tenure in the Bull City. They also praised Davis for her handling of the situation in Memphis. Yikes. Yikes. They praised her for it, y'all. Holy smokes.
If they praised her for it, shame on them. They didn't do their homework. But
really,
I was waiting on you to read about the 92-year-old woman. You might have to look it up.
That might be a separate
The 92-year-old woman loses her life over a no-knock warrant or something in North Carolina under her tenure. I know it happened under her tenure.
Okay, let me look it up, man.
Tenure, I should say tenure.
She can be smart when she wants to.
And you know what? I was on mute and I said
did go
tenure.
battle school.
Hey,
You know,
hey,
I went battle school.
Patrice, I was on mute, and when you said it, I said tenure, but I was
I
muted.
know, right?
And then-
Tenure.
and
I was like, let
did
me
she hear
correct
me? Did she hear
my
me?
enunciation. Tenure.
I said, look, I had to look at my mute button and be like, oh, wait a minute, did I leave that thing on?
I heard you telepathically. Corrected
You see
me.
that? Listen, see how we tap into each other. That's what I'm talking about.
That's right. We tap into each other. Yes.
Let's see. 92-year-old woman, Kingston woman, died by asphyxiation, police say. You sure?
I thought she got pow.
Oh, okay. So I might be looking at the wrong one. Okay, I might be looking at the wrong one. Let me go back.
I thought because it was no knock warrant. They bust into her house.
Loses life. No.
I just can't remember like where I read it. Like what website I looked it up on.
Let's see.
But yeah, you know, I mean, I think yes, keep looking it up. But that should be enough. Just the whole Atlanta thing.
Yeah, man.
I mean, come on. You know what I mean? And if even the Atlanta thing with the Red Dogs, if you look up the Red Dog special unit that she had there, you know, you will see how problematic that unit was, and it got disbanded because of it. The residents were complaining, they were wreaking havoc and terrorizing the neighborhood. You know, not to say that, you know, some of these neighborhoods aren't very high in crime, because of course, but you put these units in place to build a trust with the community, to help keep the community safe and to protect the community from the violence. You know what I'm saying? But to literally just go, the type of stuff that they would do, from what I heard, they would like bust out of ice cream trucks, like because they would dress like they were drug dealers and gang bangers, you know, just to catch people and put people in these positions.
Yikes. Okay, here we go. Memphis police chief once led the aggressive Red Dog anti-crime unit in Atlanta. Critics say CJ Davis should have known the risks of specialized street forces before she created the Scorpion unit, whose members were charged in Tyre Nichols' fatal beating. Let's see. As she rose through the ranks of the Atlanta Police Department, CJ Davis spent nearly 18 months overseeing a hyper-aggressive street crime unit named Red Dog that was ultimately disbanded following a public backlash and a series of lawsuits. Yikes. Now, in the wake of Tyre Nichols' death, Davis faces question over why she would launch a similar team in Memphis, Tennessee, called the Scorpion Unit, shortly after she arrived to lead the city's police force in 2021. If anyone in Memphis had checked with anyone from the world of police oversight in Atlanta, they would have learned that creating a Red Dog-like squad using Red Dog-like tactics was inevitably going to result in police misconduct and violence, said Dan Grossman, an Atlanta lawyer who filed several successful lawsuits on behalf of victims alleging they were roughed up by the Red Dog officers. Nichols, 29, was savagely beaten by members of the Scorpion unit during a January 7th traffic stop. He died, he died 3 days later. 5 officers have been charged with murder. Davis arrived in Memphis as a trailblazer, the first Black woman to lead a police force in this majority Black city, and a vocal advocate for police reform who had testified before the U.S. Senate. Her actions were in the wake of Nichols' death, which included swiftly firing the 5 officers initially drew praise. But she now faces increasing scrutiny over not just the decision to launch the Scorpion unit in Memphis, but also her earlier career in Atlanta, where she supervised the disgraced Red Dog unit in 2006. Holy smokes.
So let me just ask the question then. And I want Patrice and Brother Clarence, as well as yourself, just to answer this. So, should some of the onus be on this chief? And if so, what should be the penalty for her
I asked you
wrongdoing?
guys that, Vaughn. You guys never answered.
I did.
Oh.
I said she needs to go. I even think charges. I think I even think charges need to be brought up because listen, this is a
What
track
are you
record.
gonna charge her with, Patrice?
Huh?
Patrice, what are you gonna charge her with?
I don't know. I'm find something, figure it out. There is something. At
Shout out
least
to Polo TV, by
Hey,
the way.
hey, you know, Patrice, Patrice, I'm not trying to trigger you, but you know, your boy, you know, he said that all of those 5 officers should get the death penalty.
Who said that?
One of your real close friends that used to be a police officer.
Well, listen. This is the thing. Listen. We all know that his narrative have changed since he's been over there hanging with Michiechi, and Michiechi's been coming on this panel and changing his mind and his perspective about policing and the culture of policing. And if that's what it is, then cool, because we all know that was not his original frame of thought. That was not his original conversation. He was always under that thick blue code of silence, and I believe a lot of it is, you know, the pandering of, you know, because he's so allegedly cool with Michi X now. She comes on his show all the time and giving a different perspective of the culture of policing. So you know, if his mind has changed, then that's cool. I have no problem with that. I thought not only do these guys, because I believe in the eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. I have no problem with what they should have gotten, and I feel the same way about their white counterparts that do the same thing to our people. So I have no problem with that perspective. Honestly, I don't. You know, I believe a part of what he's doing is bullshit, but you know, like I said, he rolling with Michi now, so his whole conversation has changed.
Well. So back to Sister Chief. Listen, you know, absolutely. What do you think that they're going to do as far, you know, and we know that she's under some type of scrutiny, right? Because of her past. How do you think they're going to roll with this information? You know, do you think it's going to trickle down to the onus is on her at some point? Or do you think that it's just going to be looked over and she's going to continue to
highly protected?
You know,
it's going to have to be the cries of the people. It's going to have to be the cries of the community. It's going to have to be the demanding of the community. And at least when she's up to continue this on, you know, she might end up resigning or retiring early before she risks her pension being, you know, taken away from her. So I can see that.
Now, you know, I've heard people say that, you know, she's in her particular position, but she has other ranks that are up under her that are responsible for being in charge of this, that, and this. So, you know, from what I've heard from people saying that it probably won't get to her because they're going to use those individuals as a scapegoat.
If that happens that way, that's a shame. And again, a travesty, because that onus starts with her as chief of police. We done seen many chief of police now become upon the scrutiny, get fired, and lose their pensions and different things for the nefariousness that they do when they are part of this same said culture. So it shouldn't be any different for her. It shouldn't. The cries of the people. It's got to be the cries of the people, the cries of the community, the same way Atlanta cried and lashed out to get her fired there. It needs to be the same thing happening in Memphis. And I believe that is happening slowly but surely.
Well, what say? Go ahead, Brother Clarence. Sorry about that.
I would just say this. I think that she probably at the end of the line will be fired. I think at the New Growth Comeback, if you get a chance. At the end of the line, she will be fired. But or
forced to resign or retire.
Yeah, but I think that's about all that's gonna happen. Because remember what we had with Darrell Gates out here, man. I mean, every day wanted Darrell Gates' head, but Darrell Gates just skipped into the tulips. You know what I mean?
But would you say, Brother Clarence, it's her responsibility to know what absolutely is going on in these different
Absolutely.
units, you know,
Absolutely.
and that
It's
she
her.
should
It's her.
definitely be abreast of how they're moving and operating. You know, I can't
Yes.
imagine that word didn't get back to her that, you know, there was a little corruption going on there.
I'm sure if
You
you had
know,
a unit like Red Dogs already, you would probably want to stay on top of any other unit that you created, right? So you would already know, okay, I already been through this already, so I got to stay on top of these cats.
Exactly. And she had no supervisors, managers out there managing those guys. Even if she'd appointed someone under her to even manage the team, respectfully, I believe that, had it not been a person that would have allowed that to happen. When you got 10 law enforcement people on the scene and allowing this to happen, no one said anything. No one was accountable for each other. No one said, hey, you ain't gonna make me get fired or lose my pension over this. You're not gonna make me get in trouble. No one stopped it. So that just goes to show you about the culture and how they all protect each other.
Right. Right. That's why I'm because I feel like this is my feeling. Well, let me let New Growth get in here before I get on that tangent. New Growth.
What's up? Peace, people.
What's going on with you, man?
Hey, young man, how are
How
you?
y'all doing, man? I just wanted to jump in real quick because this is really like hitting close to home because that's when I moved down to Atlanta when the Red Dog unit was notorious. You could go to places like, I don't know how many of y'all familiar with Atlanta, but you got the Southwest side, you got the West side. So you would go, everybody would hang out at Greenbrier Mall. And it's like if they seen the unit was set up so much that they could come on you, like it might be a group of, let's say it's this group of us, we all young hanging out. They jumping out the vehicle, they chasing us down, they whooping our ass. If they find something, cool. If they don't, stay in the house, right? This was their MO. They were a gang, bro. It was nothing sweet about them. Everybody was scared of them. And if you listen to the music like from the Goody Mobs and the Outkast when they were really, that time era, their music constantly refers to the Red Dog unit, the Scorpion unit. It was like they were notorious. They were robbing the drug dealers, right?
Okay.
They was taking drugs, they was reselling them.
Right.
But what really stopped them was when they were over aggressive at an Atlanta homosexual club. That's what killed them. That came to another population because when you see the crime rate increasing or you see certain things, they bring these specialized units in, and that's what I want us to understand. Let's not think that she's dropping the ball. She was brought in to do that. Ain't nothing else to it, right? We want to look around it. She was brought in because if you have a record like that, think about it. If me and you had a felony, Brother Clarence, we couldn't even be police.
Right.
Right. But she's getting all these jobs. She's going from Atlanta after going out in disgrace, going to North Carolina, then going to Memphis. She's still keeping jobs. Chief of police after what she did here.
So you already know somebody been protecting her. You right. She was appointed to.
She was brought in to do that. Memphis crime rate. I know Risa Neal could talk more about that. It's getting real high. It's getting strong out there. They bring in certain people to be the faces to go in there and strong on. That's why them guys did that. So they did it so cavalier. I've seen them do that in Atlanta, cavalierly whoop ass, like, and they walk around giving high fives to each other after they whoop your ass, took your drugs, boom. They were a gang, right? So
let me ask you this, New Growth. So these units consist of white and black officers, is that
right?
correct?
But predominantly black. But it was white. It was white guys in there, but it was predominantly black.
And it was predominantly in black low-income neighborhoods, the urban neighborhoods where they were wreaking havoc.
Exactly. That's why I thought, I don't know if you was talking about the 92-year-old woman in Atlanta, because she did a no-knock rule too, and they kicked her door and they killed her. That I know that happened in Atlanta. It might have happened in North Carolina too. But they were notorious, and she got to walk away because like they doing it the same way now. They saying, well, she did a good job. She wasn't nowhere. They know exactly who they bringing in, and they know what they want to do, and they got an escape route for her. She might, and be careful. She might be in Arkansas next, right? She might be in Arizona
because
next,
wow.
right?
And when I first saw her,
They ain't
and
having it in
that
Arizona.
quick,
Yeah, it
listen,
happened in
that
Arizona.
quick movement
I mean, it
that she
happened in
did of
excuse me, Atlanta.
sure.
Say that again.
92-year-old woman got
Yeah.
killed. Yeah, that was in Atlanta.
Okay, okay, I had the state mixed up. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
I Georgia
Atlanta.
then. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'll bring it up later. Go ahead, you guys.
No,
you saying, Brother Vaughn?
what I was about to say was, when I first got became abreast of the situation, and I saw her, and she immediately arrests these brothers. I thought it was a good thing. See what I'm saying? Oh, good, swift action,
Right.
very swift action. I like that. Maybe we'll see more of this. But then, as time progressed, now her history came to the forefront.
Right.
And so now I'm just like, wow, wait a minute. Okay, so what's going on here?
Right. Right.
What's actually going on? If
Right.
you have all of these different things that happen while while you were on your watch, it just brings a lot of things into question for me.
Well, let me
And
get Jerry.
a unit is operating based upon the instructions of the chief. Am I not right? Or does that go a different way?
And that chief is operating on the instruction of who? The mayor, right?
That
And
part.
the mayor is operating on the instruction of who? Of the people who gave her money to get in that seat. It get deep.
Okay, so hold on, y'all. I want to let Jay, because I want to talk to y'all about how the chain of command goes and why this sister probably is gonna walk away. Jay.
Yeah, I'm here. Give me one quick second. I was just turning down the volume so you guys can hear me.
Okay.
All right. All right. You guys hear anything now?
Yeah.
You sound loud and clear to me.
Yeah.
No. I meant like there's background noise. Is what I was trying to say. So I was just making
you're
sure
good.
that
You're
I was
good, brother.
sure to that. All right, guys. Like I said, I'm not gonna be on long at all. I'm just here to say a few things real quick. Because I actually have a pre-recording to do of this. It's just gonna be a shout out to the family, things like that. Because oh man, I'm getting really fucking tired of this shit. I'm sorry, but the things I'm gonna say is simply this. I actually had a conversation with a police officer just today. At work today. And he's Caucasian, he's white, and he's a state trooper. So basically, what he said, and it hurt him because he actually shed tears that something like this actually happened. When I was talking to the man, he had tears in his eyes, talking about this. That I had a conversation with him, and then he said, what needs to be known is that people have to start treating other people like people, and stop looking at and stop coming on out with this authoritarian type persona, because they think they're above the law and they shouldn't be. There should be an extinction of the law by following those goddamn rules that dictate people's rights, which I know we've all heard 1,000 times. But this time it hit a little different coming from a state trooper that's in a country, because they really have anything going on over there. And it's like black and white, but the majority, nobody really does bullshit shit over there. He just told me, like I said, there's a lack of respect. There's a lack of understanding other people are humans, and how things are officiated, or in this case, the reception and perception that is received of cops is not a good thing because of how it is. And also, he said, I wish I could do more for these people personally. He says, but all I can do is just try to point out the bad cops from the good cops. But even then, there's always a price to be paid in case one of our own does their own. We drop them over here in the state troopers, because that's how we do. Of any illicit policing or case ill action. And he's been with the force, I think about I think he told me 7 years. He's been there for 7 years, and he hasn't had any of his ever since that, probably when he first started, and they got rid of one person. Haven't had that problem ever since. Everybody turns in their paperwork and things like that, but none of them ever really does go outside the boundaries of what their said training tells them to do. And he just said like, but what I got from this, and even though I'm not black, so I can't say, but he said as an officer, it just looked like they were ill-equipped, ill-trained, and just terrible people because of what they were doing to a prisoner. Because mostly what I do, he says, I just cuff them, I don't argue, and just put in my paperwork and put everything in, and that's how it goes. I don't do anything extra. That's just not how police officer is supposed to roll or move. And if I were to do it, trust me, I actually have cameras looking at me too. So, a good way to like keep things in check, and also to always remind you that you're the face and you have to set the example. That good policing exists, but you have to you have a target in your head because of what media has been showing as of late. Every year there's a mass murder shooting. Every year there's a freaking incident involving with a police officer or him treating a detainee like just wrong. So, like I said, that's kind of the conversation that we had. And he said he blamed a lot of it on social media too. Like that's a big factor. Like he says, I'm afraid for young kids. I'm afraid for even if you're a parent, sir, he said this to me, even if you're a parent, I'm worried about people. I worry about the generation that's coming up now. Because there's a lot of stuff that's like ass backwards right now that doesn't make any sense. And people don't have a way of either expressing correctly or they express incorrectly as a means of get attention and proceed with and go around with a thought to treat others wrongly, despite what position they get in. So that was just one of the things that I wanted to drop down to you guys. Shout out to OG, shout out to Brother Von Bryant, shout out to Von Eric. Am I correct? No, that's new growth.
Shout out to you, young man.
And
What up, Jay?
Yeah, and shout out to my brother Clarence. Like I said,
Yes,
I'm going to do
sir.
a tribute
Yes,
video
sir.
to shout out to the family and everything. I got to stream tomorrow, but I'm just going to do this. I just wanted to pass that information and just a little tidbit to you guys today. Y'all have a great convo and a great stream, and hopefully, like I said, I'm tired of hearing about just for another. Like this time, it was black on black, but at the same time, you can't. That's the only thing I can say is that you can't blame the white man this time. This is your own people doing this bullshit.
Well,
there's one white man that's in there, but I'm saying but it doesn't matter, brother. You can't excuse that.
Huh?
Because people like to make that excuse too much, and when it's our own, we like to give them.
When it comes to the police, unfortunately, it doesn't matter the color. It's the science and the ideology of what they have acquiesced into the culture of police, and it doesn't matter the color. When it comes to police, they come in all colors that do what those 5 men did. When you had over 10 people, have over 10 people there, and all of them wasn't black, and they all allowed that to go on. It doesn't matter. It's a culture. It's not even as much as about race.
Well, OG, I had this conversation with my father before too. It's seen as more as a fraternity. I want y'all to look at it like that. That's more than just should be thinking. Go against the fraternity. Then that looks bad on the station, and it's like a stabbing in the back of people. I'm not saying that makes it okay.
Come on, man. Ugh, now I gotta wash my
hands.
hands.
Go ahead, Brother Vaughn.
Yeah, it's the dog. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking to me, man. I know you was talking to. He said, "Come on, man," and I'm like, "Wait, what?" Okay. I was debating, but that's majority.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I thought he had a rebuttal or anything, but other than that, I just wanted to pass that on to you guys, and like I said, yes, you're right. OG, they come in any color, regardless of anything. But like I said, that's more of that fraternity mindset and mostly working on an old system that's flawed. And also me and Officer did talk about that. He said that system was flawed. Hence why I'm glad I'm in the country and we have different protocols.
And you
And then
better
we
go
do
to all
that.
50 states and deal with the system in all 50 states when it
Well,
comes to
yeah, well, sister, you got to understand every state got a different law. Like not all of them are the same. I told you about them. Not all the same.
No,
Yeah.
I know. I'm talking about the
There's too
culture.
many.
The
That's the
culture
problem.
is the same. A lot of
Like,
the
for example, I don't know
culture.
how policing works in Delaware, so I wouldn't know. I don't live in Delaware, so I'd have to see how that looks because I'm pretty sure it's different from. I'm pretty sure it's different from Texas. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I
But
mean, the laws and different things are different, but the culture of policing basically is the same when it comes to the thick blue code of silence. It's all the same.
I got you, sister. I feel you. And then, like I said, I don't think that should ever be ignored. It's just something we gotta look deeper into. Brother Clarence, I've held this up long enough. Get to the next part, brother. I gotta go, guys. You listen, y'all have a great night. Trust me, I'll be watching the rest of this tomorrow. Listen, I got work tomorrow. I need a good stream to listen to, but also hear some information and get educated on some important.
Thank you,
But,
Jay.
yes, sister, you be safe, okay? All y'all.
You
All right,
too.
you too, brother. Appreciate you, man. That's Jay Takashi, man. Going over and check out Jay Takashi, and check him out. Check him on his live streams. All right, y'all. I need to go over these Miranda rights with y'all. Can we do that? Can we do that real quick?
Sure, bro.
All right, because I need y'all assistance with going through them. Okay, Patrice, me and you in the car, and you keep hitting me. I got tired, Patrice. I got tired of it. I'm calling the cops. Cops come, pull over. They pull us over. They go to you, Patrice. Hey, we got a complaint of somebody being attacked or assaulted in this vehicle. I go, that's me, officer, it's me. Right? And so they pull you out the car, Patrice, and they say, we need to talk to you. Oh, now, let me tell you your first Miranda warning. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to remain silent. Now, why do a lot of our people don't remain silent? Can y'all help me figure that one out? Because this is the first right most of us throw away, especially
Wait a
black
minute. Say that again, Brother Clarence.
Right.
I said the first right you have, your first Miranda right, is you have the right to remain silent. If the police stop you and detain you, and they want to start questioning you, you do not have to answer their questions. You do not. But see, what they do is they threaten you with, well, you're gonna go to jail then. You're gonna go downtown then. Okay, take me downtown. Right? I might do a day in jail. But the charges probably won't stick if you don't say anything. The problem is we start talking and then we start putting ourselves at the scene of the crime. We start showing we have motive. We start showing we have the opportunity to commit the crime. We started showing we have the ability to commit the crime. We start loading up we start doing their work for them, just talking. We're not even under arrest yet. We just start talking. So if the police pull you over and they say they're detaining you for a crime, okay, now it's a decision you have to make. Or if I start talking, I could go home. Maybe, maybe not. But if it's a real serious crime, in my opinion, you have the right to remain silent, remain silent. Now, if it's an infraction over a ticket or something, that's different. But if it's a serious crime that you know you did it, they know you did it, and you should remain silent. Unless y'all, you have assaulted or violated an innocent victim. If you violated or assaulted an innocent victim, do the right thing, turn yourself in, be a man, take what's coming. Other than that, you rob the bank, hide the money, and let them do the work, right? All right. Any questions on that from my esteemed colleagues?
Well, no, because I know that because I know my Miranda rights, and I think that that's a lot of things That's one main thing. Our people don't even, like I said, read up on research and know when to say something and when not to say something. We tend to think we can talk our way out of a paper bag a lot, and that gets us in trouble a lot, especially when it comes to law enforcement. So the best thing to do is exercise your right, because your Miranda rights, because if they're gonna take you to jail, they're gonna take you regardless to whether you say something or not.
Yeah.
If they, you cannot say anything and they still have the right to detain you and take you and hold you for what is it, 72 hours or some crap?
72 hours.
So I mean, the whole time you there, you can choose not to say nothing until you have representation. You have that right.
Right. And so my thing
And
is,
you also have a right to make a phone call when you get there. So, and I think a lot of we sometimes know to ask that, and we could say that, and a lot of times they will prolong it. How long sometimes have people sat in jail before they even let them make that phone call?
Weeks. Right. Okay, so here's the thing. And so what they do is, oh, man, we forgot about you. Sorry about that. Here, we're gonna let you go. We discharge you. They just let you out. You so happy you got out, you don't even go back and investigate it. But anyway, why should you remain silent? What's the main reason? I went over a couple of them, but the main reason is
not to incriminate yourself, for one.
To incriminate yourself. That
Right,
is it.
exactly.
That is it. And but how do you incriminate yourself? Why? Because they ask you, were you just down the street at the shopping mall? Yeah, I was there. You just put yourself at the scene of the crime. What were you doing over there? I was just I was by the bank. Put yourself by the crime again. You're right there. And then you look at, well, what, did you drive over there? Yeah, I drove. Well, now you just start doing their work for them, and they start, and instead of letting them do the work on their own, the charge might fall off.
Are you speaking from a person who actually committed a crime, or a person who's just driving and get pulled over?
For a person I know.
No, okay. I'm asking
no. But it's hard. You mean if you actually committed a crime?
Yeah. Are you talking about somebody who's just driving?
Yes. No. If you committed a crime at all, and they say come to your house, new growth. We want to ask you some questions. You know what I mean? There's some missing cucumbers down here at the school cafeteria, right? We know you vegan. Where was you there? These cucumbers went missing, right? Right.
And I stole them for real. Like I really stole them,
and you stole them for real. You stole them for real. You didn't hit nobody over the head. You didn't violate nobody sexually. You didn't do nothing like that.
Basically, you trying to teach somebody how to become a psychopath. I mean,
no. Yeah. What I'm saying is let these people do their job, because because a lot of times
don't help them do their job. Don't help them do their job.
That's what I'm saying. Because a lot of times, listen to bro. A lot of times, some of our people are doing some of these things because of the circumstances they're in. Right? You ever seen the movie Sounder? Okay, the movie Sounder, go look that movie up.
It's about a dog or something?
Yeah, it's about a dog and a boy and his
father. Well, it's about a family, yeah, man. You owe it to yourself to see Sounder, man.
Yeah,
come on, that's a
movie,
classic.
That's one of the movies that's gonna make you
Come
tear.
on, bro.
I don't care how tough you are, you're gonna tear up in that movie, man. Just like Glory, man. I don't care how tough you are, you're gonna tear up if you watch Glory. So anyway, in the movie Sounder, the father, he can't get no work. He's having problem getting work and everything. And when he does get work, he can barely pay for his family. He can barely. So one day he's walking by this store and he sees big turkey in the window. And you know what he said? He said, you know what? My family's gonna have a turkey dinner this Christmas or Thanksgiving or whatever, right? My family's gonna have it. He goes in there and he gets all the fixings, and he makes sure they have this turkey dinner. He know they're gonna catch him. He know they're gonna know. He know they know who it is. He know everything. But he said, damn it, they're gonna have a turkey dinner, right? Because they were so poor, man. They was always struggling to make ends meet, right? And so my point is, a lot of our people do stuff like that. They're out there, they don't want to sell drugs, they don't want to do crime, but they feel like that's the only way they can. They feel like they're so put out from the society that they willing to do those things, right? They don't want to do crime. They don't want to do sex work, but they so put out from the society. They feel like they such on the fringes that they feel like, man, I'll never get a real job, and nobody will ever accept me as who I am. Let me just go and get it. I might as well get involved with this behavior, right? So that's what I mean by that. I mean, a lot of our people, and sometimes these courts don't take into consideration their circumstances, right? Sometimes these investigators and stuff like that, they see so many different people that they don't have no really, they don't take a look at some of our circumstances while we doing some of these things. And they just say, oh man, them people just ain't no good. They just are no good kind of people, kind of like the Mormons, right? You guys familiar with the Mormon doctrine?
You talking about the religion?
Yes.
Okay.
They say,
as far as what? Which doctrine? Which part?
The part where they said black people are bad because we would not pick a side between the white people and the devils, right?
I've heard something similar to that.
Right. So God turned our skin black.
Well, who was the devils? Who was the devils as far as they were
spirit
concerned?
devils that was fighting with the white people that came from outer space. Okay, we wouldn't take a side.
Okay.
We wouldn't take a side, so they turned our skin black. And that's the explanation for us. Right.
Are you serious? Now I did not know that.
Oh, I can play that
So
for you
wait a
right
minute.
now.
So we're supposed to be some type of alien? What do you mean?
Well, yeah, well, all of us are from the beginning, but then the ones of us that was not fight in this fight between the space demons and the space white people, we wouldn't pick a side. We said we want to stay neutral. Then they said that was the black people, right? Let me. See, I know y'all do me like y'all do Patrice now, man. I gotta look it up now, man. I
don't know about that.
Hey, what you mean you don't know? What you mean you don't know about that, Vaughn?
I do want to say
don't know. I don't listen. Honestly, I don't know a lot about the Mormon religion. I absolutely
I thought
don't.
you mean you didn't. I don't know about that philosophy.
I do.
No. I know about that philosophy.
Right.
I do want to
I'm
say
just
this,
saying.
Brother Vaughn, because you told me, what brother said. Brother Nathan Daly said. Oh, I said his name. Damn. Damn. I'm scared now. I said his name because he said if I say his name, he gonna expose me. Oh my God. I said Nathan Daly. Oh, I said it again. But anyway,
the third time. See, the third time.
Nathan Daly. Oh my God, I said his name again, y'all. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I keep saying Nathan Daly name, but oh my God, I'm so sorry. But anyway, what he said about those 5 brothers, I have no problem with. I just hope he have that same energy when the Caucasian persuasion do it. Have that same energy, bro.
Patrice, he already said you will see now. What else did he say? He said you was old.
Delusional. I'm all that stuff. Oh my God, y'all, help me. He's gonna expose me. He's gonna expose me.
What did I just start, man? I'm just like, it was not my intention, but man, we getting deep into it back. We pulling up old stuff. It's my fault. The onus falls on me.
All right, man. Let me give y'all a little history lesson, man. Y'all want to know how you got your black skin? Y'all want to know how y'all got your black skin? Let me show y'all how y'all got your black skin. Because y'all, I know y'all are confused, man, but let me show y'all, man, how it happened.
Go ahead.
Trillions of planets scattered throughout the cosmos are ruled by countless gods who once were human like us. They say that long ago on one of these planets, to an unidentified god and one of his goddess wives, a spirit child named Elohim was conceived. This spirit child was later born to human parents who gave him a physical body. Through obedience to Mormon teachings,
Brother
death
Sim!
and resurrection, he proved himself worthy and was elevated to godhood as his father before him. Mormons believe that Elohim is their heavenly father and that he lives with his many goddess wives on a planet near a mysterious star called Kora. Here, the God of Mormonism and his wives, through endless celestial sex, produced billions of spirits.
Wait a minute, did he say endless celestial sex?
Endless celestial sex.
Wait a minute, y'all. Hey, y'all, we gotta rethink this Mormonism. Hold on, wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute.
Man.
This endless celestial sex, holy smokes. Wait a minute, y'all.
It'll kill you.
Is this the actual concept? Okay, I'm listening. I want to hear more.
Pay attention, because I know you wondering how you got your black skin. Pay
Yeah,
attention.
I would love to know that. Yeah.
To decide their destiny, the head of the Mormon gods called a heavenly council meeting. Both of Elohim's eldest sons were there, Lucifer and his brother Jesus.
Wait a minute. Did he just say Lucifer and Jesus were brothers?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I'm following. I'm trying to make sure I learn this thing, man.
Yeah.
See, you think it's
this
funny,
is a
but
concept
it's
I've
not
never
funny.
heard. So
This is
continue.
serious business, man.
I have never heard this in my life.
I've never heard this before, but please continue, because I would like to hear the rest of the shenanigans.
Oh yeah, that's right. You got to find out how you got your black skin. That's right. Come on,
Exactly. I would love to know.
And was presented to build planet Earth, where the spirit children would be sent to take on mortal bodies and learn good from evil. Lucifer stood and made his bid for becoming savior of this new world. Wanting the glory for himself, he planned to force everyone to become gods. Opposing the idea, the Mormon Jesus suggested giving man his freedom of choice, as on other planets. The vote that followed approved the proposal of the Mormon Jesus, who would become savior of the planet Earth. Enraged, Lucifer cunningly convinced 1/3 of the spirits destined for Earth to fight with him in revolt. Thus, Lucifer became the devil and his followers the demons. Sent to this world, they would forever be denied bodies of flesh and bone. Those who remained neutral in the battle were cursed to be born with black skin. This is the Mormon explanation for the Negro race.
Wow.
Wait, what you laughing at? What you laughing at? I thought you wanted to learn something, Negro.
I'm learning.
How you got the black skin.
I'm learning, and it's a cartoon, so this must be for kids, huh?
No, this is actually a training video that the Mormons, obviously they stopped showing it, but it became banned. But the Mormons were they showed this privately. They showed this privately. But wait a minute.
You know what? Listen, I missed that whole part because the phone rang.
All right, let me play it again.
Yeah. So how did we get the black skin? Did I miss that part?
You missed that part, Vaughn.
Yeah. Well, my wife. Listen, my wife. Well, my wife was calling. Had to answer that.
Don't laugh, Vaughn.
Miss Bryant, hold on, Miss Bryant.
Okay, I just want to hear it. I just want to.
Hold on. We go because we got to show Vaughn how he got that black skin. Well, Vaughn is light skinned in, but how the rest of us got this dark
no, that's the light. When you see that picture, that's the way the light was hitting me. No, brother, I'm not. I'm your complexion, actually.
Yeah. Right, man. Yeah. Shh. Hey, right. Shh. Watch.
Followers the demons. Sent to this world, they would forever be denied bodies of flesh and bone. Those who remained neutral in the battle were cursed to be born with black skin. This is the Mormon explanation for the Negro race. Spirits that fought most valiantly against Lucifer would be born into Mormon families on planet Earth. These would be the lighter-skinned people, or white and delightsome, as the Book of Mormon describes.
See, that is your problem. See, it's your fault. You didn't want to fight. You don't want to fight. That's your problem, man. You didn't want to fight with people and be born white with delightsome skin.
That is so ridiculous, but hey.
Well, I tell you, man,
If this is what people believe now, go right ahead, you know.
Okay, so all of them people out there in the Mormon church, this is what they believe. That's why you don't see no black people out there on the ranch. That's why you don't see no black people out there, because this is what they believe.
Now, how old is that video? And yeah, how old is it? Are they still teaching that under certain Mormon sectors right now?
Right. They got sex now, so this used to be the total Mormon teaching. Now they have sex. Some sects do teach it. Some sects don't teach it. But it is the what's called it, the foundation of their belief. It is actually a foundation of their belief. Yeah.
Wow. And listen, I had no idea that you know, a celestial sex was even an issue. I didn't even know that was possible. Is it?
You didn't know it was on and popping, Vaughn, did you? You didn't know that, did you?
Wow. Celestial sex. Wow. Interesting.
But what's the point of this, y'all? The point is there's all kind of different beliefs about us out there.
Well,
It's
exactly.
just like in the police, just like in these police departments. They got a beliefs about us that are not necessarily true, but because they have run into certain people that have certain some of our people, and they call them not in their best, right? Because if you're police, you don't see most people at their best. When do you see them? Committing crimes, victims of crimes. You don't see people at their best. You see people mostly, at the point where they have an issue to deal with, and you got to come and step in and deal with this issue, right? So a lot of times our people are, because of their circumstances, they in a bad way, right? But sometimes these jokers, black, white, green, yellow, red, will have an issue with us because they believe that we are just born to be bad people. You born, you guys familiar with the term sucker, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is a sucker?
A lollipop.
Okay, let's talk about enslaved terminology. What is a sucker?
Well, I do know they say one is born every minute, so.
Right. But what the term actually comes from the slave plantation, right?
Right, okay.
When the white women would go and have sex with the slave when the master was gone, they would have sex with one of the bucks, right? Maybe she would be pregnant, the baby come out black, they would kill it. They would take it outside in the weeds and kill it. Called it a sucker. It's a sucker.
Wow.
Go watch the movie Mandingo. Go watch the movie, go watch Roots.
Man.
Oh no, it's a sucker. That means you born to die. You born to have bad luck. You born to have a problem, right? So we brought that word into today, right? You a sucker. You a sucker because you born to die, right? But my point is, we are not born. We just in bad circumstances, and we forgot who we are, right? As a people, I'm just saying, as a people, you know who you are. You're Vaughn Bryan. I'm Brother Clarence. Patrice and this Negro. But I'm saying, as far as our history, our legacy, we've been cut off from all of that stuff, so we don't know how to act. So we just acting the way we think we got to act to get things done, when we have prescribed way we used to do things, right? So I'm saying that to say, what suggestions do y'all have for us? Oh, wait, before I even do that, I gotta finish up with the Miranda rights, y'all.
Miranda rights, yeah.
Gotta finish up with that. Let me finish with that first, and then we're gonna get some solutions and we out of here, y'all. Okay, so let me finish with the Miranda rights. Okay, our Miranda rights. I said you have the right to remain silent. Hey, if they pick you up, right, you can ask them one question: am I under arrest? No. Okay, now you ain't under arrest. So the next question you can ask them is, am I free to leave? No, we want to ask you a couple questions. Okay, well, you have the right to remain silent. They can tell you, hey, we want to ask you a couple of questions. Is that okay? Yeah, you can ask me whatever you want. I don't have to answer. Why? Why don't you have to answer a question, Patrice?
Because you
not
have
to
the right to remain silent. I'm sorry. Oh,
not to intimidate yourself.
Oh, we know you got the right to remain silent. What in the Constitution gives you the right to remain silent?
You can plead the fifth. You don't want to
The Fifth
intimidate.
Amendment. The Fifth Amendment gives you the right to.
No, I told you I go to these classes when I was in the
right.
community. Like I know my shit.
That's why I called on you, girl. That's why I called on you. I know you be right up there. No, wait a minute, Mr. Police Officer. Hold on.
That part. And if you knock on my door, Mr. Officer, and you don't have a search warrant, Mr. Officer, I don't have to let you in, Mr.
I have
Officer.
to let you in. That's a good point, Patrice. You do not have to let them in. Can we come in and take a look around? No, sir.
These are
You have
great.
a
These
certain-
are
you have a
great
warrant.
things, right? These are great things.
Listen, Patrice, long as you say that without, be chewing gum while you're talking.
I'm
See,
saying
that's
it
gonna
like
be a
that. I'm
problem.
chewing gum like hell to the nah, Mr. Officer. You can't come in if you ain't got no search warrant.
So you
No,
think
sir.
but I'm hearing this, and this is real. This is something that we would teach at school, and you're like, oh my God. But we seen them knocking in doors, killing 92-year-old people. We seen them beat information out of people on the corner. So I hear you. I respect these Miranda rights, but at what point do they apply?
Oh yeah,
And
they
what point are
always
they
break
just-
them. Oh yeah, they always break them. They break them most of the time.
Let me show you. Let me show you when you can make this stuff really work. Now, see, you remember the story of the snake and Eve and the fruit of the tree, correct?
Right.
What does the snake have coming out of its mouth? Tongue.
I don't know. Okay.
And why do snakes have the tongue?
Lies.
Because not only that, but a snake has a tongue comes out because the taste. A snake cannot
smell,
hear.
as far as I thought.
Yes, and they can't hear, so they use their tongues to smell and also pick up vibrations. Right? They can't hear. Like your hear, you got an ear that can hear. The snake's tongue does its hearing for it, right? But also it puts the tongue out there. It puts things out there to see what's out there, see what's gonna come back at it, right? See what's gonna come back at, like a dolphin. They put a sound out to see what's gonna come back. Same thing with a bat. They put sound out, see what's gonna come back. That way they can tell how far away the prey is, how fast it's moving. They can tell all that just by the sound coming back, right? Well, the snake does that, and people do it, right? So what they do is they'll say something to you. New growth, where you been all day, all afternoon, right? They pull you over for nothing. Where you been all afternoon? Now, depending on how you respond, right, they can tell how fast your brain is moving. They can tell, if it's going to be advantageous to them to continue with the situation. That's where a lot of our people make a mistake, right? Because they want to go, I have a son that did the same. I have two sons actually did the same thing. I had to pull the police off of them. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. What are you doing? Don't touch me. And they get all hyper, right? And these police is looking for that instead of saying something to them that lets them know that you know what's going on and it might not turn out that way, right? So, where you been all day? I've been in school and I've been hanging out and taking care of my business. Now, some of our people will say, ain't none of your business. I ain't got to tell you where I've been. And they true. You don't have to tell them where you've been. But if you start answering them and showing them the level of intellect you have and the level of understanding of your rights, that's when they're going to start backing away. Because they're going to say, there's too many of them out here we can mess with, but he ain't the one. So that's what I'm saying when I say that, yeah, you're right. They do break a lot of these rules because they think they can. They think they can. And so when you let them know, hey, you ain't gonna be able to do that. And you start doing stuff. For example, last guy that gave me a ticket, tried to give me a ticket, the first thing I did is say, okay, no problem, officer. He pulled me over. I don't know what I had, a brake light or something. Okay, officer, no problem. And then he went, can I go through the car? No, sir. But I understand, thank you. You can see everything in there because I try to keep my car neat. You can see everything. I don't have any weapons or anything like that, right? I'm telling the man. He said, "Oh, okay. Well, so he take the flashlight and look all in it, right?" And I said, "Oh, okay, that's no problem. Can you want to get out of the car?" "No, I don't want to get out of the car, sir. If I did something, you can give me the ticket. I'll take the ticket and then I'll just be on my way. And unless you need me to get out of the car." So now I put it on him. Now he got to demand me to get out of the car, right? So they can't demand you get out of the car. Excuse me, let me rephrase that. You don't have to get out of the car. They can do whatever they want to do, but you don't have to get out of the car unless they.
Well, wait a minute. It looks like these brothers pulled this brother out of the car.
That's why. That's what I'm saying. They pulled him out.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
He
they
refused to get
pulled
out.
him right out of the
Pulled him
car.
out. But I'm saying you got to talk to them in a way that lets them know that you know
But does that mean they're not going to pull you out the car?
Well, if you like, "Hey man, no, I ain't doing that. No, no, man, ain't no way." And you talk like that, then they're gonna feel free enough to be able to do something like
Oh,
that.
no, let me ask you this now. I haven't seen the video. I think I'm not. I can't see myself watching any more of this. But did he come across like that? This gentleman?
Obviously, because when they told him to get out of the car, he was like, "What are you guys doing? What's going on with it?" He was doing all of that.
But why would he not say
Wait, but
that if
first of
it's
all-
a violation for you to pull me
But
out of
first
the
of all,
car?
yeah. So let's roll the tape back. So
That's what I'm saying.
if it's a traffic infraction, they immediately came with the aggression instead of the norm of walking up, pulling him over. He stopped. They get out their car and walk over and ask for license and registration. They didn't do that. They came immediately with aggression. Get out your car. Put your hands up. Blow your MF and guns out already.
Right.
And of course, anybody's response would be, "Hey, wait a minute, what's going on?
What's going on? What did I do?
What are you doing? Why are you doing this?"
Right.
So for a person to sit back and just say, "Oh, I'm just going to be quiet while they yank me out the car," that's not a natural response.
And it's easy to say, and it's easy to say, let me move, like we're saying, remember my Miranda rights, remember this, remember, it's easy to say that, but when you in the midst of that, sometimes all that goes out the window because you're nervous, you're afraid, and obviously he was. You know what I mean? And sometimes that all goes out the window. You could totally forget what you were trained at this, especially a lot of Black men, because they don't learn and research what their rights are. So our culture has almost predominantly been conditioned to run. That's just a natural, because of the fear, because of knowing what the consequences can be for us.
I understand that, but that behavior opens up the option for them to get more physical. You understand?
Of course.
So what I'm saying
Brother
is,
Clarence, wait, what should his behavior when they yank your door open and start pulling you out and yelling at you? What should have been his behavior?
Well, the first thing, okay, let me go back to first time you recognize that they're behind you, you call somebody on your phone, your wife, your mother, your girlfriend, you call somebody and put it on speaker.
That's a good
idea.
idea.
The first thing you do. Then you pull over in a place that's well lit, that has a lot of people around. That's the second thing you do.
I agree with that.
Okay, I'm just giving you strategies. I'm not saying that you're gonna say some magic thing and they're gonna say, "Oh, they're gonna just back off." No, it's a process. See, they got to see you doing things that lets them know that this ain't no regular Negro. He ain't letting us pull him over on the side of some street where ain't nobody out there. He's out there. Now, I feel like he made the mistake of pulling over there, but not he made the mistake. He did not realize his rights, his right to find a place that's well lit, that he feels is safe. He feels is safe. He should have kept on going to his mama's house.
But let me ask you this, Brother Clarence. Like me and you both play sports and basketball, right? So
Correct.
I don't know, at practice, they used to call me practice boy in elementary school, right? Because I was nice. I could hit the jump I was doing. And practice, you couldn't stop me. But when I got into a place where they had people around, right? And the shot clock and the referee and the pressure of winning, oh man, I forgot all the plans. I forgot all of the stuff strategized. It took a while, a lot of practice for me to get there and kind of ignore the crowd. I choked, right? So I think a lot of our people are in the position of choking, right? Because words can, we can have a strategy.
Either that or getting choked, but go
And
ahead.
freezing up.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like what Mike Tyson said, everybody got a strategy until they get hit. Right.
Right.
So
exactly.
We're in a situation like that. I mean, I hear what you're saying and I respect it, but I guess at the end we could talk about a solution. Maybe we got to practice this stuff in our communities or something, because when that hits you in the middle of the night, your mind goes into it's not practice, but it's not practice reactions.
Your
Right.
little brother's
And we
working on
know
the
the
task
logic
force.
is yes, we know what the logic is. Yes, he should have, but if he didn't know, if he panicked, if he was afraid, if fear immediately came upon him, this brother, the fact of the matter, regardless to what we are saying he should have did, what we know should not have happened is he should not be deleted. We know that.
You're right.
Now we know that, regardless of if he ran or whatever, he should not be have been deleted. Period. Regardless.
Absolutely right.
But I'm gonna tell y'all, man. My teacher taught me that we were behind enemy lines. We behind. Now, not that we not allowed to move around, but we have to move around in a certain way to avoid the jaws of the vicious jaws of this system, right? And which allows for massive amounts of violence to occur to us without the people crying out, because most of them have the absurd notion that we deserve it in some way, right? And so my thing is, okay, yes, that is awful, that can happen, but what are some strategies that we could save some lives? Because
and I would definitely say, Brother Clarence, that the strategies that you came up with are excellent.
They are.
And yes, get on the phone, pull over in a well-lit area where there are people that can witness what's going on. I get it. And
the number one, I think even before that, but it's easier said than done. The number one thing
that's what I was going to say.
The number one thing is, first of all, is not to panic. That's the number one thing.
But hold on. Listen, our bodies are designed to go through when a trauma happens. Just listen real quickly. Our bodies are designed to go through what they call fight or flight. Do you see what I'm saying? Because you are being accosted some type of way. You're being taken off guard, and your body, your natural biological body responds to this a certain way. So when people say, "What are you doing? Why are you doing it?"
I know.
Yelling at you, get on the ground. Don't get on the ground. Put your arms behind your back. No, put your right
Everything
foot in.
goes out
Put your
the
left
window
foot out.
for a lot of people. Yep, everything goes out the window for a lot of people. It's just like that scene in Set It Off. Remember, Vivica Fox was trained working at that bank how to deal with when a bank robbery happens. But remember, when the bank robbery happened, everything she was trained went out the window. So we know that there's going to be people that, regardless to what they know, how they was trained, if they are accosted in that way in a hostile environment and the aggression is to the max, a lot of times it can make a lot of people forget everything that they was taught, was trained to do. That's just a natural functioning of things too. So I get what you're saying. Yes, we need to learn this, research this, exercise this, and have these conversations with our spouses, our children, and our grandchildren, and things of that nature. Absolutely, I agree. I'm not saying that we should not have it. We absolutely should have it, and hope that when they get pulled over, they will remember to do these things and they will not panic. That's number one. That's just like when they tell you, as soon as there's a fire in your house, they say don't panic. But what do most people do? They panic. It's just a natural reaction or thing to do, but it's other things that happened in this scenario that we didn't even talk about, just like that they were nefarious for over 20 minutes, not administering some form of getting him help when he was laying there. 20 minutes, over 20 minutes, of that. So it's a lot of things that, that is being revealed now or unraveled in this tangled web of deceit and lies and cover up that so many people acquiesced into, from the EMTs to the deputies to the police. So, my thing is, and don't get me wrong, I know that there are good police officers, but it's mighty funny that there are never no good police officers when these incidents happen around. Where are they?
Won't happen.
Where are the good police officers? Out of 10 police officers that was there, not one of them was good, in my humble opinion. I mean, when you have the Walter Scotts, the Sandra Blands, the Philando Castillos, these people had partners. Some of them was on the scene. Like, none of these people were good officers because they didn't stop their partners. They didn't say, hey, don't do that. They was not the carry all horns. They was not the carry all horn. Y'all look that sister up. That was the police officer in Buffalo, New York, that physically stopped her partner from having a black man who was in handcuffs in a chokehold beating him. Now that was a good officer. But you know what it cost her? Her job, her pension, and now she's had to fight and sue to get all of that back. So I say that to say, I know that there are good officers, but we need to see more of good officers put in actions when it's scenarios like this, because there are incidents where they are multiple. George Floyd, there were what, 3-4 officers? None of them were good officers. Where the hell are the good officers when these incidents are happening? Because none of them are there to speak up. None of them are there to say, hey, don't do that. Stop. You're not going to risk my job, my pension, my family, my this, my that. Where the hell are they?
And Sister Patrice, not to cut you off, what you're saying is so true. But I think in a lot of cases, not to take up for them or anything like that, but a lot of them officers that be standing by, they 1 or 2 years, they fearful. Just they in that moment of they got hit, they didn't know what to do, and that's them not being trained and doing what they supposed to do. But they thinking, okay, when something like that happens, they got to think, okay, so do I go against the guy that's training me? Do I go against the police unit? Is this? And a lot of times they are in that flight. I know you said flight or flight, Vaughn, but it's also a third one that they starting to say now is freeze.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, before they came out with that's what we were taught, but I get it.
Right. But
They
I
add
think a
stuff.
lot
Yeah.
of them are freezing too. Could that be a case? Not to take up for ND.
Yeah,
I'm not even going to say his name.
It could be, but I
Indeed.
promise you, at some point, this is happening too much. At some point, there got to be more carry all horns on these police forces, or else we a whole lot of people need firing, and we need to rehire some new people, because like this it's crazy. I'm sorry. Where are all these good officers? Where
And then
are
you know what, too, Patrice? Some of these officers don't want to speak up or say anything because they don't want to be on the opposite side of whatever the code is. You
of
see
course,
what I'm saying?
which is like what happened to carry all horn. I get it, but this is going to continue to happen. This is going to continue to happen if somebody don't start speaking up. If somebody don't start if we don't start having and seeing more carry all horns of the world in the police culture, this is going to continue to happen. And guess what? The more people speak up, they can't start firing all these people. They can't start doing this to a lot of them. They can't.
And like
because it's going to make them look more guilty. I just want to see more good officers speak up. And in this culture, this code, this thick blue code can cease to continue.
I think we all want to see that. I think we all want to see
Brother
that.
New Growth wanted to say something.
Just a quick question. This goes back to ND. He said this a couple, I think it was last year. But I still sit with things. And do you think it's a point? He had a point with getting more black police officers on the force. I was adamantly against it initially, but I'm looking at it now. They're lowering a lot of the standards and stuff like that. It's easier for a lot of us to get in there and maybe as a strategic move help fight against that negative culture, right? Because nothing else seemed to work. So I don't know. What do y'all think? Is that a idea? Is that a plan of attack or a strategy that may be useful?
You saying hire more of us?
Like more of us go into the field, not just black people, because we've seen those black people go in there and did what they did.
Well, you know, I recently heard someone make a point, and I thought that their point that they were making was very interesting. It's because, see, a lot of people are leaving the police force,
right,
for a numerous amount of reasons. You see what I'm saying? And so what they're doing is what the school system does. You know, they just you know, when you get to the academy and you have to go through all of the training and whatever, even if you're not up to par, they will allow you to be on the force. You see what I'm saying? And so you're getting a low, I don't know if how
low hanging fruit. Low hanging fruit.
The low end of potential employees.
You're
when
right.
you do that. And so now they're accepting anyone, like you know, whoever is willing. And a lot of these people who are willing, you know, some of them just happen, you know, not to be kosher. They you know, they're not right.
That's my
you
question,
see what I'm
though.
saying? And thus you have the corruption that you're seeing in the police department.
Right. And like you said, that was a great analogy going with the school system. It's a vulnerability, it's an opportunity for us to get in there, right? Us who have the minds trained, like say your son, not saying the police, but let's say he was be a teacher. Now, you know, it's an opportunity for people to get in and give out the message that we're trying to push, because the problem is at one point it was hard to get in those fields, and they were allowing people to get in there who were only connected with their agenda. But now if it's a scarcity, right, and you have people that we have trained in you know, mindsets that, okay, we're here to protect the community, you know, they grew up in that situation, is it a good time to infiltrate that and you know, maybe change the culture, maybe have a different outlook, because obviously this way ain't work. It ain't.
I would say yes, but I would say not even just our culture. If we can get good cops, period. And number one, as much as these budgets be in some of these big cities, millions and billions of dollars, especially when you're talking about cities like LA, you know, Chicago, New York,
But
they got multi-millions of dollars and multi-billions of dollars in funding. And they need to pay them more money. You know, they have slacked off. They had slacked off in the salary. They slacked off in the benefits and the pension. It's not like it used to be, you know, anymore. And that's unfortunate. And that is the fault of these officials that we elect in there, on a federal level, on a city and a state level as well, and continuously saying that, you know, we're cutting the budget of this, that, and the other. But when you look, listen, this all is stuff that is public record. You can find out what the budget is for the police department in your state. You can, it's public record.
But you know,
so let me just say this, if I could, you know, just to speak to what Patrice was saying. You know, and I know you talked about the good officers. You see, those are the ones that are leaving the force.
Yeah,
is because they cannot put up with the corruption, and they can't, and they're put in a position where they can't do anything about the corruption. So they refuse to continue. You see what I'm saying? With being a part of it. And so now you have those people leaving in droves.
Bad ones leaving too. They leaving before they get caught up. A lot of bad ones are leaving before they get caught up.
Well, so you have people leaving on both ends then. You see what I'm saying? And so with that being said, what are you left with? What are we left with when it comes to
leftover, disgruntled, overly aggressive police officers for the most part, and they're wreaking havoc in the communities, and predominantly in our communities, you know, where there's low income poverty.
Exactly. And just like these police officers that we're looking at the body cams and all of that, you see many of them were out of shape. They're not even,
and they got mad because they had to run. They got mad because they had to chase them. See.
Okay.
Oh, they get pissed when they have to chase.
A lot of people say, you know, when you run from the police and they catch you, you already know what's going to happen.
Yeah, they say, oh, you done made it worse. Oh, they'll tell them why they beating you. You made me run. You made me run after you. Oh, you gonna pay now?
Yeah.
It happens. They get even more aggressive when you force them to run. That's something they lazy asses don't want to do.
Well, I think that, and I agree with some of the opinions that I've heard on other panels concerning this issue, is that it should be a little bit harder for you to get that position, and they're making it easy for people to get those positions, and they're not willing to do what it takes to maintain those positions, and they're cutting corners. See what I'm saying? And they're doing shortcuts, and this is why we see what's happening in our streets.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? Because these people are really not, they're not bent, they're not swayed towards doing the right thing. You see,
And
you
they're
have a whole
skipping
squad,
over.
you have a whole squad of people who are basically just gangbangers.
Yeah, and they skipping over a lot of the fact of knowing that a lot of these officers have psychological trauma and damage. They do, because they ordinary people just like us, guys. They have marital problems, problem with their kids. Some of them got kids on drugs, kids in prison. Let's just be real. They regular people like us, So when every now and then when you hear about a police officer deleting himself and deleting a spouse, or just deleting himself, they're regular people like we are that have the same problems we have.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous though, because I mean, come on, it shouldn't take 5 people to subdue one skinny person.
Absolutely. He was
It doesn't make
150
sense.
pounds soaking wet. He's one person, and then you got 5
And then
people.
even after you get him
200
handcuffed,
pounds.
yeah, and even after the handcuffs go on, you continue with the
Yeah.
brutality. Now,
Yeah.
come on, that's way out of line.
Exactly.
Way out of line.
Overly excessive, is over aggression. They were the ones, and even all the while that was happening to that young man, he was saying please and sir, and like so
Like they
that
said,
says a lot about him.
he was
and his
more calm than
character.
the police officers.
Even when that was happening to him, they supposed to de-escalate. He actually was the one trying to de-escalate. They were escalating the situation. They came from day one out the gate aggressive, overly aggressive. That is not how you stop someone for a traffic violation with guns out blazing. Put your MFing hands up or I blow your MFing brains out. Get out the car. Yada yada. Like, of course you're gonna be like, what in the world? You pull me over in this? So yeah, that's the culture, unfortunately, with a lot of police officers that has that use their authority and power, because they're gung ho for the power and the authority, just to know that they have that over someone, and they abuse it. They have a complex. You see the bullying tactics and all of that. You see it every day, the way they talk to you and they voice, just the scare tactic. That's how they are. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are that way. And they know that they are in position of authority, so they have the complex of saying, I can literally take your life if I choose to. They're playing judge, jury, and executioner now. That's what they do. That's what a lot of them do, unfortunately.
Can I get back to my list, y'all?
Sure.
I was trying to give the
what list?
Listen, that wasn't my fault.
Yeah,
Patrice, she was the one talking. I was just listening. So it ain't my fault, Brother Clarence. No.
So
y'all know I have a passion. Y'all know I have a passion for this. Y'all know ever since y'all know me, I've been telling y'all about the fight that I've been fighting when I'm in these meetings, when I'm seeing crying mothers, crying parents, so when I was sitting on platforms and listening to that form of fool try to tell me, try to bully me with the same police tactics that he was trained to use, about like I didn't know what I was talking about. You're not the smartest person in the room. See, I know my shit. So, he can miss me with that bullshit.
All right, y'all. Let's I'm trying, Risa. Here I am. All right, so but we've got to get this information out, man, because some of these people come back in the replay and look at it and they may learn something, right? So the first thing we saying is don't panic, right? But I don't know. That was kind of tough because it depends on where you at mentally that day, right? But okay, so here's some steps you can follow. Number one, if you see them lights behind you and you realize you're in their crosshairs, call your mama, call somebody, and stay on the phone with them. Put the phone on speaker, set it down, and leave it on. Right. Next thing, don't pull over somewhere until you feel safe. You have that right. I told you guys about the CHP officer, Craig Byer. He was out there murking women, arping them and murking them, and the Congress made a law that you can pull over where you on a traffic stop. You can pull over where you feel is safe. You, as the person who has committed the offense, can decide where you feel is safe to stop your vehicle. Right? Okay, so these are just some strategies. The next strategy is when they actually come up on you, don't be, hey, yeah, you know, I'll be you. Don't know. You're talking to hello, officer. Good evening, good afternoon, whatever, sir. Right? Because many times they won't just pull you out. A lot of times even if they're looking to do that, they have to have some provocation to do it, right? They have to give themselves a reason to be able to do it. But now, I'm not talking about the event that they just walk up and pull you out the car. I'm not talking about this is all strategies to avoid that from happening, right? Now, because when you're fighting for your life, everything goes, right? Everything goes. So when you in a melee like that, I can't tell you what to say. God gotta take over for you, right? And you gotta work with God, working through you, right? Okay, so but before it gets to that, good officer, and you could and look at their name badge and say their name. Good morning, Officer Bill. Good evening, Officer Bill. Why? Why do you do that? Because that letting the officer know that you took the time to pay attention. Now you ain't gonna be able to see the badge number, right?
Exactly.
But you can get that name off that name badge, and you say, "Good afternoon, Officer Bill. Thank you for stopping me. Is there a problem?" Right? You just got to talk like you got some sense. And then they most likely, I would say 90% of the time, they're not going to try to pursue something with you once they realize, okay, he ain't the one. I can tell by the way he's talking. He pulled over here in the light. He said my name. He's got his mama on the phone. You know what? Let me just give you this ticket and I'm out of here. Right? But those are strategies we can use. But we can't be flailing around. Don't touch me. I don't have to do this, and I don't have to. I'm a sovereign citizen, and I don't have to have a driver's license. Crazy, right? So just try to comply. Now, what you don't comply with is you're not going to comply with things that they say. Hey, follow me out here into these woods. Hey, I'm gonna get in my car. You follow me. You wait a minute. You don't have to follow nobody. That's why you on the phone with somebody. Make sure that person heard what you say. You say, "Mama, start recording," because you want somebody, a witness. That phone is a witness. Now they may ask you, "Hey, give me your phone or turn it off." You don't have to comply with that. You don't have to comply.
But now wait, hold on, Brother Clarence, because see, now you're saying you don't have to comply, but then you're saying we should comply. So I'm trying to figure out
with the reasonable. Listen, you should.
He trying to get our ass whooped, huh, Clarence? I mean, Bum.
No, but
I'm just playing.
I'm just saying, I understand when you're talking about compliance, and I get it.
Yes.
And it should be taught. It should definitely be taught. But what we're seeing is people are being compliant, and it doesn't even matter. So now what are we supposed to do in those cases when we are being compliant?
Well, see, that's the thing.
Yeah, Orlando Castillo.
That's where, like I said, when it gets to that point, are you willing to take the officer's life? Are you willing to murk an officer? Are you willing to do that? See, those are the type of things that God is going to have to help you with in those moments. See, I can't.
That's what Brother Ozone fighting for his life for right today, because he decided not to be a hashtag.
Okay, so Just to see, you gotta have to say, what am I gonna do? I can't give you advice in that situation. That's why you have to ask God to be with you all the time, because you never know when one of these demons might roll up on you and then try to
Okay,
do
so
something.
now what you're saying is if they say, give me your phone, then you should resist that. Say, well, no,
Not resist.
it's well within my right to keep my phone.
There you go.
Right.
No,
Don't
because
resist. Just
that's
say
your
you
right.
don't have to give up your phone. That's your property.
That's your
But now
property. You do not have to give up your property unless you are under arrest. If you're under arrest, you have to give up your property.
You have a right to ask, am I under arrest? Am I being detained? And they
Okay,
supposed
maybe you guys didn't hear what I was saying.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So you acknowledge the fact that hey, you know, I have a right to have my phone.
Right.
And you're in a position where they're going to take your phone anyway.
Right.
And please be understood that these instances are happening when it comes to these police.
Correct.
So yeah, although I did acknowledge the fact of my rights, you know, are you going to adhere to them? And that's the problem that we're having, Brother Clarence. We can speak about our rights all day long, but they're not adhering to them.
But I'm well aware of that. That's why I'm giving you a sequence of things to do so that they will be less likely to abuse your rights. I'm giving you a sequence of things to where they can see already this might not be the one to abuse. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Because once it gets to the point, and I've been rolling on the ground with police. I've been there. I understand. It can happen, right? And at that point, you got to decide what you're gonna do, right? Are you willing to pull their weapon out and put a slug in them, right? If you do, guess what? You can't put it straight. You got to put it up under the vest. I'm just telling you, we were trained for stuff like that, right? We were trained for stuff like that. See, but I can't tell you what to do. At that moment when the melee starts. So what I'm trying to do is give you advice on how to conduct yourself so they look at you as not worth the time. That's what I want. I want them to look at you as like, he ain't even worth the time.
I feel what you're saying. You saying that the things to allow the thing less likely it'll occur.
There
not
you
saying
go.
that you can avoid
That's
it,
what
but
I'm
it's
not
less
saying
likely.
that it won't occur.
And I get that part. It's less likely to occur. I get it. I get it.
They choose their victims.
But I don't want
very
people to be
carefully.
under the I don't want people to be under the impression that when they do everything like you're saying to the letter, that it's going to turn out rosy and nice.
No. I'm not. I'm saying
See,
it's
that's
less likely.
the thing that I'm saying.
No. It's less likely. I don't have no magic bullet.
But I do understand less likely. I do. I get the less likely part. I do.
Run away.
I get it. I get
only thing I'm trying to do is give you a scenario where it's less likely that they're going to do that wolf pack thing to you, right? Get out the car, get out there, get on the ground, get on there. See, because now you got 5 people yelling at you, right? You got 5 people hollering and screaming at you. Which one do you obey? How do you organize the orders, the commands they're giving you? They're all giving you all different kind of commands, right? You try to organize that. That's going to confuse anybody. And it opens the door for them to say, oh, you're not in compliance. Right? And so you like, well, you was talking to me and you was talking to me and you was talking to me. I don't know which one of y'all to obey. You told me to get on the ground. You told me to turn my head. You told me to pull out my wallet. Who do I obey? That kind of wolf pack thing they're going to do to you, right? But when it gets to that point, now it's out of anybody's hands but God's hands. So I'm trying to say, let's approach it so it don't even get to the wolf pack position. It don't even get to that point where they trying to drag you out the car and they trying to do all this crazy stuff to you and they trying to wolf pack you. Let's get to it before then. So that's what I'm trying to do is get as many of our people across the river without getting wet as possible. Some of us are gonna fall in. We can't. Everybody's not gonna make it. They gonna find some of our people, and and it's gonna be a bad mixture, right? They got a bad attitude. Our people got a bad attitude, and our people think by resisting and showing them disrespect that they're gonna just walk away. Sometimes you might, but many times when they coming like these dudes was coming, you might not. You might get to what happened to him. And I'm saying that don't have to happen. Now, so people may think, well, I'm saying that he brought that on himself. I am not. I am not saying that. I'm saying I understand that we got an open enemy. We have an open enemy. That's the way I look at it. We have an open enemy. And that open enemy is ignorance. Some of our people are participating with this situation, with this police brutality, right? Because they're ignorant of our situation. They don't look at us as human beings. But we got to reestablish that we human beings, right? Good morning, Officer Green. Right? We got to reestablish that in their mentality. We got to put that into their mind with our behavior. Why didn't you pull me over, Brother Clarence? Why didn't you pull over when I told you to pull over? I tried to pull you over back a mile back. Well, Officer Green, my rights is to find.
You stuttering. You did something wrong. Give me your little stutter. Get out the car.
As long as I'm alive. See,
I'm telling you,
that's exactly how it goes.
But I would say, hey, Officer Green, Officer Green, I just wanted to make sure that I pulled in some place where we could both be safe, right? That's how I would say it. We will both be safe, because I don't want you in a situation where you can't see what's going on around you, and then I can't see what's going on around me, and I might have to watch your back. You might have to watch mine, right? While you doing your duty. I don't want that to happen. See, when you start talking like that, man, they say, this ain't the regular nigger off the street. Wow. Let me just give him his ticket and walk away. See, you got to reestablish that you're a human being in their minds. And that's all I'm saying. Oh, this ain't gonna save you, Clarence. See, you said it's gonna save. No, I didn't. They might still wolf pack you. They might still do it. I think the odds are much lower
right there. They may still
the odds are much lower, though, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I agree. I agree with you. Okay. But at the same time, be aware that it may still happen.
It may still happen. So you got to decide.
Because just like this brother said, hey, I was just trying to go home.
Right?
That's all I was doing.
But if they will pack you,
shut up.
You got to decide what you're going to do. Are you going
on your stomach?
Now, are you going to comply? Are you going to take the beating? Are you willing to die over it? Are you willing to put one of them to death?
I don't think this brother was willing to die because he ran for his life.
But that's what I'm saying.
And their motive was to actually murder him. That was their motive.
What could he have done?
You know, it's unfortunately in that situation, it was absolutely nothing that he could do.
No, he could have drove all the way to his mom's house.
Yeah. Well, if he had done that, maybe the situation would have been different. So I do understand what you're saying. I don't understand what you're saying, Brother Clarence. But the reality of the matter for me is, you see what I'm saying? This is good advice that you're giving. Very good advice. I would follow it myself. Hey, okay, I know they're behind me, but I ain't gonna pull over here in this dark area. Oh, okay, when I roll the window down, yes, officer, did I do something incorrectly? Oh, I know how to talk and be this certain way with them. But see, that's not good enough for a lot of them when you get pulled over. And we are seeing this time and time again.
And unfortunately,
even though you are doing the right thing, unfortunately, it doesn't matter.
And then you got to take into consideration, sometimes we might be doing a little something that's illegal, right? But illegal doesn't cause, everybody panics when they do something. Vaughn might have been coming home from the his spot. And he might have had too many rum and cokes or whatever. So you automatically panic. It's not like you go into it's not right to break the crime, but there's laws and there's rules and punishment for that. But in that moment, sometimes we break it. I might got a little dime bag in my pocket. And as soon as he pulled me over, I go into panic mode. And I'm like, and he's trying to ask me, and I'm trying to say, yes, sir, officer. Your mind has, like Fawn said, you have a fight or flight. But I understand exactly what you're saying, Brother Clarence. Like what you're saying is true. These are steps to avoid it. But Vaughn saying,
I agree.
It might inevitably, you have to take these steps to avoid it, but keep in mind, it might inevitably go to the point where you have to, well, all the things you did are mute. You still have to face it, right? But a lot of times, and that's what Vaughn is saying. A lot of times, people give us remedies, and I'm not saying it's you, but we feel okay. This is how it's gonna keep me from getting into it. And when it gets there, and you exhausted those opportunities, your mind goes blank because you didn't think that it still could happen. Like a lot of us think that, okay, you give me this stock tip.
I just don't like the whole scenario of the he coulda situation, right? Because this brother did nothing wrong. First of all,
no, he didn't do nothing wrong, Patrice. I didn't say he did anything wrong.
Right. I know that. And second of all, they have yet to find on all the camera footage they have of why they even stopped him. So even the stop was illegal.
Correct.
They stopped the brother. So if it was personal, they tried to make it an excuse as to say the traffic thing. But if this whole personal situation come out to be true, then we'll know that that's what it was, because they have yet to show evidence of why they even stopped him.
See, but OG Patrice, I'm sorry, I'm gonna cut. But what you said earlier is true. This unit, stuff like that, are meant to patrol areas. It's not about seeing somebody do anything wrong. I'm patrolling this area. I'm sweeping. It's like a street sweeper. We sweeping through the neighborhood. If you out
but
here,
they have to have probable cause for even stopping somebody, even if it was.
I'm telling you from what I grew up in.
No, I get what you're saying, but
So
I'm
what
saying
you're saying is
now, right. So
what
now
you're saying
that
is
they,
right, but they operate under that crooked
I know
system.
exactly.
And that's why they're gonna
then,
cover everything.
And then more of the cover up is, when have you ever known police officers to go to the house of the parent to tell them that their son got stopped for a DUI and then they're going to jail? You can't go to the hospital though. Like, they don't do that. Or the only time they come is when your child or next of kin has been deleted by the cops. They will come and visit the parents or the spouse or something. So the cover up, I mean, it was just a whole cover up. And like, who was it that went to the parents' house? Because remember, she said they came to the house to say, your son was arrested for a DUI, and we had to tase him, and we had to pepper spray him, and it was like he had superhuman powers. Is he on any drugs? Like that's the whole narrative that they was trying to spin from that incident, because they knew this. So it's just pathological lies and deception and master manipulation on their part to try to cover their own asses.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate that that's what they do. They lie on the paperwork, and they, that's what happened. Yep. They were saying stuff on the radio to try to create a narrative. Oh yeah, he reached for my gun. No, he didn't. It doesn't show that on the videotape. So again, they create these lies and spin these narratives, not knowing that that street light. See, they didn't know that street light was videotaping, and thank God it was working, because these guys would have probably got off with this bull. So it's just a whole. It's just a whole deceptive web that they spin, and to know that these many people, 10 plus people and counting, because they still, arresting people, they still, putting people on administrative leave, they still firing people, like 10 plus people thus far is in the frying pan with this situation, which lets you know how deeply rooted this problem is.
Okay.
Well, listen, I pray to God, because my son, he's approaching 18. And I pray every day when he walks outside the door, and I tell him these things, just like Brother Clarence is saying. Hey, you make sure you're compliant. You see what I'm saying? Don't be flippant at the mouth. And, and I try to share with him ways as to how to deal with the situation if you have been accosted by the police. And I get it.
Right.
But what does a person do when they are following all of the right rules? You see what I'm saying? And you're still being shoved down to the ground. And you're still being beat while you're handcuffed. But you're complying.
God, man. God is the only one there's gonna be times in your life, brother, Just like that
Yeah.
footsteps, just like that footsteps poem. There's gonna be times in your life, the only thing between you and everything else is gonna be God, and how
Yeah.
God
And I
moves
get
through
that
you
part,
to
Brother
handle it.
Clarence. I get that part about what you're saying, but at the same time, these situations can be prevented if the system would deal with their people the way that they're supposed to deal with the
Agreed.
folks. You see
Agreed.
what I'm saying? Now we could put God
Agreed.
into if we can put God into the equation, and I get it. But these things are happening for a reason. And
Agreed.
God is not doing this to people.
I'm not saying God is,
It's the
man.
people that are doing it to the people.
Agreed, brother. But what I'm saying is, when you see them swarm up on you like that, you got to know. It's like if you was in the woods and you was walking around and a pack of wolves came around you, what
Well,
would you do?
you have to
Would
try
you
to remain
move?
calm.
You would
Yeah,
have to
you got to try to remain
remain
calm.
calm.
But
You'd
guess
have to
what?
talk
When
very slowly.
when those same wolves approach you and you remain calm, and they're starved and they're hungry, and they sense and smell your blood, and
Right.
see what I'm saying? Hold on. You can
Right.
be as calm as you want, but they want to feed.
Correct. So what are you gonna do? See, in the real,
You can only do what you can do.
well,
Exactly.
in the
Just
real
like this
world,
brother was in the position, he could only do what he
well,
could do.
let me tell you what you do in the real world. In the real world, with some real wolves, some wolves, real wolves. You got about 3 or 4 of them sitting around you, growling. Let me tell you what you do. First thing you got to do is find out which one is the alpha. Once you figure out which one is the alpha, that's the one you have to take out. You got to jump on
But
that,
Brother
and you're gonna
Clarence,
get
listen,
bit.
if I have 5 wolves showing their teeth and they're all growling, I'm not trying
Yes.
to figure out which one is the alpha.
Well, do you want to
I'm
survive?
not.
You want to
Yeah, but I
survive, or
don't know
have
how
you
do I
given
know which
yourself
one is
up
the
as
alpha
lunch?
though?
Huh?
Well, you sound like you have all the answers, sir.
No, I don't, brother.
No,
I'll
but
leave it like that.
y'all
I'll leave
both
it
are
like
I
that.
making
don't. I
great
don't have all
points.
the answers, brother.
Yeah,
I
no.
just have
I
answers
get
for
what
the
you're saying.
question
Be
you asked me.
still, and you should come out unscathed. I got it.
Well, I'm like Muhammad
No,
Ali. If I'm in the ring with 1,000 snakes, I ain't trying to figure out which one is the alpha snake. They all snakes.
no, I'm not
They all
saying
gonna
do
bite
that.
me.
I'm not okay. Okay, I tell you what, y'all. Let's just get some closing remarks. I have some information I was trying to give out so that the people can
No,
see
you giving
that
up
there's
information.
some solutions.
Are you? Do
I
you
keep
have any more?
but I keep getting the jacket put on me that I'm
Well,
trying
I'm
to
not
have
disagreeing
people
with you,
say
brother.
that
I'm
here
just,
go,
I'm just,
and I'm not trying to do that. All I'm
No,
trying to
brother,
do
give it.
is give us some
yeah.
solutions
So you giving
in
us
the
good
situation.
solutions. You are. I
Okay.
will say that.
Okay. So all I'm
I
trying
don't
to do
want
is
you to
give out,
think that.
and
I don't
not
want you to
us.
think
I
that
think
because
those
we
of us
giving
on
you
the panel.
pushback. We just giving you real pushback. We know you
I'm
giving
just
us
telling
good
you.
information.
But I'm against the wall, y'all. I only got a certain amount of time. I got to put this stuff out so I can. So, but what I'm saying is, y'all, I'm putting out. I'm trying
I
to
hear you.
give our people some information, and I don't want them to think
Give it to our
I'm
people.
saying.
Give it to them, brother.
Okay, I don't want them to say. Let me say this. I don't want people to think that I'm saying that there's something you're gonna be able to do that's gonna get these wolves off you like that. Because I was using the example of actually being in around the wolf pack.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna get some scratches on you.
Bro, could you do this? Could
Yes.
you do this so it won't make it look like you're trying to say Tyree should have did this and maybe this wouldn't have happened. Can you just give it out in general without using him as to say he should have did this or he should have did that? Because that's neither here nor there. The brother didn't do anything wrong.
I'm not saying what he should have did.
Okay.
All I'm saying is this may work for one of the rest of us. This may work for somebody else that might be seeing that situation coming. This may work for you because he was in a situation. He's a different person. He was in a situation and he had to deal with things based on his knowledge and understanding. But if I'm giving you some more information, knowledge, and understanding, then maybe you might have some more tools in your toolbox to be able to use. Nothing against that brother. That brother did the best he could under the circumstances and his level of understanding. Okay, that's why I'm trying to raise some of our people's level of understanding. I know all of us on the panel here, we know what I'm saying already. I mean, I'm not telling you guys nothing new. I'm trying to put it out there for the younger audience or anybody that's just passing through that might be wanting to pick up this information. because I know the system is corrupt. I know the system is bad. So I'm saying we have to look at things like as
And you know, we're just honestly giving you some pushback because there is two sides to the.
I'm trying to save the time. You guys are taking up all my time. Screaming at the police, and I'm like, I know.
Hey, don't kick us off the panel. Don't say get the F off.
Never that.
We got to get pushed out. Watch out. We got to get pushed out.
Let me get this out. And then y'all can push back all y'all want.
We'll give our final thoughts, whatever, or solutions or whatever.
That's what we
All right.
Okay. So to get that out, when so we was on turning over your phone. They can ask you whatever. They are not breaking the law by saying, can I have your phone? Can you give it to me? Can you turn it off? And your response should be, I feel safer with it on. I don't think I'm violating any of my rights. If I am, can you tell me which one of my rights that I'm violating? Because I don't feel I'm violating any of my rights having the phone on. See, when you start talking like that, they will say, maybe this guy ain't the guy, right? And so,
and what should you do when they say, "Give me your phone any goddamn way"?
Give them the phone.
How do we deal with that?
Give them the phone.
Okay, so there we go.
Give them the phone. And you acknowledge that they are violating your rights. Hey, I have a right to have my property unless I'm under arrest. And am I under arrest? No, but I told you, give me the phone. Just give me the phone, right? Okay, well, I'm not telling you to get your head beat in, trying to show them what to do. I'm saying to you, you don't have to comply. Now, if you decide that you're going to comply with them because you feel like it's going to be safer, that's your choice. I'm just telling you your rights. I'm advising you that you have the right that if you're not under arrest, you do not have to turn over your property. Now, if you're under arrest, the man say you're under arrest, then you have to turn over your property. Because now you are property of the state now. You are in their custody. You are their property. So your property is their property as well. They got to manage you and your property, right? So under that circumstance, but I'm not telling you to be like this. I'm not giving you my phone. F you and F your mama and F your chief, right? I'm not telling you to do that. I'm just telling you to say, sir, it's my understanding that this is my right to have my property unless I'm under arrest. Is that right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You got to talk to them. The main thing I'm saying is we have to unfortunately, we as Black people, we have to reestablish to most of these people, I won't say most of them, but a lot of them in the police departments all over the country, we have to reestablish that we are human as well. We have to reestablish that with most of them. Some of them are good officers. Some of them are the kind of officers that understand that already, right? But some of them are not. A lot of them are not. Some of them are in these task force, right? These task force, these super forces, Red Dog, right? Scorpion, whatever, right? Okay, so the problem is you don't know who's behind you. You don't know who. You don't know if it's good officer. You don't know if it's the Red Dogs. You don't know if it's Scorpions. You don't know who it is. You don't know if it's the Diablos. You don't know who it is. So it's the best way to do this is to take it step by step. Take it step by step, right? Just take it step by step. Even like if you fighting with those wolves, right? You might not have nothing else to fight with them except one of your shoes. You might have to start swinging your shoes at them, right?
It's the same thing as because you have a right to even record, what's going on in the situation. And they'll try to tell you, take your phone for that. Like here in Arizona, they passed this law where, you still can record, but you have to be so many feet away. I think it's 8 or 9 feet.
Right.
So you could tell them and listen, and I had to, I heard it on the news. I looked it up. I said, okay, when this law come to effect, because I'll be one of them ones. You ain't gonna tell me you give you your phone. I don't have no, give me my phone. I don't have no right to record. I'll say no. As long as I'm within so many feet, I have a right to record what's going on here, officer. So again, y'all got
listen. I would have to agree. And if we follow these rules, we should definitely have better outcomes.
That's all I'm saying, Vaughn. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's going to be.
I'm going to go along with that. You know,
airtight.
we
I'm not
should have better outcomes.
Yeah, I
If
agree.
we just
I'm not
if we
gonna
just
say it's
follow these
airtight. It's nothing airtight.
these
It's nothing airtight.
these
Oh,
the-
so
these
Clarence, you saying
this type
that
of advice.
Clarence, you saying that Tyre Nichols should have did all of this stuff? No, I'm just saying it may have worked out differently for him if he had. I'm not saying
No,
what he should have did.
no, absolutely not. It would not. They came out the gate aggressive, bro. The intention was to do exactly what they
Right.
did, whether he'd have stood, whether he'd have laid there and took that beating or ran. Come on, bro. Now this is why I didn't want you to do that.
Wait a minute, Patrice. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying that he should have that there was anything that would have made those guys do better. What I'm saying is, well, let me ask you this, Patrice, because I don't feel that he did anything wrong. I just feel like he just didn't have the knowledge of some of these other things that he could have done. That's my position. I don't feel like he did anything wrong, but I feel like if he would have put up at his mama's house before he would have pulled over, maybe things would have turned out different. I feel like that.
Okay, bro. Okay.
Are we saying that people haven't been killed in front of their mama's house?
No, we're not saying that.
But we gotta not. But this is the thing. We know that was not the situation. We got to deal with what happened. So we have to say, in this scenario, that dude, those officers would have done exactly what they would have done had he stayed there and took that whooping or ran and then end up getting caught again. They would have did exactly what they set out to do, because from about the gate, their intentions was to do it.
Okay. So let me. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna ask you this last question, Patrice. So you don't feel that if he got to his mom's house and he was able to be there where his people would have been able to come out and see what was going on, you don't think it could have ended any differently?
That's it. That's a strong possibility, because it will be other witnesses there to see what's going on. I get it, but bro, I'm saying to you, we can't use that scenario because that's not the scenario.
No. I'm talking about surviving. I'm not talking about, well, the officers that would have got the officers not doing what it. No, that needs to be checked. The officers that did what they did, that needs to be checked. That's it. That's totally irrelevant to what I'm saying. That don't take nothing off them officers and what they did to that boy. Nothing. I'm just talking about our people surviving. That's all I'm talking about.
I think both of y'all talking about that, but it's kind of like
I think what you're saying, two things can be right at the same time. But I'm speaking in the reality of that's not what happened. He's speaking in that reality that if he would have done it. You see what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying, but again, I'm dealing with the reality of what happened. You think you dealing with the reality of what may have happened had he done that. So I get it. Yeah, two things could be right at the same time.
But it's kind of like, Brother Clarence, you kind of like playing I'm not saying it in a negative way, but you playing the analytics game, right?
Right.
Analytical, right? So, and and some people old school, like I hate analytics, right? And when it comes to sports, you play the analytical game. Both of them can be right, but we have to learn that at the end of the day, how do we get that win? So I both of y'all are right. It's not
of course.
I would love for you to finish your rundown, brother.
Okay, so let me leave Tyre Nichols alone. Rest in peace. I don't want to make him out to be, because I can see where people could misunderstand what I'm saying about that. So I just thought about that. So let me rephrase what I'm saying then. What I'm saying is, if most of us find a safe place to be before we pull over, we probably could have better outcomes. Most likely. We could improve. Let me put it like that. We could improve a lot of these fatal and detrimental outcomes that happen.
The likelihoods are less. The likelihoods are less.
Okay.
Right.
So, sometimes my sisters and my brothers, man, they gotta help me, because sometimes I don't realize what I'm saying.
You coming back around.
All right. Because sometimes I don't realize it. I say, Clarence, maybe you not saying it in the right way. Okay, so anyway, like I said, let me hurry up, because I'm at 4 hours. Okay, y'all. I gotta hurry up. Okay, let me finish the Miranda rights. Okay, let me finish that real quick, and then we gotta get out of here. Okay, we said you have the right to remain silent. Y'all, you got the right to remain silent. I'm gonna take you to jail. Okay. All right, you got to remain silent. So that's a decision you got to make, right? If you're gonna remain silent, if they come to you and say, we want to ask you some questions, you can say, okay, but I have the right to remain silent. So I may not answer some of your questions if I feel like they are infringing on my rights, right? That's how you got to tell. You got to say, my rights, my rights, my rights. When they hear you talking like that, it does something to them. They say, this ain't the one. All right, number two, anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Sometimes our people think because these detectives walk up to you and say, hey, man, how you doing? How you doing, Vaughn? Man, oh, man, now I just got to ask you a little something about something. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no big deal, man. And they make it sound like it's nothing. They know Vaughn robbed the bank. But they go, Vaughn, I just got to ask you something, man, about your car, man. Oh, yeah, Vaughn's thinking he going to ask him about the light, tail light or something. He said, you own this car? Yeah, I own this car. This car is anybody else drive this car? No, I drive that car. That's my car. Then they pop it on him. Well, this car was at the scene of a bank robbery, right? So anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You already said you own the car. You already said you was at the scene of the crime. You already said all that. That's why when you're doing number two, this is another decision you got to make. If I talk to them, I got the right to remain silent. Should I say anything? Okay, so anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. Number three, you have the right to an attorney, right? They say, we're going to talk to you. We want to talk to you. You know how you end a conversation with any police officer? I want to talk to my attorney. They cannot ask you no more questions after that. They can't ask you no more questions. Well, you might do a day or two in jail. But Vaughn, the bank robbery charge fell off because you never admitted that you own the car, because it's in your mama's name. You never admitted that you was at the scene of the crime because you never said that I'm the only one that drives the car. But if you don't admit that, then you got a right to remain silent. You don't stay silent.
And if they don't find no evidence, no DNA, no fingerprints too.
Well, see, what's going to give them all of that stuff to go into your car and everything is because you start answering their questions. Let them go get a warrant.
You can't search my car unless you got a search warrant. You can't search.
Let them go get a warrant. But how they gonna get a warrant? You never admitted to being at the scene of the crime. You never admitted to being with the people.
But I'm saying in case they ask, no, you can't search my car if you ain't got a search warrant.
Exactly. No, thank you. I just want to make sure I'm preserving my rights, officer. So I don't think at this time that's necessary. That's it. I just want to make sure I'm preserving my rights. Okay, number four. So sometimes they try to get you to talk, and they know. See, the one thing is they'll try to get you to talk before they tell you all this stuff, and then at the end they'll say, "Oh, now you got the right to remain silent," but you already told them you was at the bank.
They trip you. They try to trip you up. Yep.
Exactly. And so that's why you got to know this stuff up front. Now, whose fault is it, y'all, if we don't know these rights? Whose fault is it?
Ours.
It's our fault. It's our fault. Just like they told that dude, Darrel Brooks. He said, I didn't know. They said, ignorance of the law is no excuse. That's what they told him in the court. He said, I didn't know this. He said, they said, ignorance of the law is not a defense. That's not a defense. Right? So if you don't know your rights, whose fault is it? But Clarence, well, when you got time to read what you want to read, you got time to go to the club, you got time to do all this other stuff, know your rights. Number four, if you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you. Right? You ain't got no money right now, but they got to give you a public defender.
And just remember that he works for the state.
That's it. And you know what these public defenders will do? Now,
please.
These public defenders, they will plead you out in a minute. They plead you out in a minute. Why? Why are they so eager to plead you out? Why? Because they all are trying to promote their political careers. And they do a quid pro quo system. Oh, okay. You take this hit for me, I remember you when you were trying to be attorney, you know, and when you trying to rack up wins for, you know, when you were a judge, or they all trying to promote their political careers. So that why you think they pull each other into the court, into the chambers? Everybody meet in my chambers. You don't go back there. The lawyers
That's
go
why I
back
keep telling them everything is political with this system. It's political.
deal back there, right? They make deals. Okay, you're going to get the win. You're going to get the loss, but you're going to remember this person, and it's all game. Okay, if you can't afford an attorney, one will be provided for you. Why? If you ain't got no money, you can use your legal aid. You can get a public defender, but don't do like Darrel Brooks and go in there by yourself. I'm going to defend myself or that other crazy brother that killed he murked his wife and then tried to murk his son. And his son, he's sitting there asking his son, "Hi, son, how you been?" All right. Who tried to, murk you? You did. I mean, really, he thought his son was going to be like, I don't know. No, he said, you murked, who murked your mom? Do you see that person? Yeah, you. So don't try to defend yourself. Get a lawyer. Number 5, if you decide to answer questions now without an attorney present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to an attorney. All right? So I'll give Darrel Brooks one thing. He decided to stop. He didn't answer no questions. You see, they didn't say, you got to answer my questions. No. At any time you can say, you know what? I think I need an attorney. Done. These are your Miranda rights. Remember your Miranda rights. We're going to go over them again. But just make sure you take care of yourself out there on these streets, man. These streets are hard. At least I know they are out here in LA, man. They ain't no joke out here. You can get mopped up. You can get mopped up out here so quick. It ain't funny. All right? All right, y'all. We need some closing remarks, man, so we can get out of here, man. Brother Clarence, 10 minutes over. Yikes. All right. Let's get some closing remarks. Let's start with New Growth, man. Let's get some closing. What do you think, New Growth?
Hey, man, I respect it. A lot of this stuff, that everybody needs to know to a certain degree, right? These are protective ways to protect ourselves. But like I think all of us said, we got to know it's going to be a time for war, right? Only so far you can retreat, right? And it's like, no disrespect to us and the black, YouTube stuff, but a lot of this stuff is about us retreating. Oh, when they do this, turn this way. Don't do the vet better. Man, you're going to get a tipping point, right? You're going to be like, damn, what can I do besides retreat? I'm running from everything. Everything.
Can I ask you something, brother?
Mm-hmm.
In Africa, you fought big on big, small on small.
Okay.
Right? That worked. The traitor came. The traitor don't fight like that. The traitor has mechanized weapons of destruction. He has in his head all manner of evil to try to trip you up because he know what you like. He know you follow God. So he got all manner of evil in his head already to trip you up. So the traitor used strategy. Why not we use strategy as well?
To win, not to.
That's what I'm saying. But
we're not using strategy to win.
Brother. In a war, there's battles in a war.
But we haven't battled. We're retreating.
You don't just send one arrow. You don't just send one big arrow and you win the whole war, brother. There's battles.
So give me a battle that we have won recently that we prepared our people. We said, good job, valiant effort on winning this battle. Everything I hear nowadays is retreat.
Well, let me ask
we
you a
can't
question.
fight this.
Do you think vetting women and finding the best of women to procreate with, do you think that's retreating or a law is something bad?
No. That's something that you're doing as a mechanism to retreat from the court system, from the baby mom. No. Listen, I ain't gonna hold it as closing remarks.
I'm just trying to understand you, brother. I'm sorry.
But my point is that these are things that we do out of retreat, right? These are things the system is messed up. At one point we had this, and then these things came in. The government came. Now we've been retreating. We've been on our heels since. At some point in time, we have to be prepared for war, not a physical
agree.
war,
I
right?
agree.
Like you said, mental.
I agree with you. No, I
Mhm.
agree with you. We got to be ready for physical war. I agree with you. That's what I said that's why I said when they pulling you out of the car, now you got to decide what you're gonna do.
Right. But
You know, which
I'm
one is
not
gonna
talking.
die first?
I'm not
Am I,
talking
or
about that
is it me
point.
gonna be me, or is it gonna be them? You might have to make that decision out there. So that's
I'm
what I'm
not.
saying.
I'm not
But
talking
what I'm
about that point.
okay, but
That
I'm
point.
okay, but
That point is a retreat.
okay, but
But
what
like
I'm
I was.
saying,
Go ahead.
but
Go ahead.
what
I'm
I'm
sorry.
saying is us. Everything is not a retreat, brother. Everything is just an adjustment, right? We may have to adjust our plan, because if we say the system is messed up, and it is, but it's putting is connecting the people that have the least amount of responsibility and promoting them to procreate together, and so they are the ones that's leaving a lot of these children out here not well dealt with, then and it's causing a rift in our community, then maybe we as a community, we can't go to the system. The system is not set up for us. So to go to the system and say, you need to change so we can have better communities, that's not gonna happen. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think what's more likely is us changing and the system changing around us, because it's forced to. See, if we
I mean, and that's where we differ. That's all. That ain't nothing wrong with that. That's
Okay.
where we differ. Like I've never seen that occur ever. I mean, we can have a discussion about this further, but you can show me times where that occurred, especially a system that has been whooping our ass for so long, since Africa, that runs the world. Why would they change because of you? They rather put you back in submission more because they know you're not gonna fight, right?
But
They just gonna
it
say
has
he's
to
gonna
be
adjust to me.
because we have not been pushed to the level where we can work together, and we must work together, and they can see the value in that. They're gonna have to do it. It's not they don't have the option of not coming to us, but because they can create these rifts between us all the time, right? Religion, who's a better black hero? They can create all these rifts, right?
Right.
Us, right? Your Reebok or Nike, whatever, right? Pepper, Coca, Pepsi, whatever. They create all of these different rifts between us. And as long as these rifts are going, it's just like in slavery, right? You can't have the field Negroes and the house Negroes friends. No, there's got to be rift between them two. Because the house Negroes, that's your eyes to the rest of the Negroes. The house Negro will be able to tell you what's going on and if there's an issue out there, right? Because he loved to be in that house more than the master loved to be in that house. So he gonna keep his eyes open, right? But if they friends, if the field Negroes and the friend and the house Negroes are friends, and the field Negroes and the house Negroes are friends, like Malcolm said, the tutus, right? They're gonna tell you, good night, boss. See you later. That same tutu is gonna sneak in his bedroom and hit that neck, right? And so masters don't want that to happen. So
but we just gotta remember, I hear what you're saying, but just remember how they gained their independence, right? How they gained their independence. At one point, they could have conformed to Britain. They were stronger. They could have conformed, right?
Right.
They could, and even if, hey, I'm not gonna hold you up, brother. Listen, great show.
You,
I love talking to everybody, man. Big brother Vaughn, OG Patrice. I'm so glad to have you back.
Yes,
Even my
sir.
wife said, "What happened to OG Patrice? I ain't heard you say her name." So, so she's
Hey,
back.
your beautiful wife. I said hello and thank you. I'm glad to be back.
Sister Annie,
Definitely.
Risa, Simsima, I thank you so much for giving me, guidelines to my channel, y'all. Come check it out if you haven't, Black Hearted with New Growth Old Soul. I think I'm gonna put a new one up tomorrow. Clarence and got me thinking now, so I'm gonna talk about it right tomorrow. So, and my thing is just it's a survival of the fittest, right? And I know we always talk about that. I got cut off the other day on your show. My phone died.
I'm sorry, brother.
No, that wasn't you. That wasn't you. That was my phone died. But I was saying, we say it's a wicked world out there. It's dissonant. God gave me dominion over this world. He gave us power over this world. He ain't gave me a spirit of fear. I'm not running from nothing. I'm gonna strategize. I'm gonna strategize. And like you said, we got these young kids out there now. We can get them in the police department. We got to take that as it might not work, right? But we got to take that option, right? Defeatism has to alleviate our mind, because at this point, when we keep running, there's nowhere, and we're at the tipping point. That's why you see these kids at the cops. The things that you're saying are so true, but they already see themselves defeated, so they arguing with the cops like it ain't nothing. They willing to lay their life on the line with no weapon for something stupid, because we haven't prepared them for war. We prepared them to retreat. At a certain point, them 5 wolves are gonna find you. I don't care if you catch the alpha, the next in line gonna say, I'm gonna get your ass. They ain't gonna run.
How it works, brother.
That's all I'm saying. So, you know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna leave y'all with this. I know all y'all hip hop heads, all y'all paid attention. There's a war going on outside no man is safe from. You can run, but you can't hide forever. All right? Love y'all. Y'all be good. Until next time.
Right back at you, young man.
That's man. Yeah. Everybody go check out New Growth's new page, man. What's the name of your page? Blackhearted with New Growth also?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, everybody go check out Blackhearted with New Growth, man. Go check this young man out, man. Strong, very powerful brother. Even though he's wrong. Even though he's wrong on this one. Strong, powerful.
Hey, F you. I'm kicking myself off your panel. You gonna stop teasing us, man. You can't make no. I'm sitting there all day today, like, who is he talking about? Let me see. I want to see what. You're a tease, man. You're a tease. Stop teasing.
Man, bro, they put it all in the chat, bro. They put it all in the chat. Go back and look at the chat. Put it all in there, brother.
Love y'all, man. Y'all be
all right, brother New Growth.
Appreciate you,
Have a good night.
Appreciate you, man. All right, man. That's Brother New Growth, man. Check out Brother New Growth. Blackheart New Growth. Oh, so check him out. He's gonna have something. He said he's gonna have something new hit the market tomorrow. So go check him out, y'all. All right, y'all. Let's do it. Let's do it, because I gotta get, man. I'm 20 minutes over. All right, y'all. Let's do it. Who wants to go first, or what y'all want to do? Patrice, Vaughn, who wants to go first? And by the way, y'all, are we hanging out or are we gone? We hung out yesterday.
Hey, I'm still here. So
you good? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good too. I'm good.
Okay.
Brother Vaughn, you want to go? So you always let ladies first, but I'll show you that I can be a lady and let a gentleman go first too.
Okay. Well, I have no problem with that.
All right.
But, yeah, great conversation. You know,
shout out to the Dominican room, by the way. Shout out to Brother John. Go ahead, Vaughn. I'm sorry.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you probably had 2 or 3 people you needed to shout out.
I didn't see anybody else, man.
I just wanted to make sure that the coast was clear. But I will say this: very, very good conversation. You know, and you know, it goes to show you that, you know, you don't always need an echo chamber to have a conversation that is as meaningful and that is effective. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you know, my heart, and I'm going to be honest about this, is very heavy, and I thank God for the information that you shared today, Brother Clarence. You know, about the compliance, and you know, hey, these are the do's and the don'ts, and you know, and I get it, and it's very good information that we should put out there. We definitely, you know, it should go, you know, out there to the young people. Hey, because I teach it to my son.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But my heart is very heavy now, because I do understand at the same time that no matter if you're that compliant, if you're fully compliant, see what I'm saying? These injustices are going to continue to happen to us, and they are happening to us when we say, yes, sir, no, sir, I'm down, sir. I just need to breathe, sir. See what I'm saying? And and we're trying to do everything that we can, you know, but because there's such a plot afoot, you know, with the system, and I don't get it, you know, when it comes to people of our color, you know, it just saddens me.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely, I'm very saddened. I'm very sad to know that this brother was on his way home, and he was trying to express that during the times when they we're beating him. Hey, I'm just trying to get home. I'm just trying to get home. You know what I'm saying?
I hear
So
you,
I don't,
brother.
and I'm not saying that you're painting a picture that is unrealistic, because
I know.
like I said, it's very good information, Brother Clarence.
I know. Thank you, brother.
But I'm damn mad though about it,
Yeah.
because even when our black people, man, let me pull it in, because I get a little bit emotional about it. But even when we say yes and no, sir, we're still treated like dogs in the street.
Yeah.
And I don't appreciate it. And so, yeah, it's good to give all of these different advice as to how we should move and how we should do. Listen, God knows, Brother Clarence, I teach it to my son. I teach that to him. I reiterate, Dad, I know. He's always telling me, Dad, I know, Dad, I know. But you never know what you're going to get when your child walks out the door now,
Right.
whether they're compliant or not. And so I'm really heavy about it, and there's no easy answer for it, because this devil is running rampant and we are suffering behind the actions of these departments, and something should definitely be done about it. So, in my closing remarks, I'm just and excuse me for being so passionate about it, but I just want to be in a space and in a time where these things do not continue to happen. And when you get over one scenario, God knows you just got over that, and then here's something, a whole nother traumatic thing. And so we have to learn how to process it. If we need to really have a conversation, let's talk about how do we process this.
That's a good question.
I sat up and I watched this young man's funeral. And I mean, it just really tugged on my heart, man. And I keep hearing him saying, I was just trying to get home. I'm just trying to go home.
Yeah.
Why? Okay. But I'm down. You guys are doing too much. What's going on? And this is how we're being continually to be treated, even though we're compliant.
Yeah.
And I'm damn mad about it, man. Something has to be done. I don't know what else to say, man. I'm just, man, it's too much.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. And it's bad. It's sad that we can't just go to someone and say this is going on, and that person can just snap their fingers and it's done, and it never happens again. It would be nice if that was the reality, but that's unfortunately not the reality that we live in. It takes a lot of work to get rid of the mentality, because we can get rid of people. We can, but they just gonna get another one that got the same mentality and put that same culture into that person. And that's what we're trying to stop. We're trying to stop the culture from taking over, right? That kind of, we can do anything to Black people and poor white people and our Latin brothers. We can do anything to them, because who cares, right? Who's gonna really do anything about it, right? We got this young boy. We got this young boy, and he didn't do nothing. He lost his life literally for nothing, right? But you know what they make more? It's more issues with, and I'm not saying it's anything wrong with it, but it just goes to show you who's making the most noise in the community. Culturally, the LGBT community had some violence happen to them. That blows up. That blows up. Then laws can go in and change that. But now I got to give them credit. A lot of them are very active politically. That's where we as Black people, especially the men, we're not as active politically. So a lot of these things we get upset about, but it's hard for us to see them change because we're not out there in the voting booth. We're not out there at these police meetings. We're not out here at these school meetings. So it's hard. They don't see us. They think we don't care. We actually, a lot of us are working. Well, a lot of us working 2 or 3 jobs, try to take care of our families. So we can't go to those meetings. But some of us are able to go, and we just not going, right? Even on the Zoom now, we can say, well, I can't go because I can't leave the house. They even got them on Zoom now, right? So we got to just think about the thing differently, and it's how we going to change the situation. I'm not. I have a by any means necessary mentality. By any means necessary to get the most people across the river without losing the least amount of them. Let's get them across the river, right? And so that's the way I think about it. So maybe just sometimes I think about a lot of different options that people don't think about because they consider that going back on their heels or whatever. But I don't think about it like that. I think about it like this. Once we all get over there, we get together, we figure out what we're going to do, then we can do it. Then we can make a move. But it's going to be hard for us to make a move when we keep getting picked off every time we go to the bridge. That's my opinion. Anyway, Vaughn, you hanging out?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so I'm going to pull you down, Vaughn. All right, that's Vaughn Bryant. Now we got, what's your name again, girl? What's your name is? You got Sister Patrice up here. We got Sister Patrice up here. Yeah, it's a sad situation, sis. It's really sad. But what do you think, sis? What are some things you could give us to walk away from this situation?
Absolutely. I mean, I've been doing my research more and taking notes, and I know I keep saying this, and I'm so glad that you said it, bro, Clarence, about we got to do more when it comes to taking control, to be able to push for laws to be changed, to be able to push for policies and procedures to be changed. Listen, we don't want to face and address that elephant in the room. All of this is politically motivated. These are people that are appointed and voted in office. These are laws and policies and procedures that can be changed, but you have to fight for them to be changed, guys. You have to go to all your political figures, all the way up to the senator, your senators in your state. It does take nothing to write a letter, make a phone call, drop an email. If you want to see change, this is what we're going to have to do. We have no sense of political power, only except for the fact we'll go to the voting booth and vote without doing the research on these people that we put in office, without doing the research on these politicians that are pushing these same narratives that happens in these police departments. We have to change the laws on a federal and state level. And it starts with the political officials all the way up to your senators. You have to write letters. You have to make phone calls. You have to drop an email, guys. This is what have to be done if we want to see change. Unfortunately, all of this is ran politically based. That chief of police that need to step down, resign, be fired, whatever the case may be. I prefer she be fired. You understand? Because there's no transparency when it comes to this culture of policing. They are pathological liars. This chief of police is absolutely culpable. She's culpable and should be held accountable for what happened under her tenure. Not once, not twice, but this is the third time something nefarious. And now it has cost a man his life. It already cost a 90-some-year-old woman her life.
Right.
I mean, like how much this situation has to happen in order for us to realize that it needs to be changes on a federal and a state level. And that is political. Listen, that's the elephant in the room that Black men unfortunately don't want to face. But y'all the ones that's getting deleted the most, unfortunately. But you do, listen. I see when I was out there, boots on the ground. I was marching, I was protesting, but now I know, working the Obama campaign and seeing how things work from the inside. You have to put these people in place that are going to get your laws, your policies, and procedures changed in your communities. I keep saying that. I've been saying that for the last 2 years. I've been in these YouTube streets.
Mm-hmm.
These people are voted and appointed. These judges, these chief of police, these mayors, these are all people we put in office. Our taxpaying money pay for their salaries. The police officers. Are we going to do more than just continue to just go out there and march and protest without seeing the goddamn change of the laws and policies? Are we going to continue to do that? Or are we going to get on the phone and write the letters and drop the emails and make the phone calls and write the letters to these places and say, guess what? This is what I'd like to see. Let's get an agenda. Let's form some type of alliance and say, number one, and I wrote 6 things down that I absolutely have taken notes on and plan to start locally right here in the state of Arizona, all the way up to the senator, the governor. However, listen, this is the only way we're going to see change. Or else this type of behavior is going to continue to happen. Right. It is. They have no transparency when it comes to us. They want us to trust them, but they have not came into our communities to build any trust.
Yeah.
And this is what it is. So, so some things that we can do is write letters saying, I want to talk about and have conversation with these political figures about ending qualified immunity. See, that's an insurance and a covering that they have,
mm-hmm.
that they will think twice heavily about. Mm-hmm. If it ended. Decertification, that's another thing. They're certified, and if they are decertified, they cannot go into another city or state like this chief of police has done, continue to get promoted, moved and shift to different places, and continue to wreak havoc in your communities because we allow this shit to happen. We allow it to happen. So guess what, sister? I need you to resign, step down, or I need you to get fired and be decertified, because you don't need to go and lead up no other special unit in no other city that's going to wreak havoc in the community that causes the demise of our people like this under your tenure, my sister. See, decertification, you can't go anywhere and do this anymore. You got the cop that deleted Tamir Rice. He's in another city right now, still a police officer.
Wow.
But see, this is the shit that we don't realize that we allow to happen when we don't raise our voices, when we don't really put our pen and paper at hand, make phone calls, drop emails, write letters.
Right.
And how about this one? Internal investigations. Why is the very said people investigating the very said people?
Good question. Good question.
Internal investigations. How about this? Charged with a felony if they mute their body cameras or videos from video and sound. Because they doing that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they got caught out here doing that. And
they're doing that.
But they got 2 minutes, Patrice. See, it don't cut off right away. And
right.
They didn't know that at first. Now I'm sure they know it now. But
that's why
what they're doing now.
Automatically charge them with a felony when they do this.
Yes.
These are some of the things that we know they're gonna fight against. But guess what? The ones that fight against not wanting this to happen are usually the bad cops, because the good cops, they ain't got nothing to hide.
Right.
They ain't gonna have a problem with it. It's the bad cops that's gonna complain and have a problem with it.
Right.
And how about this? As long as it took for them to release the body cam for Tyre Nichols. How about this? Make a law that the body cam footage has to be released within 24 hours. What are they hiding? Why they don't want us to see it? Why they don't want the right people to see it? And another one. This is my final one. Just like this sister CJ Davis, all chiefs of police, supervisors, and managers need to be held responsible and accountable for the crimes of the police officers in their departments. You see what I'm saying? See, these are just little 6 things that I just written down just since we've been here having this conversation of things that I know that can make a change. But we have to be a part of making that change happen, or else these things are going to continue to happen. Because there's no transparency when it comes to us. There's no transparency.
Yeah.
They lie, they manipulate, they cover up, they sweep under the rug.
Yeah.
All the nefariousness. And now another person have lost their lives, guys. And y'all think this is the beginning of the new year, and this is what we walk into. Still trying to get over the traumatization from George Floyd.
Yeah.
This is how our new year starts for us in our communities, in our culture. Again, and listen, I don't want to look at another video because I already know the deal. I've seen so many, I'm almost desensitized to it. But it's traumatizing at the same time. And I refuse. I'd rather be writing these letters, making these phone calls, dropping these emails, going to these meetings in front of these politicians' face. We all have the power to do that in the states that we live in. When are we going to start truly exercising our power as tax-paying citizens that pay the politicians and the police officers' salary? When are we going to start doing that? Because it's going to be more crying mothers and fathers. See, they want to say what they want about the Black woman, but she's the one out there crying about her dead Black son. The same Black mother that y'all talking all crazy about on some of these panels. I see more of us out there fighting, protesting, crying over their Black sons. You understand? So, yeah, we have to fight in a different way. Like you said, that LGBTQ community, the Asian community, all of these people put their funding and their resources to say, this is what I want to protect my class of people. Everybody doing that but us.
Yeah.
Because y'all know this George Floyd thing ain't going to stop them from doing what they doing to us. Y'all know that, right? Laws, policies, and procedures have to be changed. And we have the power to do that. Thank you, brother. This was an excellent topic. I hope to not talk about it again. I'm still concerned about justice for Shanquilla Robinson. I haven't forgotten about that beautiful sister. Now it's same thing that happened allegedly to another guy in Austin, Texas, where the police then deleted him. It's so much. It's going to continue until we really, really say, okay, when is enough going to be enough? Now I got to come and see you, Senator. Now I got to come and see you, aldermen, councilmen, mayor, chief of police. Now I got to show up. I got to show up. I got to be in your face at these meetings.
Yeah.
Because you coming up for re-election, see.
Yeah.
This is what we got to do.
Yeah. Peace.
All right, bro. Thank you. You gave some excellent points. I was giving pushback, but you gave excellent. You're right. We need to learn this, study this, research this, do this. There is a video out there of a police officer or a former police officer that is absolutely taking you through the steps of how to comply and things of that nature.
Yes.
You guys, it's on YouTube, it's on TikTok. All y'all got to do is research that stuff.
Attorneys as well. A lot of
Right.
attorneys doing the same thing.
Exactly. But I want my people to really realize this whole United States of America is ran on a democracy and a republic of politics.
Right.
This is what rules the world, unfortunately. And in order for us to play the game, stay in the game, and have something to our benefit, we have to be a part of it.
Right.
All right, brother. I appreciate it. I digress. That's all I want to say.
All right, since I'm gonna pull you down, I guess you figure out whether you're gonna stay or not. I think me and Bond gonna have a conversation, but you figure it out. All right.
All right. Salute to the chat. Thank you. I appreciate everybody. Much love.
Much love. All right, that's OG Patrice. Whew. I don't know, man. Them guys thought I had a problem with them pushing back. I have no problem with that. I was trying to make the time. I was trying to make that 4-hour mark. I was like, man, let me get this out. Let me get this out. Let me get this out. All right. Yeah, man, I don't never had no problem with pushing back because that's how you get new ideas, right? If Patrice hadn't pushed back on me, I would have been still like, yeah, let me say this again about the brother, our dearly departed brother. And the way she brought it out, I was like, you know what? If she thinks something must be wrong with the way I'm saying this. And then I thought about it, I said, yeah, well, if I was his family out here, if I heard it like that, maybe that would hit me the wrong way too. So then I said, okay, let me say it a different way. Let me say it a different way. Because it definitely didn't mean to put any of the blame what happened to him on him at all, or maybe make it look like that. All right, so what did I think about today's show? It's always hard to talk about police brutality, especially when it comes to us, man, because it happens so often. Seems like we burying somebody else, and then we burying somebody else, and we burying somebody else, right? So we got to look at things in a way, and so look at it in a way where how can we prevent this, right? I mean, if we ain't gonna get a big chunk of black men to start going to these meetings and going in voting and going and voting some of these police chiefs out, getting on these police boards, getting on these police commission boards, if we're not gonna do that, then we gotta do something, right? So I'm saying here's some strategies so that we can avoid this. We can have better outcomes. I'm not under no disillusion that there's something that you can do to stop a wolf pack from swarming you. If they want you, they coming to get you. I'm not under no disillusion. I'm just saying, be as smart as you can, be as under control as you can, and be as strategic as you can. Be as strategic as you can, because this rule, like she said, it's a democracy. It's a democracy. What is a democracy? What is a democracy? What kind of word is that? Is that English? No, that's not even English. It was taken up through English. It's actually a Latin word. Democracy, democracy. There's two sides to the word, demo and cracy. Demo is a Latin word. It comes from the Latin word demon. Demon, it comes from the Latin word demon. Cracy comes from the Latin word right to writing, a writing or rulership. You put them together. You got a demon, you're a devil rule. It's a devil rule. Your rulership is by the devil. Devilishment rule. Now, so you automatically are going to be subject to the rulership of the devil. You God's people. He made the declaration that he was coming for you. He, the devil, was coming for you to turn you on your heels from God. And when I say God, man, we have so much that we have to do. And let me talk to the men. We have so much we have to do, man. We have to reconnect with God. We have to reconnect with our women. We have to reconnect with our children. And you're going to look funny to your people, man. You're going to look funny because everybody is out here obeying the democracy, the democracy. They're obeying that, right? So so many of the laws in the democracy is to control one particular group over another one, lord one particular group over another one. We that group, we that bottom group. We are the group that makes capitalism work, because capitalism has winners and losers. We are the ones that's making it work right now. But we need to get up out of the bottom. We need to get up off of it. So how do we make all these moves, y'all? How do we make all these moves? We're going to have to accept some of these ugly truths. One ugly truth is these police officers don't look at us as human beings. Most of the world doesn't look at us as human beings. They look at us as an inexhaustible resource of human biofuel. Pretty much. We're gonna have to look at each other and say, we're way more than that. We the people of God. We the people of God. We the people of God. But how come you ain't having no success? Because we're not connected. We're not connected to our power source. We're connected to this power source. The money, right? The dollar bill. That's our power source. I'm tired of hearing about these young men too. I'm like, Vaughn, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. But if we all throw an idea in the hat, they'll take some of those ideas. Some of them may work, right? I don't feel like adjusting to a situation is a bad thing. If we can save more lives, right? If we can save more lives, I feel like let's make the adjustment, man. Let's figure out what we're gonna do when we finally all come together. Let's figure out what we're gonna do at that point. But if we can't agree, let's find out. Let's everybody go for it. You try to cross the river the way I cross. We know there's alligators in there, but hey, you try to cross the way you want to cross. I try to cross the way I feel like I can cross. You know, we just try to do it as much as we can, get as many people across as we can. Right? Y'all see them wildebeest? They got to cross that big river to get to the other side of the river to get to the grazing land. They know some of them going down. Them crocodiles going to get some of them. But their numbers are huge. So the crocodiles only getting maybe not even 1% of them. We don't have those kind of numbers over here. So we have to be more strategic, more smarter, right? Sometimes the dude told me one time, man, we need to just get all these guns. And then I said, that's cool. We got all these guns. What happened when you run out of bullets? And you got to go to your enemy to re-up on you got to go to your enemy. Mr. Enemy, I need some more bullets in my gun to shoot at you. Oh, why? Because we're doing a revolution. We got a revolution going on, see? So I need some more bullets. You need to give me some more bullets so that I can continue the revolution. You think it's going to go that way? How did America break away from Britain? Why? Because they promised land to other people. They promised land to what's that territory to? They promised land to France. Promised land to other countries to get the financial stake, to be able to buy the weapons, buy everything they needed without having to go through England. If they were still stuck on England, they would have had to be still stuck on England. But I'm telling you, New Growth, the crocodiles, we the gods. And if we all got together, we could end this thing overnight. But we ain't there. I understand. Most of us have been told that we Negroes and and we are women of the promiscuous women and unsanctified men, and that's what we told. And we wear it like a badge of honor. I'm a devil, right? Some of us we will wear clothes that say we a devil, or we get a tattoo that say we a devil, right? Right? We want to show another savage that we are savage as well, and we wear our savagery as badges of honor. Long as I'm getting mines. I'm getting mines. We don't even think about our children anymore. It's unfortunate, man, because we are God's people, man, firstborn. We should be leading the pack, and here we are. We've been told so long that we at the bottom, that we believe it. We believe it. We've accepted it. We've taken the little crumbs and the little what do you call that? The little perks of running around being the class clown. We accepted that instead of going for the knowledge, going for the greater knowledge. There's a lot of ways we can get out of this situation, y'all. A lot of ways, not a lot, but there's a few ways we can get out of this situation. But you're gonna have to pick one. The time for sitting on the corner, sitting on the sidelines is over. The sidelines is over. No more. No disrespect to nobody, but sitting on the sidelines saying this needs to stop, or we need to quit doing this, or it's a shame that happened, or this or that, and we not doing nothing about it. We not trying to make a difference with it. Y'all know over here, y'all know that's what we about. But don't listen to them other people telling you that stuff, man. Go to them other channels and this is terrible. Oh, this is terrible. This is terrible. What you doing? What you doing about it? You can be doing like Patrice, going to those things, or you can even do as much as this, like Vaughn. You telling your son, hey man, I'm giving you strategies on how to handle this situation. I don't know what they're gonna do. I'm telling you what you should do. Right? But it's sad that you got to say to your child, I'm giving you these strategies because I don't know what's gonna happen out there. Oh, you got new growth. You got those girls. You got to tell your girls, man, this may happen. So watch out for this. Watch out for that. I got my granddaughter, man. You know what I have to do? I have to make it a game. I said, now what you going to do when the man pull up to you and say, here, hey, little girl, I got this puppy. What you going to do? She run. Fire, 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 fire. Right? But I have to make it a game, right? It's unfortunate I gotta have a conversation like that with a 4-year-old girl. That should never happen, right? But I gotta have that conversation with her. We in the world, man, we gotta do something. Do something, y'all. Do something. If it's just talking to your family, if it's just you see a young dude and you put him to the side, he don't want to hear it, but that's okay. Let me just drop this on you, youngster. Bam. Let him go about his way. 2-3 years later, he get in a jam. That information you dropped on him might come up. Well, officer, if I'm not violating any of my rights, I would like to keep the phone here and keep it on so my mom can hear the exchange of what's going on here. Right? I want to preserve my rights, if that's okay. Recently said, thank you. I stood on that bridge because my sister has the big C. And I take that away to a certain hospital and doctor, and we all got the right to feel safe. Your kids and anyone's kids and the grown-ups. Yeah. Yeah. That's all we want is to feel safe in this world, right? That's all our people want. That's all we want to do. As parents, as husbands, wives, girlfriends, boyfriends, significant others. All we want to do is feel safe, right? We want to feel safe in this world. We want to be around people. That's why we have this group here. I love y'all because we got this group here and everybody feels safe. We can disagree, right? I disagree with Vaughn. I disagree with Patrice. Patrice disagree with me. New Growth disagree with both of us. Cool. Because we are safe. I don't feel like, oh no, now they don't like me because they disagree with me. Nah, not even. Patrice says she getting sleepy. All right. I'm going to shut it down, Patrice. All right, let me do the rundown real quick, y'all. Let me do the rundown because I got to get out of here. I definitely got to get out of here, man. I wanted to. I had a lot more to say, but I got to get to the rundown because I got some people backstage. And if you got to go, Patrice, I understand. Yeah, I'll talk to you later if you got to go. All right, let's see. First one up is who? The chat. The chat is where it's at. The chat is where it's at, man. Even y'all disagree with me, right? Any, Risa. But I love y'all still, man. I don't never think, oh, no, they don't agree with me. Oh, no, we don't have a problem now, right? Rico cussed me out this morning. Yeah, see, I told you, man. He said, bro, I didn't see that one coming. He said, I didn't see that coming, but you got to stay home. I said, I know. Vaughn, Sister Annie, Risa, and Patrice told me I need to check in before I go anyplace else. He said, they right. You need to listen with your old hard head. Shout out to Rico Young, man. But yeah, man. But I mean, we gonna disagree, man. But you know, the main thing is the people gonna get something out of it. But shout out to the chat, man. The chat's where it's at. No bots, no bots. We got our people that come through that greet people, man. We got Jill, we got Annie, we got even Quantum when she decides to come through. Sister Enya, we got sisters that will greet people, man, as they come through. Patrice even, they'll come through, right? But we got the enforcer. We got the enforcer, Risa Neal, man. We got the enforcer in the house, man. And that's why we just do not have the riffraff floating through here no more, right? We don't have them floating through here no more, man, because they know, man, you gotta have a sniper in there, man, that they know that they're gonna get sniped. So they don't come through here. Shout out to all of y'all. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Everybody in the chat plays their position, man. From the greeters to the snipers. Shout out to everybody, man. Glad to have y'all in the building, man. Glad to have y'all. All right, very, very strong performance, as always, from the chat, because y'all ask good questions as well. Shout out to the chat. All right, let's go over to the chat. Oh, very strong and very solid performance from the chat. Let's go over to who was on the stage. On the stage, we have Von Bryant today. What y'all think about Von Bryant? Von Bryant came through, man, as always. As always. Sometimes Von get passionate. Well, hold on. Let me say this now. Sometimes Vaughn get passionate, right? I love it, man. I love it. But I mean, it's like, man, Vaughn, let me make this hour mark. Let me just make this mark. Let me get this in. Sometimes Vaughn will back off and let me say, okay, go ahead, brother. I'll wait. And sometimes Vaughn catch that spirit, man. He'd be like, no, I'm gonna, yeah. But how did Vaughn do today, y'all? He brought it. He came with it, man. You know what I'm saying? Even Vaughn made me look at it a different way, because Vaughn said, wait a minute, brother. See, you saying that everything is going to work out right if you say it this way? No, see, I didn't know maybe I was making it out like that. So I had to rephrase everything. See, so it's okay when people check you. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. You got to understand what's going on and then say to yourself, okay, if they saw it that way, then maybe it's the way I delivered it, right? So maybe I need to deliver it better so that they don't see it that way, or they will understand that, no, that's not the way I'm trying to lay it out, right? So, but shout out to Von Bryant. What y'all think he did today? How y'all think he did today? He brought it as always. Solid performance, strong performance as always. As always. What about Jay Takashi? Jay Takashi came in for a hot second, man. Give me the back check. Hey, I want to say this. And he came in, said, okay, cool. He said his thing, and then he had to bounce, right? Because I guess he had a show tonight. If you guys get a chance, going over there and check out Jay Takashi, man. Good brother, good young brother, man. Very solid. Very strong performance from Jay Takashi. Very solid. What about New Growth? New Growth got his own channel, man. Go over to check out New Growth's channel, man. I checked out Invisible Bullies, man. That was pretty good. Pretty good. Check out some other stuff he got going on, right? And I'm promoting the brother, man. Brother don't always agree with me, but his heart is in the right place. His heart is in the right place. Everybody's heart is in the right place, right? We all want the same thing. It's just we got different methodologies of how to get there, but that's okay. We will meet you, right? Peter came running up to Jesus. Hey, is somebody down there and they teaching what you teach, but they ain't giving you credit for it. Come on, let's go over there and whoop some ass, right? Jesus said, whoa, 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 whoa. If he's teaching what I'm teaching, then we will see him down the road. We will meet down the road. If he's teaching what I'm teaching, we'll run into him down the road, right? We'll meet. We'll be together. It's okay. We got different methodologies, but it's okay, right? But how y'all think about what do y'all think about New Growth? The youngster came in, hit a home run. Thank you, Risa, and thank you, Vaughn. Hit a home run, home run. As always, man. The dude. I'm talking about, man. One thing I'm so glad I got over here is solid people. Solid, man. I don't have to worry about, man, how they gonna switch it. And when they do, yeah, I know, Vaughn. You are you kind of like that, man. You already like, what? Get them up. Jesus gotta be like, hey, Vaughn, hold down, man. Vaughn, hold down. Shout out to you, man. Sometimes you gotta have killers on the team, man. You gotta have killers on the team. All right, so what about New Growth, man? Strong young warrior, man. Strong soldier, man. Go check his page out. Thank you, Reason. Thank you, Vaughn. Put his page out there, man. But yeah, man, very solid performance. As always, very solid. I love his pushback. I love everything. You know what I'm saying? His passion. I love it, right? You know what I'm saying? That's what we need. We need some people that's like, you know what? Kill the enemy. Let's just kill him, right? We need that. Then we need some people like me, man. No, let's just starve them to death. We don't have to waste steel putting it through them. Let's just starve them to death, right? There's a book called The Art of War. There's a book called The Art of War. And in this book, it's a bunch of generals dealing with different situations, battle situations, and different strategies they had to use to prevail, right? So one of these generals in this book, he had his enemy surrounded. So his next in command said, sir, we got the enemy surrounded. Let's go in and get him. And the general said, why? And he said, because we got him, man. We can go in there and we can get him. He said, but we'll lose men going in there to get them. We'll lose men. We won't lose a man if we just let them sit out there and starve to death. Just let them starve. He said, where they gonna go? We got them surrounded. They can't go get no food. They can't get no resources from outside. They're not going nowhere. We just got to be patient. We just got to be patient and run our program and be patient, right? That's the thing, y'all. We got to just, understand. We're going to have differences of opinion, right? But the thing is, we all are focused on the same goal, just like we did for those backpacks. Beautiful situation with those backpacks, man. We all focus on the same goal. And that's what we're doing here. That's what we're doing here, man. It's all love. It's all love. But shout out to New Growth, man. Very solid performance. Very strong. Very solid. Very, very solid as always. All right, y'all. Risa, Vaughn say, New Growth also definitely a brother on the rise. Yeah, definitely. Definitely keep your eyes open for New Growth, man. Keep your eyes open for that brother, man. What about Risa said, bro, C is the new Negan of 2023. If you know, then you know. Shout out to Risa. Shout out to Risa, man. Risa, you know, Risa's one of those people, man. You gotta have on your team, man. You gotta have that person that's just like, you know what, right? Ain't asking no questions no more. I told you once, poof, you gone. Man, let me see if I got that email. Nah, I ain't got time to read that email. I'm gonna read that email, man, live here because I was waiting for that sister to come back. I wasn't gonna read it because the sister came. She said she went, and I granted her powers to come back, but I ain't seen her since. She probably said, "Oh, he got Risa still in there. Well, then I ain't going there then." I'm gonna read her. I'm gonna read her email, man. It's so funny, man. Who they talking about? Absolutely 1,000% crystal clear who they was talking about. Oh man, okay, let's do it. Last one, man. We gotta get out of here, man. Last one. Patrice. We gotta think about Patrice, y'all. Patrice came with it, man. Hot and heavy, right? Sometimes I get Patrice to change her mind. Sometimes she get me to change her mind, trying to change my mind. Today I'm glad she did, man. She pushed me a little bit. She pushed me a little bit, and I started looking at it from the family's perspective. And I said, you know what? Maybe that could be, even though my intention wasn't to be disrespectful, that could be taken as disrespect. So let me back up off of that, off of what I was saying, right? So sometimes you need people like that, man. They ain't afraid to push you. They ain't afraid to push you like Vaughn, you know, Annie, Risa, all you guys, New Growth, and Rico. Ain't nobody afraid to push me, and I like that. I like that. I may still stand on what I say, or I may look at it your way and say, you know what? That might be, you know, that might be something to that, right? Might be something to that, right? Von Bryant saved us a bunch of money, man. Just telling me about getting some backpacks from somewhere else, man. You know, sourcing those backpacks somewhere else. Huh? All right, y'all. What you think about Patrice, man? She came through. I told you, Patrice is silly, but she's very smart. See, that's the problem, man. So you don't know what she's going to say. So you got to keep your eyes and your ears open because you don't know what she's going to say, right? You know, she may say something silly, and then she may say something that's on the money. All of these people, Vaughn, Rico, all of them. You never know, man. Then they just drop a jewel. You like, that was a jewel. I thought you were just throwing rocks. That was a jewel right there, right? So you never know, right? All of y'all, really, all of y'all. Because I done heard a jewel. All of y'all dropped a jewel. Everybody in the chat dropped jewels before. Everybody, man. Risa, NA, I mean, everybody, man, has dropped a jewel at least once or twice, right? So shout out to the whole crew. But yeah, man, Patrice came through, did her thing, man, knocked out, and hey, man, everybody, just give Patrice your prayers, man, because Patrice, trust me, man, behind the scenes, she's doing a lot of good work, man. She's doing a lot of good work, man. So, you know, just ask the Lord to give her strength and help her continue doing the good work that she's doing behind the scenes, man. But Clarence, we don't know what she's doing. I know. We don't need to know. We don't need to know. I know a little. I know this much, but I don't know half the stuff the sister's doing. So just give her the strength, man, because she's working on a lot of people's behalf, man, tirelessly for a lot of different people, man. That's why I respect the sister so much, man. You know, I respect her just, you know, period, but she is willing to give of herself, and I like that. And like most of y'all will, presented with some of the situations that she's been presented with, I feel y'all would probably, most of us will probably do the same thing. So it's all good. But that sister's in the thick of it right now. So pray for her to be able to walk through it. All right, y'all. Patrice, what do y'all think? Very solid, as always. Very solid. Very strong performance, as always. As always. Very solid, man. All right. That's everybody, man. We did everything. Okay. So that was everybody on the chat. So next time we come into the space, it's going to be on Sunday. Now, Saturday night, I'm going to be kind of moderating a situation with at the Dominican route. What's the name of that show? What's the name of that? What's John's other his other channel? His other channel is what's the other name of that channel, man? Doggone it. Dog, man. What's the name of that channel? Here it is right here. Here it is right here. I'm going to be narrating, or what do you want to say? Prime Time for the Truth. Prime Time for the Truth. I'll be over there asking Brother John, some questions about the situation between him and Deion Sanders' son and his situation and what's been going on with that situation. I'll be over there questioning him about that, right? So if you guys want to go over there Saturday night, that starts at, I think that starts at 5 p.m. my time, 5 p.m. Pacific. So whatever time zone you in, 5 p.m. Pacific is when we're going to get started, I believe, right? So you can come over. Yo, nobody approved this appearance. Nobody approved this appearance. Sister Annie, give me your approval, please. Give me your approval. I'm gonna try to talk Vaughn into it right now, and then Patrice later. But I'm just gonna be asking questions. It's not gonna be about me, Sister Annie. It's gonna be about John and his situation. I'm just gonna be asking him questions. Be like an interviewer over there, asking he and me and another sister gonna be just interviewing him. Right? I'm not going to be sharing any of my views, my personal views. Reese said, once they become a radical as citizens, what do we do? Just asking, no need to reply. Y'all family till next time. Okay, Reese, I will, man. I remember that question, Reese, because I will answer it. I will answer whatever question you guys ask me. All right, y'all, we got to go. Got to get out of here. We have 5 hours, 14 minutes. An hour and 14 minutes over. I gotta go. I will see y'all. So either look for me on Saturday night on prime time. You can go to the Dominican route and ask him, because I think the name of the show is Prime Time. Prime Time for the Truth. Prime Time for the Truth. That's the name of it. And so you can go over there and I'll be there. But if you just can't wait till Sunday. But Sunday I'll be back here in the morning. All right. All right, y'all. I will see y'all on the next broadcast. Peace. Take care of yourselves and love all of y'all, man. Peace.